Yep. Hello and welcome back, everybody. It is day 3. Today we're gonna have the grand finals.
Yeah,
we're gonna have the grand finals. But before that, we need to do the semifinals first.
Yep.
So we're gonna be our first game.
Yeah.
2 of my favorites in the tournament. I mean, I love everybody here. Let's be real. Let's be real. I love everyone here. So we're talking about standings first. So we're gonna be doing the first, and are both from North America, both American from the U.S. So, like, this is historic. So on top of this being an international tournament, international game, we're going to have an international finals for the very first finals of Grand Archive.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. And I think it's very nice that I think it's also pretty evenly representative of, like, there are twice as many North American qualifiers to Worlds as from all the other 2 regions, Oceania and Southeast Asia. Oni deck versus a hybrid Fire Lorraine / Merlin deck.
Yeah, so I mean, this matchup is going to be really, really tough here for Alec. So before we get really deep into deck lists, if you guys were watching yesterday, you saw that Glenn managed to get a really big upset against Caben.
Yeah.
Right, in the matchup where you're running Fire Merlin, Fire Lorraine, that hybrid build. You don't really have the advantage against Fire Rai, right? Fire Rai is able to find kills on turn 4. Merlin requires usually turn 5 or a little bit further, but you accrue value over those turns, and it's really strong. The biggest issue there, though, is he just couldn't find it.
Yeah.
The draws weren't there for Caben. There were a couple times where he'd played something, and it didn't have the effect that he wanted, right? We saw a Peaceful Reunion. Glenn's go, I would triple fireball you for lethal instead.
Yeah, it's a very versatile deck as well. Because it's hybrid, he can pick his lines with whichever is more favorable for him. So I think, that's why he managed to take that game as well. Because he had options, He wasn't very focused on one line. He could diversify, pick what he wants to do. Based on his opening hand as well, So that's definitely good. Otherwise, yeah. You're absolutely right that it's a...
This is very not Alec favored.
Yeah.
This is very Glenn favored.
Yeah, I think...
When we're looking at this matchup here, we have a ton of ally removal. So, I mean, we have Flame Sweeps, Purge and Flames, Incendiary Fractals. Like, these are all the things you're looking for when you're trying to... show respect to ally players.
Yeah, and he also has a lot of ways to, he says Resolutes tend to stop all attacks. Later, he can go up, for Incarnate Majesty, get the Majestic Spirit, which halves all damage to all other Crux units.
Yeah.
So, it's interesting.
Yeah. So we're just going to jump right into it. We're going to jump into Glenn's interview. So if you guys haven't seen Glenn's interview from day 1 or day 2, check it out.
First seed of the Oceanic representatives. Oh mate, I'm so excited. This has been an absolute dream come true. Like coming out to America for the first time, being all paid for, and then having a chance to play for a 50 grand prize pool. It's absolutely unreal. This is amazing. I can't believe it still. Winning Oceania, that was like a dream come true. But now stepping into the world stage, every single player is going to be at a top tier level. Like the nationals itself was quite difficult. There was a lot of high level players there, but now we're playing against national winners or national finalists. It's going to be very, very intense here. So confidence wise, it's there, but it's also not there at the same time. Winning the world championship, becoming the best player in GA, that's it's so close, but it's also so far away. We'll have to see what happens, but that would be, next level. I wouldn't even know what to do.
So looking here at Glenn's deck list, like we talked about earlier, there's a lot of respect for allies, right?
Yep.
Maybe the assumption was when playing against Caben, he'd go back to his bread and butter, allies decks. Caben's always been a really good allies player. And Glenn showed a lot of respect for that. 3 Flame Sweeps, 2 Incendiary Fractals, 2 Purge and Flames. He has a lot of ways to kind of just get through that. And even having the Savage Slash here, Savage Slashing with Sword is for 3, and that's just enough damage to clear most allies.
Yeah, that, the most basic allies are 3 cost 2/3. So they have 3 toughness or 3 defense. So that just takes care of it. And Otherwise, Library Witch, even if you don't have the Curation Ritual, it stops at least one attack. If they are going for your champion, you can always intercept with it. There is four Stalwart Shieldmates, which is just fantastic here as well. There is, I think he really did, think about Caben's gonna switch back to allies, which, Caben in the end didn't. But now against Alec, he's getting the matchup he was prepared for. So he's absolutely favored here, and I'm interested to see how it plays out, because I think Alec is also a wonderful player. So he just based on pure skill, he might be able to pull through. But I think definitely is favored towards Glenn right now.
It's really tough. I mean, on top of that, I mean, we see the standard things like Terrafring, but we also see that Glenn's not actually running Bulwark Sword, and I think Bulwark Sword in this meta per se is very effective against allies. It allows you to pay 2 to swing when you need to, and if he does decide to go into Merlin or use it with his level 2, it just provides the damage to get over things like Song of Nurturing. It gets over Attune with the Winds to allies. Like, there are just more options available to him, but it's difficult when you're running a hybrid like this, right? You don't have the ability to fit anything else in there, really.
Yeah. Well, let's see what Alec. Let's see Alec's interview. If you haven't seen it on day 1, it's coming up now.
Hi everyone. Yeah, I'm Alec. Yeah, I'm come from Hong Kong. I'm so glad to join this World Championship. Yeah. Why do I play GA? Because firstly, in the Discord, my friend which is come from Taiwan, he sent me a photo about Sylvie with the Taipei 101. Oh, so it's so beautiful, but it's catch my eyes that in the GA because of this card. Yeah. The champion that I wish want to become more competitive, I think is the Sylvie. Yeah. As I know that, as I said it before, Sylvie is why I play GA, because I saw the Taipei 101 with her. And in Hong Kong, Grand Archive is still a new game that there are not much player. So I hope that there are lots of different kind of events that Hong Kong can organize, such as the regional. I think I'm so lucky that I can join this World Championship. So because of this championship, I practice a lot. So I hope I can have a good performance here. So don't too much misplay. Actually during the Steam, yeah. If I'm so lucky to have become the championship, so I think that it's tough that Hong Kong is a place to play GA too. So put more resource to the Hong Kong, so Hong Kong have some regional and different kind of event. Yeah.
You heard it there from Alec. GA, please bring more space to Hong Kong. More resources. So right into Alec's deck list. What's the first thing you see? What catches your eye the most here?
There is, like we talked about this day 1 as well, is that there's only 2 Swift Recruits still. There isn't that much respect for allies on Alec's side, but I think he also want to, push damage. And it did get him this far, the weird ratios, like 2 Song of Nurturing, 2 Trained Sharpshooters, 2 Swift Recruits, 3 Raccoons, which is, I think that's very interesting. It shows a lot of respect for like erupting, probably, and it was I think in this matchup even the Raccoons are pretty good.
Yeah, the Raccoons are fantastic against fire. A lot of fire. I want to say Fire Merlin specifically, but there are a lot of fire decks in general that do run a decent amount of floating memory. You either discard it with your Creative Shocks or you're discarding it with Hasty Messenger and stuff. So there's tons of options. The Esteem Knight and 2 Trained Sharpshooters is probably for Dream Fairy values, but as the only Wind Allies player in this situation, I mean, as the only Wind Ally still available to play against in the tournament, he doesn't have to worry too much about that. I'm still baffled that he kept the list exactly the same between the 2 days. He said it himself. He said, I feel confident in my deck. If it gets me to day 2, I'm going to keep it all the way through. Yeah. And I mean, I guess that's just the kind of trust you have to have in yourself as a player.
Yeah, and look, it got him this far. So it seems that it was a definitely good choice for him so far. Yeah, I'm looking at here. He has 4 Asim Protectors and only 3 Woodland Squirrels, which is, you will usually want to have maximum value off of it. But, it's also, you can always just replay the squirrel and bounce it back. But it seems we're going to our players here. They are reading the deck list, or Glenn is at least studying Alec's deck list, and shuffling up.
A little last-minute review
Yeah.
is always nice. We saw that happen in Alex's game with Manny yesterday. They were checking it out, making sure that they knew what the other was playing, and going to do a little pile shuffling here from Glenn.
Yeah, yeah. So, what are you expecting in this game? Do you think there will be any surprises?
Genuinely, I don't see too many surprises coming out in this situation. I think Glenn will most likely want to go into that Spirit Ruler build instead of going for Kingslayer. Incarnate Majesty, while it is good, I don't think it's absolutely necessary for him to force in this game. He has a lot of ways to push damage, right?
Yeah.
A lot of different ways to find ally removal. If he wants to utilize the Purge and Flames, we see that earlier, we may actually see him go into Merlin instead of going into Lorraine. But I mean, with 3 Flame Sweeps, 2
Yeah.
Purge and Flames available, and the 2 Incendiary Fractals, I feel like overall we're most likely going to still see him focus on the Spirit Ruler there.
Yeah, yeah. Because if you go into Lorraine, on level 2 you get the attack bonus. With Flame Sweep and 1 sword, it's 4 damage to everything, to each unit. So, and he's probably going to get to draw a lot of cards off of it as well. Unless, of course, Alec has the Song of Nurturing, but he only plays 2 of it. So, it's not very, he's set up to have a, calm game, just focus and draw the Flame Sweeps and all the ally removals he needs.
Yeah, overall, I mean, both players running a lot of different ratios on their main deck there, but it's really going to be a toss-up, right? If you have the 2 Song of Nurturings, if you have the three Flame Sweeps, because Purge and Flames will be a lot harder to play early on in the game, as well as the other significant difference in this matchup is when you look at Merlin as Memory Thief versus Lorraine as the Blade Master, the class difference there between Warrior and Mage is a 2-out difference, which sometimes is more than enough to make the game.
Yeah, it's just sometimes you're forced into going something that's unfavorable in your matchup because you just have all the Mage cards in hand, And all right, seems they're all shuffled up. Both players are showing a lot of respect for each other. It's very wholesome.
So you're going to see the dice roll come out. Who is going to be going first here? Looks like the dice roll already happened, and we missed that one, so sorry about that. But Alec will be going first here, so 7 cards in hand. Oh, a tune. Okay, a little bit of poker action here. So we've seen a tune. I believe that's a Shimmer Cloak Assassin.
Yeah,
I see a heavy swing.
Heavy swing. It's
Shimmer Cloak Pass is pretty comfortable here. I think he might have 2 attunes.
Yeah, and I think he also had an Esteemed Knight in hand, but I think Shimmer Cloak is the safe play here. It has stealth. I don't know, Windrider Vanguard. He has a Windrider Vanguard as well. Yeah, Shimmer Cloak has stealth, so it's really hard to remove Glenn. For Glenn, it's really hard to remove her turn 1. So it's the safest way to go here. And yeah, Glenn is going for, Spirit of Fire, drawing his 7+1 for turn 8 cards total.
It'll be interesting to see if he gets an Incendiary Fractal in the opening hand. Incendiary Fractal will be able to take out the Shimmer Cloak in this situation. We see Crux Sights, Fireballs. I believe that's a Fast Cure and a Flame Rune Swordsman.
And his Creative Shot. And, well, he has... Now, it's a very interesting thing is, will he play the Stalwart Shieldmate, or will he just discard it to Creative Shot? Because she has Floating Memory, so she's a prime discard target.
I think most likely we're going to see him play the Shieldmate because this is an Allies matchup. There's no real way for Alec to push damage early on. So 2 down for the Shieldmate. End step of Alec's turn. Most likely going to see a Creative Shock discarding what I believed was a Fast Cure CPR in his hand. Yeah, it's a Fast Cure CPR.
All right, so then... In this case, even if Alec doesn't attack, he's guaranteed the Floating Memory next turn, right?
Yeah, it's a very, very safe, comfortable option. So Alec might not want to give him the Floating Memory. He might actually play to just get more allies on the board.
Yeah.
Whoa, interesting. So an immediate Tithe Proclamation.
All right. So
it's roll for banish.
Yeah.
Tithe Proclamation's interesting in this matchup. I don't actually think it's that good overall, especially early on. I think it's really nice if you have a big board and you think that he's going to go into Lorraine 2 for a Flame Sweep.
Yeah.
But until you really reach the ability to start playing your Ghost of Pendragon, chaining it to a Cruxite and such like that, I think it becomes very difficult to really get strong value out of his Tithe. Maybe Alec's just looking for the immediate cycle.
And yeah, that is 2 attunes in his hands. And So yeah, he did take out the shield bait. So Glenn has the floating memory to go up to level 1 without losing any more influence, which is a solid play here.
Yeah, 3 down safely for the Creative Shock
Yeah.
is fantastic.
And he does have the fast gear in hand, so and he drew another shield mate and a Pendragon.
Discard fast carry. He
discard.
wants to be able to play the shield mate. I mean, stopping 2 damage every single turn is fantastic.
Yeah, and he's gaining a lot of value off of it as well. So it's if he manages to level up basically without a problem for free, and also
Ways to cycle and draw for cards faster and faster.
yeah.
Haven't seen a Library Witch for Commission Ritual options. Like, there are a lot of things that haven't happened yet. Interestingly enough, though, Alec does have the Tithe Proclamation, so utilizing a Library Witch Cremation Ritual combo doesn't work.
Yeah.
You can't actually draw the 3rd card.
Yeah, because Cremation Ritual is a so slow spell, you can't just play it on your opponent's turns, and because you're guaranteed the 1 draw on your own turn, so it might just actually be better in that case to just Cremation Ritual a Stalwart Shieldmate, but at the same time, the stopping at least 2 damage is also very, very strong here. Oh.
So 2 down, 1 into the Esteemed Knight. Most likely going to be seeing 3 down for a Flamer Swordsman here. Flamer Swordsman will come in for 2, trying to clean up that Esteemed Knight. But the question is, does Alec have interaction in his hand? I think he might have had a Zephyr. Unsure if he'll use it in this case. Trading for like a basic 3 cost, 2 power, 3 life is kind of in the mid section here.
Yeah.
I don't really like it that much, but it might be okay.
Yeah. Oh, it depends on what Alec is aiming for, because to utilize to unlock the maximum potential of the attune of the winds, attune with the winds he has in hand. He does need allies on board, so he might want to save the Esteemed Knight here. It seems if you saw correctly and he does have a Zephyr in hand, then he is probably thinking about that.
Alec doing a little math for his next turns or 2. Knows he has the Attune the Winds. Wants to figure out how he's going to utilize that if his ally does die. But he'll take it. He wants to keep the cards. Influence matters more to him than overall board wealth.
Yeah. And now Glenn is thinking about something. He has a fast gear and a Stalwart Shieldmate, and I think
And a Fireball. So Fireball won't be able to be played this turn.
Oh, he has a Ghost and a Cruxite in hand.
Oh, actually, it might be just be
Yeah.
a Shieldmate. It
It's
might
a-
just be a
it's just a
Shieldmate.
Shieldmate,
Yeah.
yeah. And he just goes for the Shieldmate.
Yep. You'll be able to get another floating memory here. Filling his graveyard with all this floating memory is extremely valuable. It gives him the opportunity to, on the Merlin level turn, rest Merlin, banish a card from his own graveyard.
Yep.
If it has floating memory, gain a level counter. That will enable the Merlin level 3 Kingslayer, which at the beginning of your recollection, you gain a level counter, and if it's uneven, draw a card and gain all your attacks this turn, gain +2. So overall, could give him significant value for a level 3 Flame Sweep. It could also give him just a really good draw into more Regalia,
Yep.
more Pendragons. We see Cruxite, we see Pendragon. There's no dungeon guide though still.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a little tougher in that situation.
But if he manages, to stall the game for a bit more, then he can draw, and he has a good chance of drawing into the dungeon guy here. And he's not in a hurry. I think not yet, at least.
Well, not with 2 Shieldmates on the board. That's a lot to protect
Yeah.
with. So Alec going to be popping that Fire Resonance Bauble, meaning no Gildas in hand.
Yeah. He drew a Deflecting Edge.
Does have influence of 8
Yeah.
so far.
He has
See a double Attune the Winds. He does have a Zephyr, Woodland Squirrels, and I
And
believe an Imperial Recruit.
or I think it was it
it's
was
a
a
Lurking.
Lurking Assailant. I think the question is what does he just go all out and play? His influence is 8, right? Yeah.
I think a really safe play here is to play the Lurking, and
Yep.
then attune with the Winds. Actually,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think an early attune on 2 stealth, like 1.5 stealth. You have 1 stealth unit, 1 pseudo stealth unit. Lurking Assailant having stealth when you're awake is just a really good way to accrue immediate value against Glenn. It's gonna be harder for
Yep.
Glenn to take out these things. We know Glenn doesn't have a Flame Sweep. We know he doesn't have the Incendiary Fractals yet, but maybe Alec is showing a lot of respect for that, right?
Yeah.
If Glenn decides to level up to 2 with an Incendiary Fractal in hand, that's going to be enough damage to kill through the Lurking. 4 damage if you have class bonus for Mage. However, the Shimmer Cloak right now is kind of in a threat zone.
Yeah.
I don't feel
yeah.
super comfortable
It's
about.
2 life is it's a rough place. You know, you usually want to go for 3-cost 2/3s, so it's harder to sweep them, even if you have especially if you have protection for them with like a way to make their health grow with like buff counters. So it's definitely interesting to see what he's going to do here, but I think he might just go for the he went for the lurking, and I think he's keeping up maybe deflecting edge to if Glenn wants to take something out or he wants to flame sweep, he has the deflecting edge to protect at least one of his allies.
That's going to be a tough choice here. So we are going to actually see the removal. Goodbye, Flamer Swordsman. So we have 3 floating memory in the graveyard here for Glenn.
Yeah, so it's easy. He can just go up to level 2 and go into Merlin 2 and banish the floating memory like you said earlier.
Yeah, so Alec is most likely passing his turn here. Wants to hold the interaction in hand, deflecting edge, Zephyr. On the other side here, though, we have Glenn. Just as a quick moment to say this, we see the overlay is 0-0 currently, but as you can see by Alec's phone on the screen there, it is actually 0-2. There was 2 damage from the Shimmer Cloak a couple turns ago into face against Glenn.
Yes. It was when he didn't have the stalwart shield made out there to protect himself. I think Glenn might be thinking which level 2 to go into, you know? Does he want to commit to Merlin or want to go the safer route in this matchup with Lorraine and, attacking for that?
There's a couple interesting choices he can make here. So deflecting edge stops 1 kill.
Yep.
Zephyr stops another kill in the same way, optionally. But you can only do that with 1. So Glenn here might actually go for something that gives him more influence. We are going to see Lorraine Blademaster. So the first time this tournament, we're going to be seeing him going into Lorraine level 2, paying with 2 for memory. So we're going to see the Flamer and Swordsman and the first shield mate there go into banishment. Glenn still maintaining 1 floating memory in the graveyard. Going to draw a card here.
There's a Library Witch. It's also one of those cards. It's basically a stalwart shield mate here, and it draws a card off it. It's instead of floating memory, you get a card, and you get another influence. You actually draw a card. So
it's gonna be risky here. So Glenn declaring an attack for 3 damage towards the lurking assailant.
And I am.
Alec going to be using the deflecting edge there to block the damage and block the draw.
Yeah, denying that extra resource. I think that's what you want to do here. Just deny as much as you can from the Lorraine player, because I think when you go to Lorraine 2, you're very much counting on the extra card draw, and he was probably with 2 fireballs in hand. I assume he was counting on getting to draw, and he does go for fireball for 3.
For 3.
And for 4, it's
4 cost, but not a mage. I'll be perfectly honest. I think Glenn's choice to make that play was extremely greedy to go into the Merlin.
Yeah.
Or the Lorraine Blademaster there. I think going into Merlin, if you were planning on leveling up, gives you more options, because you really need the ability. I mean, you're going to Lorraine level 2. You have no flame sweep. You have no way to add extra damage. You're running Savage Slash in your deck, right? You're able to overcome a lot of these damage threshold blocks. Forcing Alec to use his Zephyr would have been a lot more effective.
Yes, and I think because then he has 2 fireballs in hand, right? And if a 4 cost, a fireball is a lot less effective here, I think.
However, with Glenn's choice, knowing that there is a deflecting edge missing, he may actually level up naturally into level 3 Blademaster. But the only downside is he has no Sword and Banishment, so we might wait 1 more turn before that comes out.
Yeah. So Alec goes for the Imperial Recruit here, which I think is a very good card. It's a strong card. Now, he can also... Yeah, he can...
3 down to a
3 down to a tune, yeah.
I'm still interested why he didn't do this last turn. I think last turn would have been pretty valuable, but maybe he was afraid of the level 2 Flame Sweep.
Yeah.
Level 2 Flame Sweep would have entirely cleared his board. 2 draws for Glenn.
Yeah.
So overall, definitely a better decision that he made here. I'm kind of glad that he didn't go for that line. I was thinking I was a little too greedy for the first game of the semifinals here at Grand Archive World Championship.
Yeah, definitely. I'm interested in why he didn't go for the squirrel here, push more damage, because he had the influence for it. I didn't see which card he kept in hand, But oh, you got and Glenn goes for a Drawn Blade to dig.
Ooh, Drawn Blade
deeper.
into a Savage
Yeah.
Slash is actually pretty valuable here. So he's going to be able to use that Savage Slash and actually kill the...
Imperial Recruit.
well, it depends. He might actually go for the Shimmer Cloak because he still has one durability available
True.
on his Sword of Seeking. But if he uses the Drawn Blade to go into the Recruit, that is going to be pretty decent overall.
Yeah, that's going to bring more value for the Blade Master because Spirit Ruler, apologies, the Spirit Ruler, because then when he levels up, he can get Drawn Blade back and draw an additional card off of it. So
Yeah, lots of different ways to get value here if you're Glenn. One of the things I got to say with Alec here is, so you mentioned why he didn't play the Squirrel
Yep.
for the Attune. I think he wants to hold up Influence of 6 so that if he does draw into a Gildas, he'll have pretty heavy swings there. He wants to maintain natural balance without needing to use a Resonance Bauble or a Grand Crusader's Ring, to which I believe he's actually used.
he used both
Both?
of those already, yeah.
Yeah, so going down in Influence here would be a little bit tough. If he does pull the Gildas, it would feel dead in hand.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So I think he is counting on that. It's definitely interesting. So Glenn does have that decision to make as well. He could theoretically remove Alec's whole board with the Fireball in hand and attacks.
I think safety choice here is going to be Savage Slash coming
Yeah.
in with the Drawn Blade, break the Drawn Blade.
I see. What is he gonna? Which sword is he using? I think Glenn is thinking about whether to use Seeking or Drawn Blade here.
Going to be interesting. He could kill the Shimmer Cloak. So he is
So
going to be
he's
using Sword of Seeking. Wants to take the safe option. Doesn't want to have to waste a Fireball here to clear an ally.
Yeah. It is. He can also, he can play the Flame Rune Swordsman and just attack the Imperial Recruit to stop it from being fostered.
The
Which-
Foster Deny is pretty good here.
Yeah.
Another option, I think, is playing a Library Witch.
Yeah, just that also it saves him one, gives him one more turn of potential damage.
Oh, so we're going to see him. He's going to be putting down the Fireball with the Flamer Swordsman there. Putting down the
Ooh.
Flamer Swordsman makes a lot of sense. If he's going to be naturally leveling here, he wants to be able to get rid of things that aren't super valuable to him. If I recall correctly, he kept the Cruxite and the Pendragon, so we will give him an immediate value on turn
Yeah.
on the Spirit Ruler level up turn here.
I thought I may have saw a Fraskier instead, but I may be wrong. May have missed saw.
Oh, was it Faskier?
Maybe Faskier.
Oh, interesting.
The Cruxite I'm entirely sure on as well. So Alec is leveling up here. So then he probably kept a heavy swing in hand, because he can just go, and then the second Attune goes out, because now he has an influence of 5, going to draw one more for 6.
Oh, 6, yes.
Yeah.
Is it 5? Oh, it is 5. You're right, yeah.
Yeah.
It is 5. He's going to be going to... I literally just said it last turn. I'm already forgetting the influence of our players here.
All right.
Seems to be that there's a light judge. I
so
see.
There's been a judge call for how many times the Sword of Seeking was used.
Oh, I
they
think a
may have-
durability counter was not removed at the
Yeah.
time of the deflecting edge. Maybe he assumed it was a Zephyr.
Yeah.
Zephyr interaction would mean that no combat would be done.
And then the sword wouldn't have been involved in damage calculations. So
Yeah,
it
so he
wouldn't-
actually is going to have to potentially make a rewind here. Alternatively, it may just be a failure to maintain game state.
Yeah.
Warning.
Yeah. It's interesting because Glenn still has the other sword. So. All right.
So in an attempt here, they're going to try to rewind game state. It's not too far gone from here.
Yeah, it's they're just checking to make sure everything's all right, everything's correct. They are. And this is always interesting. Judge calls are tough to figure out what exactly needs to be done. There's someone walking by with a Tristan CSR cut
the
out.
giant one?
Yeah, the oversized card. I just heard some clapping.
I think that's Wildflower. She was the
Yeah.
one cosplaying the Tristan yesterday.
Yeah. That's very cool.
Yeah, so in an attempt to go back game state wise here, it's gonna be a little difficult because we had a level up banishment reveal. I don't think Alec had a chance to draw a card yet, so it's a good catch here by one of our table judges, Hobo Crab. If you guys don't know Hobo Crab, fantastic member of the community, is helping us a lot with translations and rules and such. So it's very, very, very wonderful member of the community.
Yeah.
Actually, yesterday during the Mercurial Heart Recollection event, he opened an EVP.
He opened a Slime King
With
CSR.
with the Slime King CSR is absolutely fantastic. Very, 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 very well earned.
Yes.
He's a wonderful human being, so the karma is good for him in that situation.
Yeah, it's awesome. Overall, yesterday I played in the Recollection. Oh no. So players are.
I think we're trying to see what's going on. We're just, gonna do a little listen in here, try to figure out what's going on. Yeah, so it seems the judges are deliberating where to go from here. There was a pretty bad failure to maintain game state. They did go quite far forward. Both players, I believe, missed it. Yeah, with the Attune the Winds within the buff counters showing on both of the different allies on board, it actually does make the math a little bit more complicated for what Glenn is able to kill and what he isn't able to kill.
Yeah, true. They are deliberating here.
And there's a lot going on there. There's a lot going on there. So, I mean, if you guys just saw that on stream, that was Mr. Eggnog. Eggnog. Yeah, he's the wonderful rules man.
Yeah,
he does it all. Big shout out to him. So thank you guys, and big shout out to Weebs for actually making such a fantastic event. Having the opportunity to come here as casters, coming all the way across the world to cast with me feels so comfortable. It feels so good. It's a pleasure to cast with you, Mr. Producer San, Shinja, everyone at TM32.
Yeah, it's
absolutely
awesome.
wonderful people.
The event has been incredible. All the feedback I've heard from everyone's really enjoying Worlds. It's a fantastic, and I think. It's for first World Championship.
World's best judge, Birdie.
For first World Championship, it's extremely high quality. I'm very impressed with what's been put together here. And looking all over the room, I think everyone's very happy.
Everyone's enjoying themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many things going on right now. We have Path of Steel Day 2. So the top 16 teams are available to play. We have side events. We have the Scrubbed Out of Steel side event. We have FTC Sealed Kits events.
Yeah.
We have so many things. Yeah, Silver's going on. I mean, we have everything happening all at the same time. And it is just such a fantastic day to be a Grand Archive player.
It's wonderful to be here. And did you play yesterday in the Recollection, the MRC preview event?
I did not. I wanted to play. One of my friends missed it. Getting signed up, so I offered him my box, and I ended up grinding through a bunch of silver submissions, just nerding out in my room, doing the math, furiously typing like the cat gif, cat slamming the keyboard. Yeah, that was me. That was me for like 45 straight minutes. Ran down here to make sure everything was good, and then I wanted some footage of everyone in the crowd just hanging out. I wanted to be able to get that really like authentic B-roll moment. So if you guys don't know, we're gonna be bringing a vlog towards behind the scenes. Of what Ascent Worlds looks like. So, we always see us, but it's different when you see what we see and what you see when we're setting up and everything and kind of discussing. Like, player interviews, for example, are a fantastic one to see. So you get to see, Shinja giving an interview and what that looks like and what that actually entails in the whole thing. You get all the like funny bloopers where everyone's laughing over some silly questions and stuff.
And you also don't get to see the questions or like how it actually happened on the B-roll. So it's very interesting. I think it's a very, very cool. Okay, so
We both.
they're just we're back to players now.
So both the players here, just waiting on the deliberation of the judges, but they're actually, I can hear them talking about it. They're discussing. They're like, man, we both missed it, and they're like, yeah, like it's just a really rough situation to be here, but it's a good thing that it was caught by the stream judge. Hopefully something will be coming through. So we do have the judges coming back, so I'll be listening in for the declaration here. What is the decision?
Even if we say that the drawn blade was used to face.
So the problem is that there's a lot of decision points that have been made as a result, and the mistake has been it's too far gone. Right? You didn't catch it. You didn't catch it.
Yeah,
You touched it. You didn't catch it. So unfortunately, there's too much. There's been too many decisions made.
We'll have information for you here shortly.
Now public that cannot be rolled back in this game, unfortunately.
So the final ruling is in. It's going to be a game loss for Glenn here. It's very, very rough. Even Alex said himself he thought it was a very, very harsh infraction. But the agreement and basically the talking points were that too many decisions were made and too much hidden information was revealed. And so in this situation, it's too difficult to actually roll back and maintain game state. It is rough because both players missed it, and it was not caught quick enough where there was the ability to go back.
Yeah, there has been many things since then, and many decisions made from both players, based on that. So it's understandable, but you can see both players are very, very unhappy about it. But you know, I can't imagine being in Glenn's place right now. It's very unfortunate.
Well, it's time to get ready for game 2.
Yeah.
Game 2 has the potential. Yeah, so Alec getting a little translation here from Hobocraft so you can understand more clearly exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
Want both players to be very clear and understood.
Yeah.
We may be going to a short break here really quickly before the game starts.
All right, I heard there's going to be like a 5-minute break for them to, recollect themselves, because this is very rough. It's a very tough situation, especially if you're in semifinals. It's not something you want to happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much pressure going on, right? I mean, you're in the top 4. You're playing for the world championship title. You're playing for the pride of your country. You're playing for your friends. You're playing for everyone that supports you.
Yeah.
And sometimes it just gets to you. It's a lot. It really is.
It's everyone's. I think everyone, they were both so focused on their game plan and seeing what to do, that they both missed it. And I think it's extremely unfortunate because it was shaping up to be a wonderful game as well from both players. They were, you could see them deliberate every decision, because it's very, very important, every decision they make. And it's unfortunate that was missed,
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different lines you can take. We saw Alec holding the 4 cards in hand with the deflecting edge and the Zephyr. He could have simply just played it and tuned the winds over it, but he really wanted to figure out, what is the best line, what's the best way for me to find damage overall in the next 3 turns, the next 2 turns, and it was to hold those cards up. And because of that, it really shows that there are a lot of very difficult point decisions to be made throughout the process, and that's why it's so difficult to rewind, right? We're looking at attune the wind ally. So in this case, if, for example, if they weren't attune the winds, right? If there are no buff counters, he would still be able to swing and kill the ally, right? A different ally, of course, because he wouldn't have true sight. But in this case, if he does that, it would be it would be a move that doesn't make sense to even try to maintain from that going forward. And it would just be a weird, okay, now you have to continue the game at a significant disadvantage.
Yeah.
So, final decision from the judges. It's gone too far. Significant mistake was made. And I mean, both players still agreeing. The penalty is very harsh in this situation, but both are ready to play the next game and kind of just focus on it. So we're going to be seeing some sideboarding in here from both players. What are you feeling? What's in, what's out?
I don't think Glenn really has much to put in here, because his sideboard is more catered towards the Rye matchup, the combo matchup. So maybe disintegrates, but those are not even those are that great.
I think we're gonna see Tithe in for the Safeguard Amulet. Safeguard Amulet pretty useless against a Wind Allies player.
True.
Especially since they're not running Prismatic Edge. So Tithe allows you to use a floating memory and gain a +1.
Yeah, and then you can ghost it back if you're on level 3.
Yeah, a lot of different options there.
Yeah. And since you're probably expecting Alec to play it as well, then it's not that relevant anymore. Stopping yourself from that card draw, and you know, it doesn't matter if your opponent is also stopping you from drawing cards.
Yeah, and then on Alex's side, we're probably going to see Water Resonance Bobble out. We're going to see Wind Resonance Bobble out. Most likely things like Smoke Bombs. I mean,
Yeah.
that was a really relevant one here. Safeguard Amulet might come in.
And I think Nullifying Lantern might also come in.
Yeah, I think Nullifying Lantern is definitely a big option here. So lots of different choices on what he can take, what he can take out. But at the same time, like, it's difficult because you really only want to move 2 slots, maybe 3. So if you have to choose between those, we're probably going to see Smoke Bombs. And it's a 50-50, I think, between the Safeguard Amulet and Nullifying Lantern. We did see him go into, play a couple Fireballs, but this is an open deck list, right?
Yeah.
Both players are able to see exactly what they're playing against.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I think also the Seeking Shots might be interesting, but for the Ghost of Pendragons, because those are human allies. So the Seeking Shot takes care of ghosts. So you might want to bring those in as well.
Yeah, Seeking Shot's definitely valuable in this matchup. Hopefully, Glenn is able to bounce back from here in the mental. You know, it's definitely a really, really tough thing to come back from.
It's that's the biggest worry here, because it's not only now a best of 1 for him, or like he really has to be on top of his game. It also got it disrupted probably his mindset. That's why he had to take a short break. Get back into it. But both players are still very respectful.
Yeah, so Glenn most likely thinking about whether or not he wants to be going first here or going second.
Yeah, he's deliberating. Glenn deciding on going first in the end. Let's see his starting hand. First 7.
That's a pretty good start.
Oh
my, what is that?
That is 3 fast gears in his opening.
Okay,
hand.
maybe that's not the greatest start.
Yeah, you were a bit hasty, but he does have a creative shock in hand, so he can cycle them through.
It's
discard them, get into it.
definitely a good start, because at the end of the day, you go level 1, you now have the floating memory availability to cycle those, right? You can play them, even if you're not going to use a creative shock to get a +1 in the situation. You can play them and then neutral them out by using, Tithe Proclamation, neutral them out with Drawn Blade. So you have options. Plus, going first in the situation, you have less influence mainly, so you'll actually be able to utilize the fast cures for health.
Yeah. It's a versatile card. It's not only there to discard in this matchup. So, Ali going for the Lurking
the
Assailant.
double lurkings.
Oh, that's a sweet starting hand. But he also has a Shimmer Cloak Assassin, but it's double lurking.
Oh, double lurking though.
Yeah. That is, that is a very solid turn 1.
So something interesting that he could have done is, he could have actually played a fast cure if he wanted. He would need to double it down, but he's gonna use a creative shock. The creative shock is better value influence wise. Maybe he doesn't need to recover that 4 health now. Could do it later down the road.
But he can also do. Yeah, he's doing both.
There we go. So we're going to get both. So Creative Shock, 3 down for Creative Shock. In response to the Creative Shock on the stack, we're going to 2 down for Fast Cure. Fast Cure will recover us all the way down. Now, that's a bit of a gamble, though, because you got another Fast Cure! There's no way he saw 4 Fast Cures in his first, 9 cards of the game?
Yeah. It's insane. Well,
Holy, I was not expecting to see something like that. This is actually pretty good for Glenn, though. He's going to be able to use this as a constant healing.
Yeah. And he gets, floating memory and heal. And he gets to, recover off of it as well. And he has a Flame Sweep. Well,
Flame Sweep, this, you just, end step, Fast Cure, heal again, level up, Flame Sweep.
that's the ideal thing what you want to do. But
so,
yeah.
In Alex's hand, I don't think I saw any of the Song of Nurturings come up.
No, he has a Shimmer Cloak, a
Heavy Swing, Raccoon. Squirrels.
Something else? That was a wind card, definitely.
I'll have to see.
Yeah.
Alec most likely going into a Fire Resonance Bauble.
Yeah. So you want to draw cards here? Question: How defensive does he want to be? I think that's the question here. Both players are concentrating very hard on this game because
there's a lot of pressure. I mean, you're down 1 to a game loss. You really want to make sure everything is cool, calm, collected, calculated, ice in your veins.
Yeah, you need to be on top. Oh, he is going for the Fire Resonance Bubble.
Do we see the Gildas? Oh, the Ace and Protector, a
Oh.
classic here for Alec.
That is.
We almost always see that Woodland Squirrels on the top of his hand, even if he had it earlier in the game. But,
Yeah.
you know, top deck Ace and Protector.
Yeah,
Feels good.
It's always nice to see it, you know.
The interesting thing is if he does find a Gildas on the draw of the Bioresonance Bubble there, he can play the Squirrel with it, balance it, and then bounce it with the Ace and afterwards.
True. Nice Squirrel. Gonna.
So I think we're just going to see the Ace and only.
Yeah, because the Ace and Protector.
Oh, wait, is that a song? Did he put down a Song of Nurturing?
That was. Oh no, I think that's what he keeps.
Oh, it looks like
keeping
he's keeping in his hand.
Yeah. So when Ace and Protector comes in, it bounces an ally to your hand, and because Woodland Squirrels cost 0, that's the optimal ally to bounce back here. You know, because you can replay
More
it
damage coming in. That's a
immediately.
lot of damage on the field.
Yeah.
So we're going to see an influence of 7 here for Alec.
And he does have the Song of Nurturing and
Oh,
exactly
man.
2 cards to play it as well. So
That's it's going to be rough. Flame Sweep for what, 5?
1, 2.
Should be Flame Sweep for 5. So he will be able to kill both the lurking assailants, but he will not be able to kill the Ace and Protector.
Yeah. They goes for the fast gear.
Down for another fast gear. So double fast gear will allow him to heal. Influence of 5 goes all the way back
Recover
down to 0. And we see all. Alex, like, how did you see all 4 of these?
It's
Definitely a good one here.
Yeah. It's sometimes you just get those hands, you know. You just get everything.
Sometimes you see 4 fast gears. Sometimes you see 0 dungeon guides.
Yeah, like earlier. Yeah.
He's 2 sudden steals here.
Ooh. He's going for the flame sweep.
Going for the flame sweeps. We're going to see. Do we see the Song of Nurturing to stop the Aeson from dying? That is an interesting question because no value is gained on the lurking assailants. So he'll kill. Yeah, so Alex, Alec knows. He goes, these 2 are dead.
But
I'll
this
take
one-
5. We're going to get 2 draws here for Glenn. Glenn actually with a fantastic opener.
Yeah. Oh, and
What,
it's
a shield mate?
It's 2 shield mates, isn't it?
I
saw
don't actually know, but we
correctly.
are going to see 1 come on the field for sure.
Yeah. There was, the judge made sure that everything happens
Hobo Crab
correctly.
reminding of the durability counter, Glenn.
Yeah.
Sigh of relief. Thank you.
Yeah. It's Glenn's banishment is just all fast gears right now.
The triple fast gear
Yeah.
is definitely a good one here.
It's what you want to see, but so Alec is once again, does he want to go on the offense or defense? Because he has a heavy swing in hand, which he could he can push through damage very easily. But I think it's the most amount of value is if you go up to level 1. Use the bulwark, use the heavy swing. But you have to have an influence of 7 for that. 8 at the beginning of turn, or 7 at the beginning of turn, and then.
I feel like we're going to see either Bulwark Sword or Grand Crusader's Ring here.
Yeah.
If he does put the Bulwark Sword in to kill the Shield Mate, he's able to use the Ace and Protector for more damage to face.
Yeah, and he does go for the bulwark. That's, review colors are correct, and.
What Imperial Recruit.
Imperial Recruit.
I was
That's
wondering if he was going to get a Scavenging Raccoon. I mean,
Yeah.
against Glenn, a Scavenging Raccoon would be absolutely crippling. It would really give him like a significant advantage over that.
Yeah. He has another Ace and Protector in hand. So he could do Squirrel Ace in again.
That's very possible. So we're going to see 2 damage here. Ace and taking out the Shield Mate. Going to play Squirrel. Squirrel most likely coming in for 1.
On 1, yeah.
And another
then
Ace and Protector.
Another Ace in? Yeah, I think
We
so.
are going to see
Dang.
double Ace on the board. Holy.
Double Ace and
Double
Protector.
lurking into double Ace.
Both players
Glenn
are
smirking.
just...
He knows.
Yeah, he knows. Both players are just, drawing the same cards over and over again.
For such a fantastic opener for Alec, I really have to say that, Glenn had a fantastic response to that. 4 fast gears, Creative Shock available to him.
Yeah,
Drew blindly into the floating memory on the Creative Shock.
Yeah, he had faith in his deck, and it did pay off, He did get what he wanted. And now, Alec is just pushing through for even more damage with Bulwark Sword there, I think he's, he doesn't have to be worried about another Flame Sweep. Because...
Drawn Blade draws. Do we see a Dungeon Guide here? Does Glenn... Because if Glenn sees a Dungeon Guide, it's a pretty big advantage. He can swing, break the Drawn Blade, bring it back, draw another card. We're going to see a Fireball.
Fireball, 2 sudden steals, 2 crack sights,
A Resolute Stand.
stand, another A Flame Moon Swordsman and another Stalwart Shieldmate, I think.
Their Stalwart Shieldmate pretty good in this situation.
Yeah.
Most likely wants to get one of the aces off the field, so needs to find 4 damage.
Yeah, which
Potential sudden steal, break the drawn blade.
potentially that is not a bad plan. Or, he could also just Fireball, you know, because he's not gonna get the mage value off of Fireball, so he could Fireball and then attack one of the Asins to
That's true.
kill
The
him.
value of that, you put down what, two
If-
sudden steals and a Flame Rune Swordsman? A Flame Rune Swordsman, sudden steal, Resolute Stand maybe?
Yeah, or you can also just kill one of them, and then he still has the influence to play the Stalwart Shieldmate.
Honestly, just put down the Crux Sight.
Yeah, dude,
Like,
he has to.
you have 2 Crux Sights and no other Crux cards in hand. There's no Ghost of Pendragon.
Yeah,
Incarnate Majesty is not going to be useful in this matchup. He doesn't have the efficiency for
Yep.
it yet.
and he's not gonna. So
So the attack declaration
It
comes in with 1 on
one
the drawn blade.
yeah, and then he's going for the Fireball, and
Roll
is he-
Fireball for 3.
Yeah, and he will put down 2 Crux Sights and 2 Sudden Steals, and I think he is keeping up for the
Shieldmate, most likely.
Yeah. Because if he does, if he goes with the Shieldmate, then Alec takes care of the Shieldmate. Then he does, only loses 1 influence to the.
Yeah, having double floating
Leveling up.
memories available. The
Yeah.
risky part is Alec could at any point draw a Scavenging Raccoon. He does run 3 of them in the
Yeah.
deck. It's not an impossible thing to see. It's such a scary thought to hold your floating memory in the graveyard like that.
Yeah. It's rough, but you have to take the risk sometimes. That you have to be sure. Sometimes it's just like that. He can also, because he doesn't need the Crux right now. Glenn is not too pressed to go up to level 3 because he has the 2 Crux Sights now.
Grand Crusader's Ring materialized. He's going to banish that to draw a card.
Immediately.
We'll see what does Alec have available to him.
His influence is a lot right now. He has 2 Gildash.
I think there's a Dream Fairy in his hand.
Oh.
At the back of his hand.
Yeah, he definitely has one Gildash though.
I mean, he has Gildas with the Gildas and a Squirrel balance.
Is it? I'm unsure of his influence right now. He has a lot of cards in hand.
I believe he has 8 cards in hand.
Oh, then it would. He goes for the. He did have 8 cards in hand. He goes for the Shimmer Cloak Assassin here, because he has another one in hand.
I guess it wasn't a Dream Fairy. It was a second Shimmer Cloak that I saw.
Yeah. And then, now Glenn has the 2 floating memory, and Alec has no raccoon, so he will get to go up with just by losing 1 influence from his hand. So Alec just pushing as much damage as he can, paying 2.
Oh, is
For
that rally
the-
defense? Oh, just
No,
swing with the Bulwark
just swing
Sword.
with the Bulwark Sword.
Interesting. Breaks the Bulwark Sword here.
Yeah, that is. I think he's just being as aggressive as possible right now. Pushing as much damage as he can.
Yeah, a great man once told me, if you finish the game with durability counters on your weapons, you're doing something wrong. And I think Alec might be listening to some of that advice. It makes a lot of sense though. Push the damage available there, and just utilize your Resolute
I
Stand.
understand. That's
Probably one of the not one of the worst ones actually. I think to
yeah,
vanish here.
Yeah, I don't think he would have minded losing a Crux Sight there.
Or I mean, even losing one of the Sudden Steals is not so bad.
Yeah. Oh, but he drew into a Ghost of Pendragon.
Ah, the
Oh,
classic.
yeah.
I literally heard
Yeah,
the
they
sigh of relief. I
was-
quite literally heard Glenn.
Go.
Oh man, that was a moment.
That was, he believed and he got it. So
It'd be a fantastic opener here for him.
Yeah.
We're gonna see Drawn Blade for damage into the Ace and Protector most likely. Could see Ghost of Pendragon bouncing the Sword of Seeking back.
Yeah.
Keep up your durability counters on all weapons. Is that triple Crux Sight? Oh, it's a Library Witch?
That's Library Witch, I think. And saw it in his hand. when he drew it for turn. So Pendragon? What is he? Probably you need to put back the Sword of Seeking here, right? Even though Shimmer Cloak has stealth, you can always just get it back.
Yeah, you want to reset the durability counters on here. So on enter, he's going to draw 2 his Shield Mate.
And
Incendiary
Fractal.
Fractal.
Okay.
Oh, Incendiary Fractal kills the Shimmer Cloak Assassin, so he's actually able to clear the whole board if he goes for this.
Yeah. He is in a good spot now. Well, that top deck is exactly what he needed. He believed it and then got it.
I mean, he has a lot of options here. Sort of Seeking, you could just bring it back out next turn. You don't necessarily need to force like a Tithe Proclamation or anything like that.
Yeah. So it seems that he is going to kill the Asim Protector. Yeah.
So Asim Protector is going to die in the situation. Durability going down to 3 on that drawn blade. And here it is. The Incendiary Fractal comes out.
Yeah, to see, you know, to take care of the Shimmer Cloak, clears the board. And Incendiary Fractal is very good because it's reservable. So he can do more things.
If I recall correctly, Glenn did utilize a Grand Crusader's Ring, right? Or has he not banished? I don't think he's actually materialized yet.
I don't think he's been leveling up very consistently and then got the Drawn Blade.
I see. So one of the interesting things that could happen here is if Alec does manage to kill and clear that Ghost of Pendragon without taking out a Nullifying Lantern.
Yeah.
Since he materialized into Tenoris level 1, he's going to go for the Balance Guildus, kill the Pendragon. But what's going to happen is if he goes for a Grand Crusader's Ring, he could banish it pre-Recollection, pay the 2 for his Cruxite, and draw it back into his hand, and then resolve it to draw a card, banish the Cruxite.
Yeah.
And that's going to be really, really scary here for Alec.
Yeah. It is definitely stressful here for Alec, but you know, you can't know, you know. You can't know what your opponent has, unfortunately.
Yeah, he definitely needs to get that Ghost of Pendragon back. It's going to be very, very key for his matchup here.
Yep.
Hopefully he finds, you know, Flame Sweep. Flame Sweep would be exactly what helps him in this situation. Purging Flames not dealing enough damage to kill, especially with Tenoris having Taunt this turn.
Yeah.
So we are going to see the Grand Crusader's Ring. Pre-Recollection, we're going to crack it.
And then draw. Oh,
he put down the
both
Cruxites.
of the
Oh.
That's unfortunate here.
Interesting. I think he was maybe debating. I think he actually wanted to take out Tithe Proclamation.
Yeah, probably. Very possibly.
But either way, another Incendiary Fractal.
That's good.
What do we see? So Cruxite first, resolve it to bring back the Pendragon. Most likely going to swing the 1 into Tenoris, just to get a little bit of damage in before you bounce that weapon back to your material deck.
Yeah.
I think keeping the Incendiary Fractal is not too bad, but it's not like amazing at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could play defensively here by putting Library Witch up.
Yeah, which is yeah. The Incendiary Fractal here is not that much value because he's not a mage, so he only deals 2 damage. But he's doing the Cruxite, getting back the pay 2 extra to get back the Pendragon.
Yep. So we're gonna return a Crux card from graveyard to hand, and then resolve the rest of the effect here.
Oh.
So there's the Dungeon Guide Classic. A turn or 2 afterwards.
A bit late, but Dungeon Guide is a Dungeon Guide.
No interaction here available for Alex, so any damage that comes through is going to stick on these allies. But Glenn doesn't have an answer. Doesn't really have an answer yet.
Yeah, he only had the Incendiary Fractal and now a Fireball. But
2 cards could come out here. We have a lot of influence available.
yeah, you
We
can
see the Drawn Blade go down to 2.
Yeah. It's probably what he wants here is Pendragon, look for an answer. But it's...
The thing is, overall, you're not too worried about losing the Pendragon again to a Balanced Guildus,
Yeah.
right? You just bring it back again with Cruxite. He could actually just throw up 2 Library Witches.
Yeah.
Library Witches are an option, but
but
clearing that Ghost can be really important.
Yeah. And the Library Witch doesn't protect the Ghost of Pendragon because Intercept only works if they attack your champion. So...
Yeah, it just proves to have a way so that Glenn can essentially forcing someone to target something else is the same thing as, you know, having a taunt or an intercept. So Ghost of Pendragon being one of those big targets, Gilda's also being one of those big targets. Do we see the double witch?
3.
We probably do.
Yeah, it is.
So I don't think Glenn has any floating memory left.
Yeah.
So most likely banishing 1 from 6 there for the Drawn Blade. Drawn Blade on pre-recollection after the draw will allow him to utilize that Crux Sight again to bring back Ghost of Pendragon if it does die.
Yeah, but he also has, 2 cards in hand and Fractal, so he's not even, forced to go for the Drawn Blade.
Well, the Fractal has actually been reserved already for the cost payment of the first Library Witch. So having only 2 influence means that he needs to bring the Drawn Blade to have 3 cards in hand for the Crux Sight.
But Fractal wakes up before
Oh, true.
recollection.
Man, Wake Up is... Fractals are so good.
Fractals are,
Fractals are too good. Actually, specifically in this ally matchup, Fractals are fantastic.
Yeah.
Because you use them for the damage, but then you get the overall accrued value over probably 6 or 7 turns.
Yeah. It's
It's happening.
It's
Is he
a-
doing it?
oh,
Terrafring, or is it a Tithe Proclamation?
it's a hard decision here. But, Pendragon has been brought back once. There's been a lot of value off of it already, so Terrafring it is.
Terrafring is good. Usually you see this in the other order. Usually it's Terrafring, and then after that, you're going to see them utilize the level up into Tenoris level 1. But in this game, we're just actually going to see it in the opposite order. It's the same effect overall.
Yeah. It's, protect yourself. Oh, he drew another Ace-in. He drew his 3rd Ace-in of the game. Ace-in Protector.
Gildas swings. Ace-in bounces Gildas. Kick.
It is Protect Gildas.
Oh, he has a squirrel. I forgot he still has that
yeah,
squirrel.
he still has it.
Still has a squirrel.
Squirrel comes back every time.
Whoa, squirrel attacks, I believe, face. Is Glenn going to...
attacks
the
Pendragon.
Pendragon.
Right.
I guess he was unsure what was being hit.
Yeah.
Ace and Protector, the classic.
That's it. Yeah, and then take out the Pendragon with the Ace-in Protector. It is. So Alec does go and kill both Library Witches, which is what Glenn wants here, honestly. Increases influence, see more cards,
The crazy thing is, Glenn has the influence available to actually utilize an Incarnate Majesty as a Spirit Ruler, Lorraine.
Yeah, just, pay for it, pay for all of it,
Sort of seeking, most likely, in this situation.
Yeah. Possibly. Well, he has the influence to, it's... maybe if he wants to cycle something, like Incendiary Fractal, or the 2 dungeon guides he just drew last turn. If he wants to, cycle those, it's also not bad to go out for the Drawn Blade,
Yeah, it's a tough decision to make.
Yeah, but it's also, the pressure is still on Alex's side, It may look like, Glenn is in a great spot, but Alec has a lot of good allies on board, He can balance the Gildash if he has another Imperial recruit. All right, so...
Yeah, so Alec having that squirrel in hand for so long just lets him balance on any number he really needs to.
Yeah. Alec takes the dungeon guide, which is exactly what Glenn wants here, And then probably he's gonna do a pre-recollection Crux Sight, getting back Pendragon.
So this actually would have been a fantastic turn for the materialization of the Tithe Proclamation there from Alec instead of the Terrafring.
Yeah, it's... Alec does break Terrafring here, just to be sure, It's never too much. But Glenn has the influence where it doesn't matter too much, He has just all the cards. And
another Resolute in stand.
That is
Square Life collab, SLC non-foil.
Non-foil, but it's a beautiful Resolute stand there,
I recognize that anywhere. I played against Mark from Solar Games. He played those against me, and I was like, whoa.
It's beautiful. So Glenn can just go for the sudden steal here, hit for 7 damage, I think, with the Drawn Blade, which would put Alec into 16 damage counters. But it's still 1 off, even with Pendragon. He's going to be...
Let's see. Sudden Steal, 2 down for Sudden Steal. His influence is 11, or is it 12?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A lot. His influence
I think
is a lot.
he's 1 card short of playing Sudden Steal Ghost of Pendragon into a Fireball.
Yeah. Because he's not on Mage, so But he's, you know, he puts back the drawn blade before attacking with it.
Flavored swords of it. Oh, double resolute.
Oh.
That's actually very helpful. He can actually play this very safe because Alec is attacking with his ace and protectors. He has the choice of either just going straight upstairs with 2 sudden steals over 2 turns, or alternatively he can just clear the board.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I think he can go for sudden steal for 6 damage, correct? Right? And then Ghost of Pendragon would put him to 18, and does he have enough influence toward the Flame Rune Swords?
So we are going to see it.
Yeah, but he put down 2 Flame Rune Swordsmen, which...
Sudden steal for 5, pretty good here. Going to go up to 14. Most likely holding at least one Resolute in stand, maybe potentially more.
They can go... And he is exactly.
Oh, I forgot. So there's a Terrafring banished. Oh, and he actually has it.
I forgot
he
about
actually has game there.
That's
the
awesome.
fractal, the reservable ability here. That was a very, very close match. Very close match. Terrafring actually was. Oh, well,
it was a good play.
It probably still was the better play to Terrafring over the Tithe Proclamation. Tithe Proclamation would have denied extra draws. It would have denied 2 draws, but it actually wouldn't have made that much of a difference overall.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he drew into lethal. I think he had the sudden steal in hand already.
He had multiple sudden steals in hand already, and he had the fireball in hand and the Pendragon in hand, so he had everything he needed.
We're seeing a sideboard made here from Alec. It's definitely a nullifying lantern. Doesn't want to deal with Crux.
Yeah.
Crux sight is good.
It's so good. Then we saw it. The power of Crux sight is very, very great. It being fast and getting the Pendragon back before Recollection is very good here, because you immediately get back the 2 cards you pay for it as well. So you get back the Pendragon and you draw cards.
Crux sight is the best sight. I'm saying it. It's not Luxem sight. It's Crux sight. Crux sight is best.
Really?
No competition.
I think Luxem sight is up there.
You can play Crux sight in any Crux deck though. You can only play Luxem sight in very specific Luxem decks.
True.
Or you either reveal with Luxem cards like Uncover or Gleaming Cut, or you play Blinding Steel.
Light Reverse Assault.
Yeah, or Light Reverse Assault. I'm saying it. What do you think, chat? Do you guys think Crux sight is better or Luxem sight is better?
I mean, but those are definitely top 2 sites, right? Because
surely it's Terra sight. Terra sight is
Terra sight is so good though. It's a GCR every turn. Yeah.
We actually had this conversation with Mark yesterday when we were casting together. I was like, Terra sight's pretty good. And he's like, really? He's like, preserve.
It's
a GCR every turn. You just materialize the draw card. Then repeat. It's definitely an interesting one.
Then you have to live long enough to get the value off of it.
Sure, Sylvie never makes it to level 3.
Now she will. She will.
True.
I played Slime Sovereign yesterday. It was very, very good. It's super fun.
I did not play Slime Sovereign yesterday. I got slapped by it by Dan the other day. That was
yeah.
Ow.
I've been there. Yeah. Limitless Slime is too good.
Yeah, slimes are cool.
Slimes are cool. Yeah.
But we digress too much. Back to the match here. We're
Yeah.
going to be starting up. Players have shuffled up. Looking to cut here. Big sigh relief from Glenn. Making it 1-1 after the first game loss issued from the judges.
Yeah.
Failure to maintain game state from both players, and it was a little too far. Both players very happy to be where they are. Really looking forward to seeing which one makes it to the finals here.
Yeah, this is a final match. This will decide one of our finalists for the first ever Grand Archive World Championships. And Alec draws his starting 7, very slowly revealing it all. I
love the way he reveals it.
Yeah.
He knows exactly what the card is from like the tiniest corner of it, just from the art.
So he also needs to be very careful. You know, if he wants it to be a surprise for himself, he just has to slowly reveal.
This game's going to be interesting, though. Alec opened with an Inspiring Call. So Pre-Recollection Inspiring Call is an option in some cases here, as that is a fast speed card. We are going to see the classic Lurking Assailant down, is holding on to a Windrider Vanguard as well.
Ooh, that is a great opening hand, you know. Because Lurking Assailant, once again, it has stealth, so on the first turn, Glenn can't remove it effectively. Because it's a 2-3 as well, so even if he has an Incendiary Fractal, it's not enough. and he can't get a true side weapon yet. So
Yeah,
it's pretty
sadly
tough.
you can't. Oh, Dungeon Guide on top.
2 dungeon guides. I saw. Yeah, 2 dungeon
Two
guides.
Dungeon Guides and an
And-
Incarnate Majesty. Cremation. This is actually a pretty good hand. So Resolute Stand, double Dungeon Guide. Is that Creative Shock as well?
Yeah, he has a creative shock. He has. It's been a pretty good hand, but this is a Merlin focused hand. You see, it's a. Well, I may be just judging too early because of Incarnate Majesty, but
Now, Incarnate Majesty can be managed. You can literally just
Yeah.
put that down and not care about it in this matchup.
It's
Because at the
just-
end of the day, you're focused. You have 3 Incarnate Majesty in your deck. You don't necessarily need it, especially early on. Early on, you just if you need to cycle something out, every other card in his hand is more valuable to him.
yeah,
Against the Wind Allies matchup specifically, he's trying to slow the game down. He needs to survive for 4 or 5 turns, maybe 6 turns. So getting rid of an Incarnate Majesty really doesn't make a big difference. I don't think it actually dictates too much of whether he goes Merlin or Lorraine here.
Yeah.
The big difference is whether he draws a Purge in Flames or a Flame Sweep first.
yeah.
But also, Hasty Messenger in this means he's actually going to filter so fast. Dungeon Guides, Hasty Messenger, Cremation Ritual, has a Creative Shock, and a class bonus Floating Memory in his hand.
Yeah, it's very good. He's
a
in a good
fantastic
spot.
opener.
Yeah, it's a. He passed the turn though.
Pass turn, so we're going to see Creative Shock and Step. He does not have the ability to use that Floating Memory right away, but he could put cards down that he's not super interested in using immediately.
Yeah. It's the options definitely there, But my probably he's hoping to draw into do the
Whoa,
draw
he
into
knows.
Tithe Proclamation.
He knows the Tithe Proclamation first turn immediately coming in.
After
Oh,
last
and the Inspiring Call's
Ooh,
gone, actually.
That's all right. Drew into a heavy swing, and I think he has a raccoon in hand. So yeah,
Does
he
have a
has,
raccoon
he
in
does
hand.
have a raccoon in hand.
Ooh, he
so-
has a lot of interactions. So we see Deflecting Edge, we see a Song of Nurturing,
and
a Wind Rider Vanguard, and a Heavy Swing. Whoa.
yeah, and he has a balanced Gildash,
Whoa.
which is exactly what you want to see here. It's
I do like Gildas. The
Yeah.
balance of power is indeed a fickle thing.
wise words.
It's flavor text of the card.
Yeah.
I said that to Dan once, and he goes, "Why do you know the flavor?"
You
a
play
good one.
too much with her.
Hey, I am a certified Grand Archive nerd, and I am proud to say that.
Yeah, you should be.
Put down both your
Well,
Dungeon Guides.
I was gonna
Play the
mic-
Creative Shock. Banish one of the Dungeon Guides. Life is
Yeah.
good.
He put them both to the dungeon guides
The
and
classic.
then Card of Majesty,
You only need one.
You only
You
need
could get
one.
a fast cure here, a Shield Mates, and a Sudden
Awesome
Steal. Discarding the Shield
They
Mates.
should, you wanna guarantee your free level up, even though Shield Mate has taunt.
I mean, the value of using the Flamer Swordsman is actually going to get damage on the board, right?
Yeah.
So with the Flamer Swordsman and your level 1 here, you actually can kill one of these 3 life allies. However, Alec does hold a lot of interaction in his hand right now.
Yeah.
And this is where I like Bulwark Sword. Because if you swing with Bulwark Sword, you just
Yeah.
put 2 cards down. You level up.
True. You can.
Whoa.
Oh, Ghost.
Okay.
That is a great top deck.
I wonder. I'm actually really curious if he's going to go Lorraine in this. I feel like Lorraine is probably the right play.
Yeah, even without the flame sweep, Lorraine is just a lot more aggressive.
I mean, because
and-
surely he brought in his Disintegrates, right? We
Yeah.
saw the Tithe Proclamation early on in Game 1. Surely he brings the Disintegrate into his deck here and gives him the availability to deal with that early on.
Yeah.
And even if you're only like level 2, level 3 on Merlin level 2, or you're level 2 Lorraine, you can pay the 6 down to Disintegrate it. Like sometimes you just have to do what you have to
Yeah.
do, right?
And if you're level 3 and you have their ghosts and you have all this card, Crux has like access to a lot of card draw and a lot of value. So I don't think it's very, even you're not hard pressed to be a mage to pay for these high cost cards. You don't need efficiency necessarily here. So I think it's very solid. Like even Sudden Steal for like 5 is awesome. And I think Glenn is considering what to put down.
Yo,
what to do here.
low key,
Yeah.
Dungeon Guide to level 2, Sudden Steal the Gildas is actually kind of a sick play here.
It's pretty solid, but he might even actually be doing that.
I think keeping the hasty is good here.
Yeah.
I think he's actually going to go for just a level up into 3 damage. And it's really risky, again, like we saw in the first game, because Alec has... I mean, he has cards in hand, right?
Yeah, and, you know, I think Glenn... Maybe Glenn is actually thinking about what if he has it again, you know? But he did put his... he did put the... what's it? He put the Sudden
So
Steal.
Incarnate Majesty is banished, and
Yeah.
I can't tell what the other one is.
Sudden Steal?
Potentially, I'd have to see what his memory is to see what he banished. It's a
Yeah.
little too bright for me to see that one, but we're going to see Lorraine Blademaster here. Does he go for the damage? Does he play the Flame Rune Swordsman first to secure the kill through it?
Yeah. Does he count on the Song of Nurturing here? And I think he is
We are going to
playing
see
around it. Yeah.
Yeah. He's playing around the interaction. He wants the safety. So the play here is you kill one of the allies with your Dungeon Guide plus Flame Rune Swordsman, and then you see if he'll keep it alive.
Yeah. There's 1 to Gildas.
1 to Gildas. Flame Rune Swordsman will do 2 to Gildas.
2 to Gildas.
We're gonna see the Song of Nurturing. It's not worth it. The thing is, you wanna let it die.
Yeah.
You have to let it die. He might play it just to stop the card draw here
Yeah.
into the Lurking Assailant.
And
Oh,
Oh,
1 extra card
oh.
down by accident. Unfortunate.
and
but
Deflecting Edge.
deflecting edge. So he's
Yeah.
gonna block the draw, but the durability goes down on the
Yeah.
weapon, which is actually really important for Glenn on this turn.
Yeah, and he remembered it this time, just so we don't have a situation like game 1 where unfortunately, he got a game loss for getting this exact thing.
Yeah, this is one of those things with Glenn. So if you were following the entire World's cast so far, Glenn actually started the day in round Swiss at X2, which means he had 0 wins and 2 losses, and that's a significant disadvantage to be at. In a 16-person round 7 Swiss, you need a 4-3 to make it to day 2,
Yeah.
unless multiple people draw, right?
Yeah.
Glenn came back to finish a 4-3, 8th slot. He is the 8th seed going into day 2, beats first seed Cabin with an unfavorable matchup, and now here he is. Game 1, automatic loss for failure of game state, is possibly able to come back and win the game.
It's a great story. It's a great comeback story. He's an extremely focused player. It seems losing doesn't put him down. It's not like some people get very distressed when they lose, but Glenn is very resilient, I think, to them, and I think that's very, very cool to see.
Yeah. So all the damage here from the Windrider Vanguard, as well as the Lurking Assailants, can be going to face. Class bonus Vigor on Windrider Vanguard, as we do have Tenoris level 1 from the materialization of Alec. So we're going to have it wake up in end step here.
Yeah, yeah.
So if we see a Flame Sweep from Glenn, he's going to have to hold an offensive Resolute Stand if he doesn't want to take the damage from the Windrider Vanguard, but maybe he's comfortable just taking 2.
Yeah, if he clears Alec's board here, then I don't think the 2 damage is what he's really worried about. But he cannot attack the allies directly because Tenoris has taunt this turn. So he does need the Flame Sweep, or he will take an additional 4 damage possibly from the allies that are on board right now.
Pre-Recollection Grand
Okay.
Crusader's Ring. Well, Flamer, another Flamer in here.
And then Recollect and
What do we draw for turn?
a
Hasty Messenger?
for turn. All right.
So we're going to see Tenoris Taunt.
yeah,
I see. Tenoris Taunt. He's still gonna put the damage upstairs.
Yeah. It's still pushing through. Because what else can you do here? You need to.
I think we're still gonna see the damage come out. He's
Yeah.
gonna break the sword. He might Dungeon Guide actually to level up.
Yeah, that would be an interesting play here, because then he can bring back the sword. And
He has Resolutes in his hand. He
Yeah.
actually doesn't really need. So you play the Dungeon Guide, put down probably both your Hasty Messengers and your Flame Rune Swordsman, or hold 1 Hasty Messenger, put down 1 Resolute Stand. It's kind of a toss up between what you want, but it gives you the availability to play Ghost Pendragon afterwards.
he's he's probably going to put down the Flame Rune Swordsman here.
Yeah, it just depends on what
Just-
you want to banish through, what kind of filter you're looking for. Because
Yeah.
at the end of the day, you're putting all your cards down anyways. Because
Yeah.
you want everything out there, right?
Yeah.
Grand Crusader's Ring Materialization, it was absolutely necessary. If you went Drawn Blade, he would be one card short of making this combo happen.
Yeah. It's...
What would you banish?
I think I would go for the 2 Hasties because late game, this helps you dig, of course.
Whoa, pass
Oh.
turn.
They didn't go for
So
the
he wants
Dungeon
to he
Guide.
wants to play natural Resolute Stand because he wants to banish the Dungeon Guide in this case.
Probably, but then he's still losing out on value. He's losing 3 cards instead of 2.
But you
To
have to
level
play
up.
the Dungeon Guide as well. So if he
Ah,
banishes the Dungeon Guide,
true,
it's
true.
actually net neutral in this situation. So Glenn is actually playing this in a fantastic
Yeah.
way. So the attack comes in. We're going to see it. Dungeon Guide's going to go down here, most likely. Oh, he doesn't put the Dungeon
Oh,
Guide down, but we
that's a-
are going to see the offensive or the defensive Resolute here.
He puts down a Cremation Ritual, I think. And then possibly what he's going to do, he's going to grab Drawn Blade, attack with Drawn Blade, and then level up with Dungeon Guide to maximize his value.
Whoa, Attune with the wins.
Oh,
Good value. Even on
That
2 allies,
is-
honestly, pretty good value. You know, these
Yeah.
allies now have 4 life on top of their 3 power. So it's going to be tougher to take them out. With what's on board, he doesn't actually have enough damage. Drawn Blade will come back with
Yep.
the level up, so it'll be helpful still in that situation.
yeah, he's... And then he just goes to kill the Dungeon Guide, you know,
Goodbye,
top as
Dungeon
much
Guide.
damage as he can.
I miss her.
Already. She's just gonna come back soon. Her friend, at least.
Whoa.
Another Dungeon
You can't
Guide.
you can't just replace Dungeon Guide like that, Clem. It doesn't work that way.
Sorry.
That's toxic. No, but you're most likely right here. You know, the Drawn
Yeah.
Blade opportunity, break the Drawn Blade, bring it back, get to draw again.
Yeah. Because he's gonna have an influence of 7 next turn.
The only downside to that is you cannot use Ghost of Pendragon that turn. If
Oh, can't you? Because he's...
Tithe Proclamation will stop his draws.
True.
Because you'll get
I
Drawn Blade
missed
draw,
that. Yeah.
you'll get Drawn Blade draw, natural draw, level up, bring back the Drawn Blade draw, and
That's
you
3,
get caps
yeah.
there. So you can play the Pendragon if you want, but you won't be able to. You won't want to use the on-enter effect.
True, true. You will. You're missing out on a lot of value there. That's a good point. I think that's probably still best the way, that's the best way to go here. You get to see as much cards as, the maximum amount of cards. You draw 3, do everything you can. But I think that's what Glenn is thinking about here. Does he go for the Drawn Blade or something else possibly, potentially? Does he do his own Tithe Proclamation?
He's definitely doing Drawn Blade here.
Yeah. It would be silly not to, I think.
As Drawn Blade comes out, we're gonna see Banishment at random. What are we losing here?
Or a
Losing a cremation ritual. I mean, that's totally fine, right?
Yeah.
Tithe Proclamation makes that so hard to use, anyways.
Exactly.
Ooh, Incarnate?
Ooh, Incarnate. Well, that's one card that he can lose without, without much worry.
Oh, a second
Oh.
Ghost of Pendragon.
That is a...
Okay, that's actually good because maybe he can just play a Ghost of Pendragon raw now without
Yeah.
bouncing the weapon, and he'll feel pretty comfortable making that happen.
Yeah, he doesn't have to worry, It's like not losing out on much value.
So let's see. If we go under the line you talked about, the play here is swing with the Drawn Blade into the Lurking Assailant, swing with the Flamer and Swordsman into the Lurking Assailant, play the Dungeon Guide, banish 2, do not fail to find, level up,
Yeah.
and then swing with the Dungeon Guide to clear. And then you can Ghost of Pendragon to face, but you won't be able to deal with the Windrider Vanguard yet. It
Yeah.
depends. If he wants to take out the Windrider Vanguard immediately, he can, but he will take 3 damage as a retaliate.
Yeah, that's a good part I think about Vigor is that on the surface it's not much because he doesn't have intercept or anything. It goes to Dungeon Guide before using the Drawn Blade. That's interesting. I guess he wants the value from Pendragon, like
He knows he's going to play the Pendragon, so he wants to have the Sword of Seeking with the extra durability counters, so he can bounce the Drawn Blade instead. So he can cycle more later on.
But even if he gets the
He'll only
Ghost
be able to
Sphere,
draw
he'll
one.
draw one.
Yeah, so he can only draw 1 in this situation if he does go for the Pendragon.
Yeah, which ends up being the same as if he used the Drawn Blade and then get that back. You see, I think
I think he's doing this because he specifically wants 1 extra durability counter available. Bouncing Drawn Blade is generally your best choice between Drawn Blade and Sword of Seeking.
Yeah, that's true. Drawn Blade allows you to cycle.
So hopefully he only draws 1 here. It's always really important to make sure that you watch the Tithe Proclamation.
Now they're counting how many cards were drawn this turn.
Yeah, so one draw.
So one draw. It's a dungeon guide. Oh.
It's a very unfortunate draw, especially with no cremation ritual there.
Yeah.
Whoa. Pass turn.
Pass turn.
Oh, Terrafring. I didn't even see the Terrafring materialized.
Oh, you just banished it, you know. Just be safe, you know. Because...
Yeah, it's pretty... I mean, he's representing a lot of damage on the board right now.
Yeah.
A lot of damage is available here. I believe he put down the second Pendragon, so we wouldn't want to in most cases. Whoa.
Get a trumpeting.
Whoa.
Okay.
Ornamental Greatsword here on the Lurking Assailant. We're probably going to see a Rallied Advance combo.
Yeah.
So 4 damage from Lurking Assailant. Rallied Advance for 2.
Yeah. Or he has a heavy swing in hand. So that is 4 damage.
13? 14 damage? 24?
That's 3 from...
3 from Windrider, 4 from Lurking,
Kraken.
heavy swing for 7.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage.
24 damage on the board.
Yeah.
It's going to be really, really tough here for Glenn to come back from that.
Yeah,
But, I mean, finding 16 damage immediately here is going to be tough.
Yeah, but he can always just, you know, take out the allies, because... no, because Alec hasn't used his Bulwark Sword yet. So...
So you can take out the Bulwark Sword.
Yeah, he can level up.
He
he can't. He can't level up.
So the main thing is he can take out the Bulwark Sword.
Yeah.
Over 2 turns, he'll get the kill if Incarnate Majesty doesn't come out. The secondary one is he can play any ally and attack with it and just maintain his influence.
Yep.
Being within like 6 is usually enough to clean out the match.
Yep.
Incarnate Majesty is actually going to be absolutely necessary in this matchup. He needs to be able to get the cards. That Tithe Proclamation coming out early is fantastic value here for Alec. Very, very smart call to pull it out.
Yep.
It also gives him the self cycle early on. So
yeah, he can get rid of something he doesn't want. But Glenn did go
also
for
he can
the
just draw. He
Terrafring.
can just draw a heavy swing.
Yeah,
and then,
but he has another heavy swing in hand.
Oh, I mean, then he has lethal in hand.
Yeah, but Glenn very, very smartly took the Terrafring. So even if he can't kill the allies, well,
if Glenn utilizes Terrafring in this situation, what happens is he has to clear the whole board.
Yeah, because he can't rely, because Alec has 4 influence, which he can pay for both of his allies to, you know, attack, which is...
Oh, Grand Crusader's Ring is still available for Alec.
Oh, then...
It hasn't been materialized in the banish. It's not in banishment, so...
So then Terrafring here is not going to stop Alec, probably, because he can...
No, it'll stop 1 turn.
Yeah.
But only 1 turn.
Yeah. It depends. Glenn really does have to take care of the board, though.
I believe Glenn also has a Resolute Stand.
Oh, that's good. I think so. It's still in his hand. So Glenn attacks Lurking Assailant for 1 here with Sword of Seeking, and then takes care of it with the Pendragon. You know, he seems that his plan is just to clear the board, get rid of everything.
Yeah, it's a very tight position to be in right now.
Yeah. Does he have the Resolute Stand?
I don't think did he banish it?
I don't think so, because it's a wonderful card. You know, it's a card you want in your hand in this matchup. But no, he doesn't have a Resolute Stand. I think he used it earlier.
Oh no, that's rough.
Yeah. Pendragon.
So Ghost of Pendragon is going to put back the Sword of Seeking.
Yeah.
He'll be able to draw 2.
2. Draw 1. Draw 2.
Another Ghost of Pendragon. Wait, he
Oh.
can actually put a lot of the board up. Okay, so
Yeah, he can put a lot of pressure, and then
Windrider Vanguard's
Bring
down.
it.
Oh, I mean it's so close though, because if he doesn't hold a Resolute Stand in his hand, he's going to take lethal very, very soon.
yeah, he
So
is.
we're likely going to see Grand Crusader's Ring and then a Bulwark Sword, right?
Yeah,
Or he pulls Bulwark Sword out first
Yeah.
and pays 4 to swing immediately.
Yeah, and just push as much as he can, because he's very comfortable right now. And 14 life left for him, but there is 3 Ghost of Pendragons down.
This is a crux moment, certified crux moment. Where are the Banner
Truly,
Knights?
truly.
Show me the Banner Knights.
Done.
Show me. I know it's the Rhino. Show me the Phalanx Captains. I'm ready to see a Ghost of Pendragon swinging for 9.
Yeah.
Something really big here. But man,
Aw.
that is a board state.
That is 12 damage on board. So Alec has to either clear out the board or level up here. Because he's dead next turn if he doesn't. Either he has to kill Glenn this turn, or level up. I don't think he can afford to not kill because, well, we have 12 damage on board.
It's going to be so close.
Yeah, he's on 11 damage. Oh, this is a tight match. I think Alex
counting it. He knows. He's like, oh god.
I
Oh
need
god,
to
it's
do
12.
It, right? Yeah.
Terrafring. Can't forget the Terrafring. Glenn, please don't make the right call. Bring the Terrafring out
Come
and forget
on.
to use it in recollection.
Yeah. That is poison coat. Yeah. And Glenn does go for it.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh.
Poison coating oil.
Huh. What does...
He's one card short of lethal still, though.
Yeah.
So Terrafring Banishment.
I think...
I think the game is just over.
Yeah, because he has no protection in hand. He has a heavy swing, the lurking, 2 Shimmer Cloak Assassins, and 1 other card, which I couldn't quite catch, but I don't think it's...
With
you
nothing.
can see Alex shake his hand.
Yeah,
shake his
so
hand.
with nothing on board, if he puts down a Shimmer Cloak, pays the 2, swings into a Flamer and Swordsman to clear for damage,
Yeah.
I think you still have lethal, right? 9 from the Pendragons, 1 from the Dungeon Guide, 1 from your sword. You don't even need a card in hand.
Yeah.
Whoa, there it is! Glenn
God
with the comeback!
damn.
Oh my goodness!
That's his weekend story. Every time he comes from the worst position, and then he still ends up winning. Oh,
The boys hugging it out.
Over the
The guys are hugging it out. What an emotional moment for those two.
Yeah.
Both of them making it so far with these decks that are considered to be on the lower tier.
Yeah, they are
right?
not meta right now, but
You know, you take a Wind Allies deck into a room full of Rise, you take a Fire Merlin into a room full of Rise, you're disadvantaged in every state, but we're seeing these players here in the quarterfinals. Alex sadly does not make it to
Yeah.
the semifinals here, but
It was-
Glenn with the absolute submarine of a weekend.
it's insane. The comebacks for him, that's insane. And both of these players came here with a I'm here to have fun. I'm very honored to be here. And then in a very, very tight third match of the semifinals, Glenn does in the end make it to the first ever Grand Archive World Championship final. So it's gonna be New Zealand in the finals versus America. But who's going to be the North American representative in the finals?
Oh man, I don't know. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be really tough to figure out who it's gonna be because Sean and Berner are both fantastic players. But as you can see, the sigh of relief from both players. Look at Glenn; he's so happy he made it.
Yeah.
After that crippling Game 1 loss due to failure to maintain gate state, he actually came back to win it.
He's a king of comebacks, man. It is
Actually, the king of comebacks.
Incredible. That was wonderful. The 5 minutes he took probably really helped him, focus. And then he didn't forget his durability counters anymore.
Resetting that mental was definitely important there.
Yeah.
And then you can just, you can see it.
You
The
can
sigh
see the
of relief.
Yeah. You can see he was probably extremely stressed after that Game 1 loss.
Yeah, so if you guys are just joining us now or you just joined in recently, we just finished up the first semifinals here of Grand Archive World Finals in Las Vegas. We had Alec on the Wind Allies Tenoris deck versus Glenn on the Fire Hybrid Lorraine Merlin deck. Game 1, there was a failure to maintain game state, both players, but on Glenn's side, a lot of mistakes were made with the durability counter. So he was issued a game loss via the judges, but managed to come back from a 0-1 and come back to win the series 2-1. If you guys have followed his story, day 1 was rough.
Yeah, he started from X to O2, and then he went and got into the top 8 at 8th spot, at 8th place. He barely made it, and then in the quarterfinals, he was up against Cabin's Fire Rai, for which he was also disadvantaged. But he still took that. You can see
the camaraderie.
teammates
Manny's in.
Oh.
Manny's come in to congratulate the boy. And it's such a heartwarming feeling knowing the players are really like this. So Grand Archive is just such a fantastic community.
Yes.
Everyone's so respectful and people are really just looking out for each other.
Yeah. Everyone, no matter if you're extremely competitive or a correct collector or just here to have fun, everyone is very, very nice and very friendly with one another. It's very, very nice to see.
But I mean, that was a fantastic match. I'm
That
so
was.
glad. I feel so honored to have the opportunity to cast that match. Right, I've had the chance to talk a lot with Glenn and with Alec, and both of these guys. I mean, they're exactly as genuine as they are in
Yeah.
their interview.
Yeah.
They're fantastic, wonderful, kind human beings, and I'm just so glad that they made it this far.
Yeah, me too. And I was very happy. I was very honored to be able to cast this match because these are the two more ally focused decks in our semifinals. Because on the other side we have Burner on Luxem Xander, and we have Sean on Fire, the Serene Fire, right? You know, these boys are both very combo decks. So these are the more down to earth combat based decks, and I was very happy to see this game. I was very happy and very honored to be here. It was incredible. Both of the players played extremely well, but yeah, what do you think?
I don't know. There's so much to go over, but we're gonna be taking a 15-minute break here and moving on to the next round. Hopefully, you guys enjoy the next set of casters, and thank you so much for being here. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Cool, sounds good. All right, welcome back, everybody, to Ascent Worlds Day 3 for our quarterfinals here. So on the bottom bracket here between Sean and Eason. So Sean is going to be on the Fire Serene Rye. Same deck list as Day 1, actually. He just kept the same deck list all the way through. What about Eason? What deck is he on now?
Yeah, we have Eason Chen, who is our only top 8 player that completely switched his deck.
Yep.
He went pivoted to this Serene Luxemzander, and we saw him play actually a very similar match yesterday in the first round of top 8. And how do you feel about this match, Mark? Because going in yesterday, we were very confident that Rye was going to be favored, but then Eason ended up clinching it out in a really close game.
Yeah, I mean, I did speak to the chess club folks yesterday a little bit. Talked to Eason directly. I said, Eason, what do you think about tomorrow's match? And he says he thinks 50-50. So that's pretty good respect against Rye, but also shows the confidence he has in the Luxemzander. Right?
Yeah, he's just such a talented pilot of playing this deck. He's one of those names that comes up in the conversation whenever we talk about this Luxemzander deck.
And it is absolutely his deck. He piloted this for Ontario, for Nats. I mean, basically every single major event, it seems like this is the deck that Eason wants to go to if he has the chance.
Yeah, and we really saw him, pull out some really impressive tricks in that Rye matchup yesterday. So we'll see if he can do the same. But Sean's on a little bit of a different list than the Rye player that Eason faced last, right?
Yeah, I mean, the slight adjustment here are going to be that Sean tends to favor, of course, Serene Fire. There is no... Oh, we're actually going to be going directly into Sean's interview. So
let's take a look.
Yeah, we're going to be replaying the interview for those of you that missed it. This is our quarterfinalist for Worlds, Sean Z.
I think we should unban reckless conversion. Hey, my name's Sean. I am from Northern California. Well, if I'm winning the championship, I think Lee will be pretty sad because I will be guaranteed to keep the prize card. There's no amount of money that will make me part with that prize card. I will hang it on my mantle somewhere. I will not play it ever at locals because then people will use the new Vanitas card to try to steal my Divine Relic when it comes into play. And I'm the only person allowed to activate that Divine Relic. But in all honesty, I think it would be pretty sweet. Like prize money notwithstanding, like I think overall, like I think I have it's just basically like all fond memories for me so far in terms of GA. I think I like the game a lot because when I do travel for events, it doesn't feel like I'm only traveling just to try to win the event. It's always a great time like seeing people from like, you know, not just around the United States, but like other parts of the world where like I've gotten to know them pretty well, and it's just an opportunity to like catch up. If I could cosplay any Grand Archive character, what would I cosplay? I know what people expect me to say. It's not that. I think Frostborn Paladin is pretty cool. It's my favorite water card.
All right, and Sean is walking on stage with his deck. I think everything's done.
So yeah, circling back, we saw Sean playing a little bit of a different list, really focusing on that sort of archetypal fire writhing, fireballs, arcane blasts.
Yep.
Less reliance on stuff like Advent of the Stormcaller.
Yeah.
We also see Gloamspire making an appearance.
Yeah, the Gloamspire obviously is your kind of like more acceleration, secondary increasing danger, which he is also running 4 of. So this deck is going to be going really aggressive early game, draw as much cards as possible, get that set up for the late game. I mean, he's going to be needing it because his spirit is going to be serene, and there's no other choice for Sean.
Yeah. So let's take a look at the other side of our match today with Eason Chen's introduction.
Yeah.
Hi guys, my name's Eason Chen. Some of you may know me as Burner on Discord, and I'm from New York. I'm on a team called Chess Club. I just worked with one of my teammates who also made it to Worlds, Matt Garcia. We've just been deck building together, and we're both basically on the same deck. And we both just play tested a bunch, so I think we're basically ready. Whatever happens, happens. Being part of the very first World Championship, I feel like it's a big accomplishment, right? I feel very, very proud of myself that I could make it here. Honestly, coming into nationals, I did not think I would make it to day 2. Like, if you ask anyone on my team, they don't know I was like doomering. I was so stressing out. I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna make it day 2. I'm just gonna scrub out or whatever. And then I just end up making it to Worlds. The player I'm most excited to play against, I don't know, to be honest. I'm just looking forward to playing to all different players from all different regions. Like, they're all a bunch of good players. So I'm just hoping to have some good games tomorrow.
All right, so we see Eason Chen also entering the feature match, getting ready to get down to the action. So yeah, as we talked about a second ago, Eason Chen playing that Fire Luxem Xander deck. Definitely something that's looking to get to the late game, sort of snowball the advantage that you get off of Xander Blinding Steel. But like you said, you know, something that traditionally Xander players have been sort of afraid of this Rai matchup, but Eason seems very confident.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he's got a huge confidence boost after, you know, taking down a similar matchup earlier in the top 8.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, looking at the matchup, I mean, in general, right? So Eason's game plan is going to be, you know, turboing to 3, getting the right kind of cards into memory, and then being able to just use those reveal triggers to do a bunch of things, right? Whether it be healing and self-healing, or maybe setting up for the final Lightweaver's Assault. And then on Sean's side, basically, you know, building up a basically snowballing into a, you know, 1-turn kill type of thing.
Yeah.
Because again, like, you know, damage on Eason likely won't stick. That's the whole point of the Luxem Xander. It will out-heal almost everything, especially with the Serene Spirit as well. So Sean's going to be looking to do a lot of damage and doing that, you know, very, very quickly into 1 turn.
Yeah, one of those few decks is this Fire Arcane Rai that can burst their opponent down from 0 damage counters all the way up in a single turn. So we are going to see, we're going to get down to the players shortly. They're just going over some deck lists. This is an open deck list portion of the event. So,
and you can just see the players having such a great time. I mean, they all know each other fairly well. They've played against each other many, many times in other events as well. Yeah, so, you know, with Rai, for example, obviously, you know, get efficiency, get your levels up, you know, want to banish as much arcane as possible, but obviously not the key arcane cards you need for your actual, you know, kill turn. But doing that kind of things, setting up your final turn, playing spells for free, it's all really peachy things for the Rai player. Yeah. and they're I'm assuming they're looking through the deck list and finalizing some things and chuckling over like what other minor adjustments that they've made. So it's kind of cool.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So going to be an absolute barn burner between these two players.
Yeah.
Going to be really close. Definitely going to be slow in the early turns, right?
Yeah.
Both of these decks trying to set up as much as possible, get towards their end game. But I think once we get to that turn, 5, turn 6, we're going to see a big flurry of actions fly back and forth.
Yeah, and the funny thing about this matchup too, it's almost like a battle of unknowns, right? So on Sean's side, obviously, the unknown is what did he put down into memory? What did Eason put down in memory?
Right.
And on Eason's side, he's going to be thinking like, hey, Sean, what are you going to scry into? What are you going to advent into, right? What other cards do you have on top of your deck? And it's a lot of this kind of like hidden information game, which is honestly very high level.
Right, yeah, for sure. Yeah. All right, so it looks like we're going to get started. We see that Sean is going to be taking the first turn. He's going to glimpse 6, take a look at those top 6 cards, see how many of these he wants to keep. We do see a couple copies of Peaceful Reunion, which are probably not going to get it done in this matchup, right, Mark?
Yeah, that's right. Those Peaceful are effectively being useless. Dungeon Guide's an auto keep. Some other cards potentially, but really what Sean's going to be looking for is other arcane cards that he's going to be able to banish for the early game.
Yeah.
Careful Study, not too bad, but again, you need those levels. Create a Shock, much, much better.
Yeah, and we see Sean really valuing getting to level 3 as soon as possible. Looks like the only card that he kept was a Dungeon Guide.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll see if Eason feels similarly. Dungeon Guide is a very, very powerful tool in these matchups. It's all about who gets to level 3, gets set up first, and starts snowballing that advantage. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Eason keep that Dungeon Guide, maybe throw a good portion of the rest of this back. Looks like...
No, he's going to keep 4. I mean, his hand is pretty good. He's got Juggle Knives, other really key cards that he's going to need. Of course, the Dungeon Guide here. But yeah, anything, ability to filter and go is beneficial for Eason.
Yeah, and something interesting here that we've seen him keep, Mark, is that he's kept that Gawain in his hand.
Yeah. I mean, maybe Eason's looking to do some memory disruption. So Sean lays down the Creative Shock for 3. Okay. Discarding a Dungeon Guide, showing that he has another Dungeon Guide in hand.
Yeah, definitely a sign to Eason. Sean saying, hey, I have a second one of these. And that is really a huge piece of information. Eason knows that, as early as turn 2, there's going to be a Rye Storms here on the board.
Yeah. All right, so the Arcane card is banished now. There's 1 in the graveyard.
Yeah.
We will be tracking that throughout the game because it's very important for the Rye player.
Yeah, Rye Storms here has that very powerful effect where he grants you an extra level for each mage spell card that is in your Banish Zone. So we're going to be tracking those as we go.
Eason's going to go ahead and exercise Curse and immediately cashing that in for a Xander level 1.
Going to get a little bit of information.
Yep. And I suspect he's going to be looking to probably Juggle Knives.
Yeah.
Okay. Or just pick it up and then draw. Okay, 2 Lightweavers already in hand. This is looking pretty good. Now he's, of course, going to want to have some Luxem Sights just in case. Like we said, Sean's going to try to go for the 1-turn kill, but sometimes just having the Luxem Sights still makes you feel safe, safer. Yeah.
But yeah, you've got to be happy as Eason to see so much pressure already. Those 2 Lightweavers Assault before, any sort of real filtering. He's just sort of drawn them naturally, which is a great place to be in.
Yeah. All right, so the Creative Shock goes ahead and banishes the Radical Bolt. Arcane Sight and Advent of the Stormcaller gets banished for the Rye level up. This gets Rye into level 2.
Yep, that's going to leave 3 arcane spells in the banishment. So once we get up to that Rye level 3, it's going to be pretty high level. Definitely the target that Sean is looking for is around that 8 or so to make cards like Careful Study free with efficiency.
And he does actually have a Careful Study already in hand, so this is going to be very easy to boost and
Yeah, so we see this Dungeon Guide come down. Going to do a little bit of randomization, see what we're keeping. And hopefully for Sean, we're going to see a couple of arcane cards go into the banishment.
Yeah.
That is going to put him up to Rye Storms here and going to be level 8. And like you said, Mark, he's got that Careful Study waiting in the wings.
Yeah. This is a pretty good start for the beginning.
All right, so going to draw some cards off those Enlightenment counters, see the absolute power of that Careful Study, and then he's going to peck in for 1 with Dungeon Guide. We're going to see a pretty big Scry the Skies here. Going to be 8 cards drawn, or glimpsed rather, and then he's going to choose which of those he wants to keep. He has used most of his enlightenment counters, so he's not going to have the chance to draw immediately more than the first card that he wants to keep on top. And not a whole lot of arcane seen here, but he does find 2 copies of Fireball, which is probably what he's going to be looking to set up for a turn later in the game.
Yeah, there's quite a few other cards that he doesn't really need right now, but he does have quite a few enlightenment counter that he can, draw a few cards from the top of what he's looking for. All right, so Sean thinking on here. Yeah, so of course keeping things like Fireball, more Scry the Skies, those are always good to keep. Increasing Danger, Resolute Stand, Dungeon Guide, these are all cards that he doesn't really need right now.
Yeah, absolutely right. He's just going to look to set up a little bit. He's not under a whole lot of pressure, right? Both of these decks aren't going to go for the finish line just yet, so he can take at least a turn or two to make sure that he is confident in, when they go for that big turn.
Okay. So it looks like a Fireball is on top, followed by a Scry the Skies. Okay, we're going to go ahead and pass back to Ethan. He immediately juggles knives. Are we going to banish 2? Yep, there you go. To go ahead and go to level 2. Of course, level 2 Xander using the ability to bring back a Assassin card from graveyard for 1 prep counter.
Yeah, so powerful that Xander Deft Executor being able to pick up Juggle Knives yet again, and Juggle Knives replaces itself, right?
Yep.
So you're basically just gaining influence and dealing a little bit of damage, which against Sean will stick. There's no Luxem sites for Sean to reveal,
Correct.
So all of that damage that he gets in is really going to matter in the late game.
Yeah. And Ethan's going to go ahead and do his Dungeon Guide as well.
And this is what we expect, right? Both players trying to get to level 3 as fast as possible.
Exactly.
We're going to see these dueling Dungeon Guides, I think, a lot in this match.
Yeah. Okay, so Dungeon Guide's out. Okay, so we get to Xander level 3. Similar situation too, but Gawain's going to come in here and take a look at the memory, and especially when everything is already out. Oh yeah, instant target for the Fireball. That's a kill card. Get that out of Sean's hand. Yes. Okay, good. It looks like there was a little confusion about the sacrifice of the Gawain, but that's been taken care of. Okay. So on Sean's turn, Sean's going to go ahead and materialize. I believe at this point, this is the Quicksilver Grail turn?
Yeah, perhaps. Quicksilver, we've seen come into some real power in these ride decks where you can use Quicksilver Grail to hide your Tome of Knowledge, and then once you have exactly 1 card in your memory that you want to get rid of, you can use that at fast speed to grab that Tome of Knowledge and get a little bit of extra control over what goes to your banished.
Yeah. With the amount of... Yeah, Sean's going to need a couple cards. He is a little bit short right now.
Yeah, 2 influence, not where you want to be, right?
Yeah, both players are a little bit low. So Stormeye Tyrant is going to be the materialization here.
Yeah, so we see Storm Tyrant's Eye allows him to find 1 extra arcane card. If he doesn't have any way to set it up with something like a Scry the Skies, we can see him just, go for it. It's basically a Grand Crusader's Ring. It's going to gain you 1 influence, deal you a little bit of damage, depending on how many cards you reveal. But, in a matchup like this, he's just really trying to go as fast as possible. We're going to see an Arcane Sight cast, going to give him 1 temporary level and draw a card. He's going to draw another card off his Enlightenment counters, of which he had 3, and he did find a Scry the Skies, which is really big.
Yes, that's the one that he actually laid down. But more importantly, he's able to then use Arcane Disposition with the cards that he has now in hand.
Yeah, Arcane Disposition going to allow him to draw 3 cards. The only issue is Arcane Disposition says at the end of your turn you discard your hand. So Sean's going to be looking to find something here to cast to be able to put some more cards into his memory so he doesn't have to discard very many.
Yeah. He does get an Arcane Blast.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a Gloamspire.
So yeah, this is a very interesting card where Gloamspire is symmetrical, and both players are probably going to be below that 7 influence threshold for most of this game. And so we'll see if Sean really values getting the extra influence for himself, even at the risk of giving an extra card to Eason.
I think in this situation, it may be actually okay, since Sean is actually at a pretty optimal hand. And as far as I can tell, I did not see if Eason has the right Gleaming Cut in memory.
Right. Yeah, maybe not. So you might be right, and Sean will sort of leverage that he's already winning the influence race, right, and keep putting on the pressure that way.
Yeah, it looks like a direct pass back. Do not give Eason the card.
Looks like Eason's thinking about that Luxera's map.
Yeah. His other option is going to be just to, exactly. Put it right under the Grail to really protect it just in case.
Yeah, so he's going to put that Luxera's map under the Quicksilver Grail. And why is that, Mark?
The ability to basically untap it and use it immediately for the value instead of waiting a whole turn.
Right. Yeah, allows it to you do it on your opponent's turn, right? And then you get that immediate wake up.
Yep.
Very smart play.
You get to put it into memory, which then you can immediately recall back to your hand.
Right.
Yeah. Now, Eason has revealed his memory. It's 2 Lightweight Result and a Resolute Stand, so Sean does know that. Now, what Sean doesn't know is the card that he drew is the Gleaming Cut, which is Eason's acceleration at level 3.
Yeah, like you said, just last turn, that's really the card that he's looking for, and it looks like he's found one, so he's going to try to find a way to put that down, and yeah, like you said, get that acceleration, get a little bit more influence.
Yeah.
We see the dueling Quicksilver Grails as well.
It's almost like, I mean, I know they're not playing the mirror match, but you know, it feels very similar, right? Burn your entire hand to go to level 3, and then slowly kind of come back. Yeah. Unfortunately, in that race, usually Rai can draw better than the Xander.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Eason's really going to have to pull out all the tricks here, but we know that he is more than confident with his deck, and he's, I'm sure, played this matchup a lot.
And Sean does have the other Fireball, which he set up earlier with that Scry the Skies.
Right.
So he does have that now in hand as well. There's another Scry the Skies, which he can start setting up maybe potentially more things. And, of course, there's that Arcane Blast, too, as well, right?
Yeah, like you said, it's an insane hand from Sean. Looks so strong. He's going to start off with that Careful Study, get 6 Enlightenment counters for free.
For free, yeah. Draw 2 cards for free.
Yeah, and then we might see him start set up a big Scry the Skies here.
Yeah.
So the cool interaction here is he's going to get to Glimpse equal to his level. Looks like in response to the Scry the Skies, he's going to crack his Quicksilver Grail, grab that Tome of Knowledge just to look at one more card.
Yes.
It's going to bring him up to level 10. So he's going to get to Glimpse 10. He draws 1 card into his memory, but really what Sean's going to be looking to do is put a card that he doesn't really care about on top, draw that into memory, and then put the cards that he really wants to see right on top. He can spend those Enlightenment counters to see them immediately.
Exactly, and Sean does have 6 Enlightenment counters as well, so which means he can actually draw 2 cards. So this is basically draw 1 into memory and 2 more into hand.
Right.
So there's a lot of setups.
Yeah, just a really, really powerful play here from Sean, and he has so much selection here that he's basically guaranteed to find what he wants, right?
The other benefit of this, too, is also he's able to kind of manipulate what cards he doesn't want, so he can go quite a big, deeper into his deck to pull out just the cards that he needs for that kill turn.
Right.
Yeah. Reminder, Sean is at level 10, which means Arcane Blast is for 1.
Yeah, getting really close to being
really
free.
Close.
And, one's basically free, right? We're so close there that, as soon as Sean feels like it's go time, he's going to try to have a big turn before Eason can sort of pull away. That's the problem with these Luxem decks, is if you give them enough time, they'll sort of pull away and start generating too much advantage that's, going to be difficult for Sean to deal with. So we'll see if he finds what he needs, starts to set up that kill turn.
Yeah, it looks like Sean's looking at a bunch of will take spheres and other things. He's going to throw on the bottom. I think he's keeping 1 Scry the Skies and 2 Arcane Blasts up top.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's huge.
It's a very, very strong setup here.
So draw 1
into memory. I believe that is the other Scry the Skies. Okay. Gonna go banish this. Oh, actually, no. It will have to be the Arcane card for the extra level.
Very smart.
To then get the Arcane Blast. And again, he can draw 2 more cards.
Yeah, and like you said, he was right at level 10, and so now he's at level 11. Everything's for free.
There's Arcane Sight for level 12. He drew the second Arcane Blast. He does have 3 Arcane Blasts in hand now and a Fireball.
Yeah, you think this is the turn, Mark, that he goes for it?
Yeah, I mean, once he saw the 2 Arcane Blasts on the Scry, that was looking really good for him. Now, he needs extra card, I think, to ensure the Fireball. But just go ahead and draw the other card anyways. Who cares at this point?
Make sure the hand is right. Those in. And yeah, we do see that Arcane Blast for 11, dealing 11 damage to target champion, and no responses from Eason.
Another one.
The other one he can take would take him to 24.
Yes.
We do still have that Serene Spirit, but I don't think that's going to be enough here.
No. He has another Arcane Blast. He has another Fireball. So that's a lot of damage. He cannot out-heal this. And remember, Eason did banish the Luxem Sight as well from the memory for the Dungeon Guide level up.
So we're going to see that Lineage release. He's going to recover 6. And then take that second Arcane Blast, and then the third Arcane Blast. Looks like it's going to be enough.
Scoop in the game.
Wow, and that was a really explosive game from Sean, right?
What a draw.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, if you're a right player looking at 2 fireballs, right?
Right.
Losing one of them to Gawain, that's fine. Draw your second fireball, right? And then Scry the Skies, setting up 2 Arcane Blasts when you're very, very close to 11. Actually, Sean had the kill because Sean had the Arcane Sight in hand already.
Right.
He knew he could get to 11. All he had to do was find a way to draw those 2 Arcane Blasts into hand.
Yeah, I mean, the turn before that, you said that Sean's hand looks near perfect,
Yeah.
and I couldn't agree more. And then he finds 2 Arcane Blasts right on top of his deck with that Scry the Skies.
Yeah, honestly, at that point, you know, even if you, I mean, Sean was going to be able to clear 40 plus damage with what he had in hand. So it's quite a bit. And this is what we're talking about too, right? Pre-game, this is the explosive turn. I mean, you can see Eason had basically started with 0, and then instantaneously, now we're at, you know, death.
Right. Yeah. Out of nowhere. No, you know, Luxem side wasn't really going to play a role there.
Yeah.
Exactly from zeros. Eason was eliminated by some Arcane Blasts.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at sideboards.
Yes.
Starting on the side of Eason Chen, we have 1 Nullifying Lantern, 1 Water Bobble, 1 Wind Bobble, 3 Blanch, 1 Resolute Stand, and a Vanish from Sight. I think those Blanches are going to come in huge here. Very good against cards like Advent of the Stormcaller.
I think you take out the Resolute Stands, you put in the Blanche, and that's an instant replacement there.
Yeah.
Very easy. Pretty much anything else you think that will go in there?
I don't think so. It looks like the sideboard really wasn't built for this Rye matchup, and maybe that shows how surprising it was to see so many Rye players at this tournament.
Especially on day 2 when maybe there was some expectation that these decks were going to be swapped out and not kept the same. But yeah, they are where they are.
So what about on the side of Sean Z?
Sean, I mean, it's similar, right? So there is no ally threat, so a lot of things like the Resolute Stands and Peaceful Reunions will come out. And in their place, honestly, you can just put in pretty much anything, right? The Pure into Mana, Disintegrate, Spurn Ash. I mean, just take a pick of those things. Pure into Mana, probably your top choice there.
Sure.
But it's effectively anything that's not an ally, you know, dealing with allies, you can just get rid of it because Eason's not going to be playing any other allies unless you're afraid of that dungeon guy poking for 1.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so let's jump down to game 2. See the camaraderie fist bump, and we're going to start off with Eason Chen. Going to do a little bit of glimpsing, see if he finds the hand that he wants.
Yeah, I noticed that Eason vowed to play first as Serene Fire. I'm assuming this is just, you know, a part of the race, right? A lot of these players are saying, you know, going first is very important in this matchup.
Yeah, it's such an interesting choice where if you go second, you get that extra influence, which can be really huge. But if you go first, you also get that first very important materialization step.
Get your dungeon guide, be able to do a bunch of things. He does now have a Blanch in hand as well. Now, that Blanch won't be really useful until late game, but that is the one card that he's probably going to be wanting to keep for a long, long, long time.
Yeah, I think that is a great idea. So it looks like he's just going to pass it back over to Sean. I believe we do have a Creative Shock looming in Eason's hand, and that might be his plan. We'll see if Sean finds the hand that he wants with his Glimpse 6 as well. We do see an increasing danger in there.
Increasing danger, yes. Increase the danger on their turn 1. Now, it's not, you know, quite that first turn, but Eason is going to be able to get that card on Recollection. Still, increasing danger this early in the game, pretty good.
Yeah, still pretty good here. So we think he might be firing that one off, but we will see. A lot of options here for Sean as he goes into his first turn. We're going to see 3 go down.
Okay, Gloam Spire. More increasing dangers.
Right. Yeah, like you said, it's increasing danger 5 through 8, and we'll see if he really leverages that ability this game.
Okay. Go ahead and Creative Shock on Easton's side, just like you said. And this card is going to be the Curse. That's an easy one.
Exactly what he wants. A nice, clean floating memory to level up to Xander Prepared Scout, get that Glimpse, get that prep counter, and start setting up towards his late game.
Scry the Skies, and I believe that was a Juggle Knife.
Yeah. Just like he drew it up, right? Just like last game, we saw that Jungle Knives come in, draw a card, and then Deft Executor picks it back up. So that's exactly what he's going to do here. Deal 1 damage with Jungle Knives, draw a card, and then we have to assume he's setting that up for Xander level 2 next turn.
Yeah. Actually, it was the Dungeon Guide. And then, okay, there's the Creative Shock. Yeah, so he now Eason has another Creative Shock, but also a Dungeon Guide going into this turn 2. It's really good.
It's a great place to be, for sure.
Has a Thieving Cut as well, so lots of options.
But yeah, looks like he's just going to opt to pass it back, grab that Creative Shock maybe on Sean Zen step like he did that first turn.
Yeah. a lot of times in these matchups, you're not really looking to do any super early damage, right? So it's more about like cycling your cards, getting value, getting the right cards into hand to prepare when you're getting to 3. Less about putting damage on board.
Right.
Obviously, you do the damage if you can.
Sure.
Yeah, so looks like Eason's going to be, on activation of Gloamspire, Eason's going to be using the planted explosive, prepped here.
Yeah, very interesting. So notably, he's going to use that planet explosives to deal a little bit of damage, put a little bit of pressure on Sean, but also put himself under that influence limit of Gloamspire.
Yeah.
We are going to see that increasing danger come down as well. Just like you said, really building up that extra influence, and Sean knows that he's going to have maybe an easier or faster use of those extra cards than Eason is, so he's okay with, trading that 1-for-1 with his opponent.
Exactly, and Sean's kind of looking towards his late game as well, because part of this is making sure Sean, on his side, has the right cards to go into the end of the match.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, Def Executor comes in here, Xander level 2.
And we'll maybe see him pick up that planet explosives that he got to cash in last turn.
Yeah, there's also a Juggle Knife, so he does have, Eason does have a lot of options as well.
Yeah. And he does have enough cards that whichever one he decides to grab, he can cast in his Recollection phase, which is so strong, allows him to keep influence in his hand for his main phase. We'll see what he decides to grab with this Xander level 2. Such a powerful card from Proxy's Vault, really elevating
the
Xander.
entire meta. And it is going to be that planet explosive, like you said, Cam.
And we'll see if he wants to fire it off. Maybe just getting a little bit of damage towards Sean. Looks like he's going to hold on to it.
Recollect, and he now has the Gleaming Cut. So this is great. This sets up level 3 perfectly. Gleaming Cut is such an important card here.
Yeah.
Because leveling it to 3, Eason will be losing quite a bit of cards in influence and needing that Gleaming Cut to refill it back. Because again, Blanche prevents damage based on how many cards are in memory. So having more cards that you can lay down means more damage can be prevented.
Yeah, and it looks like we definitely see him hold on to that. Going to be such a powerful tool in this matchup. Dungeon Guide's starting to peck in for 1. And hey, Sean's already taken 6 points of damage. So that's not nothing.
Yeah, Planet Explosive, a very powerful card.
Right. All right, we're going to see a level up to Rai Archmage. Going to randomize some cards. And hopefully on Sean's side, he's looking to hit some Arcane spell cards for that end game scenario. Some of these were random off of Gloamspire and Increasing Danger. So he doesn't have complete control. All right.
Okay. 2 Arcane, Power Overwhelming, and a Voltaic Sphere. Voltaic Sphere, one of those cards where, hey, happy to see it in Banishment or in Graveyard, honestly. Maybe even happier in Graveyard.
Yeah. All right, and we'll see if Sean has the Dungeon Guide. And we see those dueling Dungeon Guides once again. That's really what he's looking for here, to get to Rise Storms here as soon as possible. But I think we're seeing a little bit of hesitation from Sean, which I assume if it's a Dungeon Guide, he just slams it, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's thinking about the situation here. He is a little bit slower now. And again, Eason has the right cards to accelerate. Does not have the Lux Insight, does not have the Lightweaver Assault to start putting other extra damage. But it's, I mean, you got to, honestly looking at the board, he's in a better position. He can get the map and other things as well, too. Sean does have the Dungeon Guide with 2 Resolute Stand and Increasing Danger. I think he's debating whether he wants to do potentially some sort of... one of the problems with leveling up to Dungeon Guide here is you really don't want to be banishing your Arcane Blast.
Right.
But you also want to be hitting some Arcane cards. So I think he's debating whether or not to potentially do something else. Maybe risk the Arcane Blast and go the Fireball route. But yeah, Dungeon Guide is definitely the right play here. Yeah, so it looks like, it looks like we are going to go the Arcane route here. So 1 Resolute Stand goes down along with 2 Arcane Blasts. This guarantees that he banishes at least 1 Arcane card, in this case 2. And this turbos him to 3 with level 8 on the... Yeah, and that allows him to play the Careful Study for free.
Yeah, really difficult situation for him to be in. And I think that exactly what you said. He was really trying to leverage which of these cards do I want to put down? Do I want to risk losing, very powerful cards like Arcane Blast, which are the things that he needs to close the game out quickly, right? They're the fastest, the most efficient. But he does find another Careful Study, which is exactly what he wants.
Yeah, goes to 7, draws another card, goes to 4. He can draw another card off the top here.
I believe he even has an Increasing Danger in his hand if he wants to, yet again, press that button and start building that influence back up.
At this point, it is very scary to press the button.
Right.
Now, obviously we in the caster table have better information than them. But if Sean knows that Easton doesn't actually have the right cards, for example, Lightweaver's Assault, pressing that button is a very, very scary thing to do.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So I think he is. I think Sean is actually debating the increased danger here. I saw 2 go down and immediately pulled back up.
Picked him back up.
Yeah. Again, it's just like you said too. Like giving your opponent who's playing Luxem Xander cards into memory is so scary. It's got to be so scary.
Yeah, and we're at such a high-level tournament, just the biggest stage for Grand Archive, so they have to consider all of their options very carefully. And, you know, maybe if you're playing at your locals, you're like, yeah, he won't draw anything good. I'll give him another card. I'll activate Gloam Spire. I'll play an increasing danger. But Sean really has to do the math and see if that risk is going to be worth the potential reward.
Yeah, in Sean's hand, he did draw the 3rd Arcane Blast along with the Voltaic Sphere and an Erratic Bolt, so he does have 2 more kill cards.
Yeah.
So that's really, really good. So lots of options here.
Yeah, a lot of density of damage-based cards in Sean's deck, which allows him to feel fairly safe about losing those 2 Arcane Blasts early to that Dungeon Guide, as he, you know, like he said, he's found another Erratic Bolt, Voltaic Sphere as well to start pushing some pressure.
Those are some key draws. Yeah, here, so
the Karhazny Insignia is going to come in for the Materialize step, and he's going to probably activate that in his Recollection phase, you think?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, putting more of these Luxem cards down, especially that Gleaming Cut, which he really needs in memory, is going to be key. Of course, getting that prep counter, even better.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah. Just extra value.
So we see a pause here. Maybe Sean thinking if he wants to put certain cards down. He does have to worry about, you know, as they both do have open deck lists here, Gawain can be pretty damaging if he puts the wrong cards down. So Sean really just considering, should I cast anything here? Will Blinding Steel make me put most of my hand down? Looks like he's just going to opt for a Resolute stand, maybe to protect from something like that Gawain.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually a really interesting and really great call because, the Resolute Stand, like you said, prevents Gawain from getting the on-hit.
And it's also going to prevent this Thieving Cut, which is pretty big. That might have been something that Eason was looking to fire off.
Yeah.
A great way to put cards into memory, and of course it draws a card when it hits, but that's not really going to be an option.
Yeah,
so we'll see what he opts for.
Looks like the banish of the Gleaming Cut went through. Okay, draws the first Luxem Sight there.
And those are going to be good. Not the most impactful in this matchup, but definitely something you want to see. You don't want any of that chip damage to sort of add up, make it easier for Sean to find a kill. You want to make him go from 0 to 25 all in one go.
Exactly. Yeah, but with Blanche, actually, there might be a possibility where, you know, Luxem Sight actually could be kind of useful.
Yeah.
Right? If you basically turn a kill turn into a chip turn, now having extra ways to heal just maybe a little bit of damage sometimes could be really powerful.
Yeah, that's an amazing point.
Yeah, and forces Rai to find more kills.
Right.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's pretty hard to run Sean out of damage spells, but making him work for more of them is definitely, you know, the name of the game. Eason wants to go as long as he can to sort of build up that influence over time.
Yeah, Rai definitely feeling like the high RNG deck.
Right. So we'll see what he opts to do. We're going to see Sean take a quick look through the banish here, see if there's any of those arcane cards he can start to count, as those are, those Luxem cards that he can start to count, as those are the most powerful tools for Eason to find, Lightweaver's Assaults, and we've already seen one Gleaming Cut as well.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what he's doing. He's counting how many Lightweaver Assault, for example, and probably Luxem Sight as well, has been banished to understand what kind of situation and what kind of cards Eason could be holding and what else could be in the deck.
Yeah. Rai known for his big explosive turns, but something that, you know, players with a little bit of unfamiliarity in this matchup might not realize is that this Fire Luxem Xander can have a huge burst of damage. Of course, Sean knows that, and he's trying to calculate, you know, how many turns he has, how much time he has before he has to force the issue.
Yeah, I you know, honestly, I think that that Resolute Stand really put Easton into an interesting situation here.
Yeah, it shows just such a familiarity in the matchup where Sean knows that this is going to be a high-value card, especially on this turn, even when it didn't really seem like it would without, you know, more information. So we are going to see a Thieving Cut come down. This might be aiming for that Dungeon Guide, just like we said, to put an additional couple of cards into memory, and then also get that on-hit draw card from the prepared Thieving Cut.
Correct.
But of course, can't send it to Rai, right?
Nope.
We have that Resolute Stand protecting him.
Yeah, and I think that's what Easton really wanted to do earlier.
Right.
But yeah, unfortunately, it's not going to work.
There is that very powerful ability as well on Korhazi Insignia. I believe Eason is just out of range, but it does allow you to draw a card into memory when you play a prepared card. But it looks like, unfortunately, I believe Eason has exactly 6 influence.
Yeah. It must be 6 or less
Right.
to draw a card into memory.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like he should get that draw here.
Cool.
Just taking a look at the arcane cards in banishment, as we are as well, making sure we count Rise level, and of course count those very powerful cards that are now going to be missing. Those are those 2 Arcane Blasts going to be a real thorn in Sean's side, not having access to the full 4 copies of that card.
And Eason must be glad,
right,
seeing those cards in banishment, rather than something like Arcane Disposition, Arcane Sight, those other cards that are less powerful and meaningful in banishment. So yeah.
Yeah, you never want to see Rai banish arcane cards at all, but there has to be a sigh of relief when at least it's Arcane Blasts this time.
Exactly.
All right, so we are going to see that draw into memory from the Korhazi Insignia, and then 3 damage dealt to the Dungeon Guide, and a draw a card on hit.
Yep, it's for the Thieving Cut. Okay, so we now have, of course, enough cards also in hand to put down for a Blanche. So Easton's actually in a quite good spot here.
Yeah, this Blanche here would be pretty good. Even if he doesn't cast anything else, it would put 5 cards in his memory, and that's going to make it pretty hard for Sean to calibrate a kill here through 5 points of reduction, and Eason only being at 1 damage counter.
Yeah. All right, so we see the Grail coming out, probably putting the Tome underneath. Yeah. Again, for the Grail here, the Grail putting the Tome underneath. What's the purpose of that, Cam?
Yeah, so Grail allows you to put a Tome of Knowledge under your Grail and have complete control over your memory when you decide to play that Tome of Knowledge, and you can do so at fast speed.
Yeah.
So he can wait until he has exactly 1 card in his memory, one that he wants to send to banish, then use that Quicksilver Grail at fast speed to put that card into banished.
Yeah, and cards like Scry the Sky is really powerful for this purpose exactly.
Yeah.
You can Grail it so that the 1 card that you put down is guaranteed to be the banish for the Tome.
And that is 100% what we see here.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. He's going to banish that Voltaic Sphere, get that Tome of Knowledge, get 1 extra level from banishing the Arcane card, 1 extra level from Tome, and make this Scry the Skies just all that more powerful, up to level 10.
We're going to be Scry for 10. Yeah, exactly. It's just a little bit of extra value here, putting the Tome under the Grail rather than casting the Tome directly from Materialization deck.
Yeah, both of these players you see just really valuing those little edges, those little points of advantage that you generate over the course of the game are really what adds up at something like the World Championship.
Yeah. So Sean's looking here at 3 Creative Shocks, 1 DG. These are not going to be as effective here, but things like Scry the Skies and any Arcane cards are definitely what he's looking for. But obviously, getting more kill cards into hand is going to be actually way more effective for what Sean is trying to set up here.
Yeah, so it looks like he pulled a Scry the Skies, a Careful Study, and perhaps an Arcane Disposition to the top. He's going to put the rest on the bottom. He's going to draw 1 into memory from Scry the Skies. And we'll see if he wants to cash in that next top card by activating this Tome of Sacred Lightning. Going to banish that Arcane Disposition, draw an extra card. We have to assume it's that Careful Study. There it is.
I mean, look, honestly, watching this Riot player play, this makes me want to play Riot. There's so many really fun turns, really cool things you have to think through. The planning, it's really cool.
Yeah, and Sean is so surgical, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you see the way that he's putting the cards down. Honestly, this kind of deck, it's really hard to pilot too. If you put the cards in the wrong order, the card might be in memory and something you can't draw. It really screws up the turns. But Sean's piloting this perfectly.
Yeah, sometimes you see your Riot opponent and it feels like they just play Arcane Blasts and, they didn't have to work for it, but we really do see how much the sequencing and the planning goes into it. We're going to see Sean fire off another Scry the Skies. So huge. He gets to see so many cards from his deck.
Yeah.
Looking at 11 cards now.
And it's crazy, right? I mean, it looks like Sean played a ton of cards, but notice the memory is just empty.
Right.
It doesn't feel like Riot's cheating?
Right, yeah. Just a little bit. But, like we said, it's all this this pre-planning that goes into it, these very surgical decisions from Sean, who just seems so familiar with this deck. And we don't see, again, not a whole lot of Arcane cards.
I see 3 Advent of the Stormcaller. I think that's all 3 of those in his deck.
Yeah.
I believe that is a Voltaic Sphere, a Spell Shield Arcane, and perhaps Arcane Sight in the back.
Yeah,
Increasing
it's
Danger.
A little hard to tell.
Is that the Creative Shock or?
I believe Increasing Danger and a Creative Shock, yeah.
Okay.
So we'll see if he pulls something like the Advent to the top. He's a little bit far away. He is at level 11, so Advent right now is going to cost 4. And that's not completely out of the realm of possibility, but it might be a little bit hard for him to accomplish right now.
Yeah.
But as we know, Mark, that Blanche in the hand of Eason Chen could be devastating should Sean go for an Advent here.
Yeah, exactly. There is also a Peer into Mana, which is a pretty cool card for this position here. Can be drawing quite a bit of cards also on that. But it doesn't quite, I mean, he won't have enough cards to cast it, so that's going to be a little bit challenging. Now, yeah.
Yeah, very difficult spot to navigate, right? You see Rai look at 22 cards this turn that he's seen already, but that doesn't mean he's out of the woods. He has to make sure that he sequences everything perfectly. And as we had mentioned about the deceptive explosiveness of Eason's deck, Sean knows that he might not be safe, and this might be the last turn he gets, so he has to take every chance to make sure that he can set himself up with the best position possible.
Yeah, and I caught a glimpse of Sean looking at the top, and he says, I think he looked at the camera a little bit on the side and said, oh my god.
It did look like he put a lot of arcane cards on top, so he might be looking for something like that Advent, which allows him to banish those extra arcane cards off the top.
Yeah, he's going to have to draw an extra card and do the Peer into Mana here. And he doesn't want to do it, but this is going to be what it is. Now the problem, and this is the big problem, is, like you said, Eason is holding that Blanche.
Yeah.
This Advent is going to be tricky.
So I think, like you said, he's going to go for that Peer into Mana. Peer into Mana, very powerful. It gets you Enlightenment counters +2, equal to your level +2. So he's going to get 12 Enlightenment counters here, which is equal to 4 cards, which is pretty good.
Very good, yeah. Now 4 cards, four cards to draw 4. I mean, he will end his turn here. And pass it back to Eason.
But yeah, now we're going to see a creative shock on the end of Sean's turn. But Eason has to know, right? Peer into Mana, get 12 Enlightenment counters. The next turn is going to be a really dangerous one.
Yeah, Eason's going to be chucking that Dungeon Guide into Graveyard. That's the easiest choice.
We'll see if Eason goes for maybe something like a Safeguard Amulet if he's really worried about that insane amount of card draw that Sean has sort of generated, not on his turn, but on his next turn.
Yeah. Or do you think Eason thinks that he has another turn at this point?
Yeah, I think it's going to be really tough. So we'll see if maybe he can assemble a kill, but he might be a little bit short. Sean only taking 8 points of damage. It's going to be a little bit difficult for Eason with the influence that he has. But if anyone can do it, it's Eason Chen.
Yeah. Looks like Safeguard Amulet is the right play here. I think, honestly, for the purpose of, for the reason that he, doesn't have enough of those kill cards in the memory.
Something really important happening here. We're seeing the Xander Blinding Steel effect. We see not only a Gawain, but also very important for Sean. He has now seen that Blanche in the hand of Eason Chen.
Yeah.
We'll see Dungeon Guide come in for 1. Add those points of damage up. Put Sean up to 11. And we'll see if maybe that Gawain is deployed to start picking apart Sean's resources. But very smart from Sean. He has those Enlightenment counters built up. And a lot of the advantage that he's going to be able to generate is something that Gawain can't interact with now.
Exactly. I think also Easton has 2 Blanches too. So this is going to be
interesting.
Very interesting, yeah. Now, the cool thing about Blanche in this situation is that looks like...
So we're going to see that Gawain. Sean's thinking, looking at his memory to see how devastating Gawain is going to be. Gawain has that very powerful on-champion hit. You can sacrifice her to discard a card from your opponent's memory. And we'll see if Sean has a rebuttal, maybe something like a Resolute Stand that he can find off the top, a Spell Shield Arcane. He does have access to a lot of cards in hand, even though it doesn't look like it. Those 13 Enlightenment counters will allow him to draw some extra cards should he want to. All right, 1 is good. Gawain's going to deal damage, sacrifice herself, and one of these cards is going to get picked off by Eason. And very notably, they do go to the opponent's graveyard, so they're not going to be accessible for Sean for that Rise Storm Seer ability.
Yeah, there's not a lot of really good cards to banish here. Erratic Bolt may be the best one to do here because it is, again, even though there's not a lot of kill spells in Sean's hand, that is the one that could actually be effective here.
Yeah, both an Erratic Bolt and an Arcane Blast, both looking like pretty juicy options. But yeah, like you said, you take one, the other one does the same job, right? So he has so much redundancy and the access to all of those enlightenment counters.
Yeah,
so he's going to take that Arcane Blast, but this is a risky proposition as we do see that power overwhelming, and instead of drawing cards with those enlightenment counters, Sean could opt to just power overwhelming into Erratic Bolt, and that is a lot of damage.
Yeah, and remember, Sean has put a bunch of the Advent of Stormcaller on the top of his deck.
Right.
So that is still a possibility there too. And I believe Easton at this point has not shown any Blanche in the memory.
Yeah, I think
very
he
careful.
might have shown one this turn.
Okay.
But that second one, like you had mentioned, is actually really important.
Yeah.
The Rye players will usually find a way to deal with the first Blanche,
Yeah.
sort of in response to one of their big spells resolving. But it's going to be really hard if Eason says, okay, that resolves, my Blanche dies, I'll play another Blanche.
Yeah, and see exactly how that works.
So we're going to pass over to Sean, and we're going to do some math. Sean's talking out a little bit all of his math here. He knows he knows that his opponent sees the game. They both understand what's going on here. So Sean's doing his math out loud, seeing if he can play around Safeguard Amulet, maybe play around something like Blanche.
Yeah.
Just such respect from these players that he's like, yeah, it's okay if you know what I'm thinking about, because we both know what's going on here.
Yeah, it's almost like, at this level, players are not just playing Grand Archive anymore. It's almost like playing chess.
Right, yeah. Yeah, the mind games are unreal.
Mm-hmm.
And they are definitely in that, that 7D chess.
Yeah. He's thinking, and Sean's literally calling out cards in Easton's hand.
Right. Yeah, both players having a laugh as they understand the situation that they're in, and Sean's going to see if he can find a way to navigate it. And totally not out of the realm of the possibility of this Rye deck getting through all of these pieces of interaction. But it's definitely not going to be easy.
No, not easy at all.
And like you said, Mark, we know that we have some Advent of the Stormcallers looming towards the top of the deck, but that is going to be a pretty difficult one to resolve, especially through Safeguard Amulet, something to note about Advent. So we're going to start with Power Overwhelming.
Yep.
It's going to get one Enlightenment counter from that inherited effect of Rye, and we'll see how many he wants to cash in.
He's going to cash in, I believe,
14?
all of them.
He's cashed in 14 levels. We're going to go up to Rye level 24.
Wow, Rye level 24.
Maybe he's just doing the math here to see if that's what he wants. Nope, that's what he wants to do.
There you go.
All right, he's going to start with an Advent of the Stormcaller. So, notable thing about Advent of the Stormcaller, you reveal the top level cards of your deck. You can banish any amount of arcane cards and deal 2 damage for each arcane card you banish. Then you put the rest of the cards on top or bottom in any order.
Yeah.
Advent of the Stormcaller does deal all of those pieces of damage in increments of 2. So something like Safeguard Amulet is going to cover up it in its entirety.
Yeah.
However, this is like the biggest Scry the Skies we've ever seen, Mark. Right? It's 24 cards. Take whatever you want.
Hey, I seem to be always on stream for record-breaking damage, record-breaking Scry the Skies, and record-breaking Advent of the Stormcaller.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is the turn. I mean, effectively for Sean's deck, playing the Power Overwhelming, kind of doing this right now is the I'm burning everything I have, all the resources. I got it or I don't.
Right.
Yeah.
So we might see, a little low on influences is Sean, but he does have access to that Storm Tyrant's Eye.
Yes.
So he can play this Advent of the Stormcaller.
Yep.
Sees 24 cards.
Yep.
Banish basically every arcane card in his deck.
Except maybe Arcane Blast.
Right.
Yep.
And then we know that he has that Erratic Bolt, and maybe he can assemble an Erratic Bolt that is so large that it can kill Eason in one shot through both Blanche and Safeguard Amulet.
Yeah. It's possible.
So it looks like we're
Sean is counting the library.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Just make sure how many cards he's going to go dig deep into, and this is where the percent math of probabilities of what cards remaining in Sean's deck is going to come into play.
Yeah, I mean, Grand Archive not a game where you usually see your entire deck, right? But we are in the position where Sean does have basically perfect information, and he can, like you said, do the probability math of if I see 24 out of 30 cards in my deck, what am I going to see?
Yeah.
And so it looks like he is just...
this is a pretty big turn. Eason now, of course, can deploy both Blanche, but it's tricky.
I think we'll at least see that Safeguard Amulet popped. Or, like you said, maybe a Blanche deployed here.
Yeah.
But if Blanche is on the board, Advent of the Stormcaller can be the most expensive kill card of all time and just be spent to kill Blanche and get her off the board, as it's not going to deal any damage
to anything else. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think basically, Sean.
So it looks like we're going to see a Safeguard Amulet popped, and Sean is going to go to Resolution. 24 cards.
Let's see what he gets.
I think you are right, Mark. This is the biggest advent of the Stormcaller probably in Grand Archive history.
At least on cast.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, wow. Tons of arcane cards.
Yep. We'll see how many he gets.
Yeah.
It's looking like at least 7 so far.
Yeah. Again, this isn't really to kill. This is more. This advent isn't to kill. This advent is more to set up basically what he's going to be drawing into. Yeah, let's set up the lethal puzzle is what Sean said.
Yeah, Sean says, let's set up the lethal puzzle.
Oh, man.
And that is exactly what this deck feels like so many times, is a puzzle.
Yeah.
And, you know, every time I see Rye play, every time I play Rye myself, I'm convinced that there is an answer to the puzzle. And we'll see if Sean can find it.
How do you navigate it? Exactly.
Right. So he's putting all these arcane cards to the side. And, you know, as we said, for everyone following along at home, this Advent of the Stormcaller, as there is an active Safeguard Amulet, it's not going to deal any damage to Eason, but it is going to put all those cards into Banish, which will give Rye those levels from Rye Stormseer.
Yeah.
And that might be enough to get one of those big effects like Fireball or Erratic Bolt to get across the finish line.
Yep.
All right.
33 is
Sean
the level.
Level 33.
Oh, man.
And how do you feel about Fireball for 35, Mark? Does that seem pretty good?
Seems like a pretty good number. How do you feel about 2 fireballs for 35?
Yeah, that
for
seems
70.
pretty good. 70 damage. And, you know, we heard Sean talking a little bit about, oh, your max prevention here is probably X, Y. He's really doing all the math to see how much Eason can prevent of this astronomically large Rye combo turn.
Yeah. This is a very, very pivotal moment here for Sean.
Yeah, so he's going to have to set up a couple of ways to draw these top cards from his deck. We will see him obviously put a lot of these cards on top.
Counters, I can draw 12 cards. I'm okay with this.
All right.
You know what? Where's my last fireball?
Okay, so, there's another fireball.
Banish 11. Everything in Dungeon Guide.
Banish 11, everything in Dungeon Guide. Dungeon Guide takes 22 damage. Sorry, Dungeon Guide.
Kill myself.
He's going to top the rest, and he's acting so quickly now. He knows exactly what he wants to do.
And he doesn't want to.
Eason said, I did
do
it.
Show it. Okay. Oh, let's go. Oh, man.
So it looks like Eason said he's done the math. You got it, brother.
Wow.
Just an absolute masterclass from Sean playing this Rye deck. Maybe the biggest Rye combo turn, at least I've ever seen, you know, maybe in Rye history.
Oh, my God. And Sean, I mean, for those of you guys who don't know, I mean, Sean has been on Rye since day one. I mean, he went to SoCal Regionals, right? One of the first, biggest regionals. And he ran Rye.
Yeah.
And he's been playing Rye. I mean, honestly, I think I was surprised, as a lot of people were, when he played Firezander.
Right.
So, I mean, and it's so wonderful to see Sean going back to his roots for, the World's Championship.
Right.
Right. What a great way to kind of bring it all back for this game and for this big tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show. We've heard so much doom and gloom from the community after the ban of Reckless Conversion and Crystal Empowerment that, Rye's just not powerful enough. He can't get it done anymore. But we see that Sean is really just showing Rye's still here. He's still a threat. And especially, moving on now to the finals of the World Championship is Sean playing Rye.
Yeah. And, one of the coolest techs I've seen, of course, this weekend is just having the tome under the grail.
Yeah.
I mean, being able to control the banishment in that way is so powerful. The Gloomspire, honestly, even though it wasn't used that many times, it was amazing.
Right.
Just to see that, right? And, it's just show how powerful Rye is. Once you get the right cards, right combinations, and the way you line it up, it's great, yeah.
70 damage is what and that was like...
It was more. It was more, because he had a third fireball.
Right. Yeah, that was me and Mark just trying to put together our best combo line. We're like,
we are
70 is
not
pretty
players.
good. And
Sean
we
are not Rye players.
Looking at 200 damage or something crazy there.
Oh man, that line, it will go down in history forever. Let me puzzle out the kill here.
Right. Yeah, let's construct the lethal puzzle. And Sean did it.
Yeah, and Sean built a little pyramid of arcane cards on the left hand.
Right.
Put his fireballs on the right, and the ways to draw into those fireballs.
Yeah,
performed it perfectly.
Absolutely amazing play from both of our players. Of course, big congratulations to Eason Chen for having an amazing performance this weekend.
Absolutely, yeah.
And of course, congratulations to Sean for moving on to the finals.
The finals
of the World Championship.
Of the World Championship, yeah. What a great position to be in.
Yeah.
This is it. This is they're battling. For those of you at home who have not seen it, have not heard about it, there is a very unique prize card for the World Champion.
Yeah.
Right? It's the unique Grand Crusaders ring.
Right.
Yeah.
Apotheosis right.
Apotheosis right. But in addition to getting that, you'll also be getting a 14-karat Grand Crusaders ring.
Right.
Yeah. Now, I don't know what size that ring's going to be.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe you'll have to get your Grand Crusaders ring resized.
Resize it, melt it down. I don't know, something.
Melt it down.
You got to resize it.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, I believe it's, what, $20,000 to first place as well?
That's yeah, I totally forgot about money, but the money was also pretty good for this position, yeah.
But of course, they're here for the bragging rights, Mark. The first ever Grand Archive World Champion. Is something that only one person's ever going to be able to say.
Exactly.
Maybe 10 years from now, some people will be able to say they're a Grand Archive World Champion, but only one person will be able to be the first.
Yeah. We're going to be going over to a 15-minute break as we set up the final match of, we're going to be doing, we're going to be going to a 15-minute break and then actually setting up a podcast. While between this and our final match, it will be with me, you, and I think it's Roger.
Nice.
And Dan.
Yes.
Bring all the crew. We're going to play some fun mini games and see how it goes.
Sounds good. We'll see you then.
All right. See you soon. right, we're here for the Talk Dan Break.
Dan Break.
Dan Break. Sorry. Oh, that's bad. Talk Main Break podcast featuring Roger.
Yeah,
okay.
talking to the mic, man.
Oh, talking to the mic. Okay, sorry. We're here for the Talk Main Break podcast featuring Roger with the four of us. Basically, you know, we have a little bit of time while the finalists are setting up for the last match. Give them a little bit of break before we go into it. Sean actually just had to navigate some weird, 70, 80, 90 damage turn. So, of course, I'm joined here. I'm Mark from Solo Games. I'm joined here by all of these wonderful co-hosts, casters, devs. Let's go ahead, go to my left, and Dan, why don't you introduce yourself to the guests?
Absolutely. To the guests or to our audience here? I think you would probably know who I am. I'm Dan from Main Deck, and I am, I do content for Grand Archive and other card games. I've been supporting the game since the very start of the game. Been casting this weekend with some wonderful casting talent here as well. And I'm super pumped to be here because this Grand Finals is looking extremely exciting.
Yeah, what wonderful matches we had already. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Hey everyone, my name is Roger. I'm the Director of Operations for Weeds of the Shore, who's publisher for Grand Archive TCG.
Cool. That was really short. I wasn't expecting to be that short.
Hey man, I'm not the chief professional here.
Are you sure you're not the Khaleesi, the
breaker of chains?
Yeah, the breaker of chains.
I don't know. We're like locked in the dungeon for like.
That's right. Okay. Yeah.
I've seen pictures of your dungeon on Twitter. Yeah,
it's very nice. It's coming together.
It is. You're starting.
Nice.
It's starting to look a little less like a dungeon.
All right, guys. I am Cam from the Lineage Break podcast. We do a podcast about GA every week. We are the first Grand Archive podcast. Sorry, I don't. The number one.
Oh, it's true.
Whoa,
it's true.
You first.
Claim it. You own it.
I've been casting this weekend of Worlds. Been some great matches. That last one was wild, and just really excited to be here.
Yeah. So exactly, that last match was insanely wild. I'm actually kind of curious. For those of you who weren't casting, curious to hear your thoughts on the last match.
Yeah. Well. The power of Rye, right? Like, what more is there to say? This is a deck that has not been seen. Competitive, high-level competition for a long time. After Reckless Conversion's ban, everyone kind of backed off. Allies got popular. Everyone kind of backed off. Even though Peaceful Reunion exists, Resolute Stand, lots of options for dealing with the problems. Vanish from Sight, another one that came out. Like it's not like there's no way to deal with these, but people just weren't playing Rye. People were playing other decks, and Sean comes in with his immense skill and shows everyone, yeah, you know what? 200 damage turns? That's still a thing you can do. Beat that.
Yeah, level 34. Crazy.
Yeah.
I think he was going to pop a couple more levels too. So, yeah.
It's pretty crazy to see like the cycle from meta. I mean, even back during Kickstarter and Prelude, when it was like the very first tournament, I think Lorraine was overrepresented, and then Rye kind of wrecked the entire audience, and people were like, oh, what the hell is this? And then ever since that moment, it's always been Lorraine. Like adjustments from bans or tunings, and then suddenly out of nowhere in the finals of or semifinals of the Worlds first, we have Rye suddenly coming back.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool to see kind of like the cyclical nature of all of that still.
Yeah, I'm also super surprised actually this weekend seeing not only so many Ryes in day one, but also day two, sticking with their decks. That's I don't know, were you surprised by that, Cam?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like you said, I was surprised to see so many at the World Champs already. And I can understand that some of them that had a really successful day one, like, oh, this is working, I should try it again. But I was like super surprised that Eason was the only player that changed his deck completely. But yeah, we're just really seeing how powerful Rye is. We have one, moving on to the finals now. And even, against another mage, right?
Yeah. Another mage, yeah.
If you ask almost anybody here outside of probably the inner circle of True Champion Gaming, nobody expected Caben to stick with Rye in day two. It was not in the cards, so it was a huge surprise and then an upset match as well when he ended up losing that.
I did hear from both teams that, or at least among the top competitors, like with Sean and Caben, True Champion, that they objectively think that Rye is the best deck in the current meta.
Wow.
Which I think is actually a relatively hot take compared to what everyone else has been playing this past 3-4 months, because we haven't seen Rye at almost any event before.
Well, we heard Sean say in his interview that they should unban Reckless Conversion. Roger, do you think they should do that? Does that seem like a smart choice?
I don't think we need to give Sean more tools at this point.
It looks like maybe Pure into Mana might get banned next. I mean, and exactly that too. Like, I wonder how many more Rye babies we're going to birth after this weekend.
Yeah.
Are we going to go to locals and just see Ryes everywhere now? Because, hey, that's the hot deck of the month. Yeah.
Rye actually at our store championship recently, one of our local players who never plays Rye just came in, brought Rye like the night before, and like totally destroyed me right before the store champs. Like, oh my god, he's bringing Rye to this event. Then he had to bring Luxem the next day. So very different. But yeah, Rye still definitely has that potential to just, if you're not ready for it, it just dunks on you.
Yeah.
I think our local NorCal regionals, Wind Rye took first place.
Really fun things to Win Rye, a deck that I never thought I would see again.
Yeah.
After Reckless Conversion being banned, yes. Yeah.
No,
so that goes to show, the audience at home, if you pick up Rye, if you think Rye looked really great this weekend, you can pick him up, play him for a couple hours, and you can beat Dan. And so,
Well, actually, honestly, I think I might have said this in an episode of our podcast before, but I have played Rye and lost to someone playing the Rye starter deck. One game.
Yes.
I won the match, but the one game he just popped off, and I was like, damn.
Hey, some of those starter decks are strong.
That starter deck is one of the most complete starter decks, I think, as well. Yeah, I would rate that starter deck very highly.
I think you could buy two of them, jam them together, and go to Ascent.
Yeah. Well, it's a difficult to play deck.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? I've had teaching the game to people, especially when the game first came out with the Prelude decks.
Yeah.
I always took Rye because if I ever gave them Rye, they lost and had a bad time. He's like, I couldn't do anything. You just killed me. But then when you know how to play the deck, it's exact opposite, actually.
Exactly. Well, looking forward a little bit into the next match. So we know that Sean's going to be moving on to the finals on the bottom bracket here, or not bottom bracket, but just the second game. And then, of course, coming up from top is going to be Glenny Boy or Glenn representing New Zealand or Oceania region.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, I'm actually really happy to see that the World Championship is a battle between regions and not just battle among Americans.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, that was very exciting. I was a little worried when we went into this, and then we had the pairing. It was nice to see the pairing of New Zealand and then the Southeast Asian region.
Yeah.
Because I was like, one of these people is going to make it into finals. That's good. That's good.
I mean, even from the top 8 cut into the top 4 cut, it was fairly proportional, if not leaning against NA slightly, right? We had 3 from New Zealand, 1 from Hong Kong, and then 3 from NA.
NA, yeah.
1 from Australia.
I guess there was 3 from Oceania.
Oh, no, 1 from Hong Kong, 1 from Singapore.
Singapore, yes, that's right, yeah. There you go. So, yeah, but what do you guys think about the final match? So it's going to be between Sean, again, running on this Fire Rye, going against Glenn on his hybrid Merlin.
Yeah.
So yesterday, I was casting, along with Clem, the match between Sean and Rye, and a different Merlin. And that was the fastest match of the day. So...
Ooh.
I don't know. It always comes down to the card draw. The players have skill and they have different outs they can take. But going into this, it is, I think, looking like more of a fight for Glenn to be able to pull ahead. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. We've seen that happen a couple of times this weekend already. Like, of course, here at the desk, we talk about the matchups, and a lot of that is like information that we can extrapolate from people playing the game for a long time. And I do think the Rye is probably favored in that matchup. So it's going to be, like you said, a tough road for Glenn. But you can't count any of these players out. It's the absolute best players in the world. Yep. So, Glenn's going to take every edge that he can. But I would definitely say I think Sean is probably feeling pretty good about this being his matchup for the finals.
Yeah. And realistically, even though, I mean, he is going against a Rye, but Glenn did already clear 1 Rye.
Right.
So what's there's definitely possible chance that he can clear a second. Honestly, with Rye decks, they're very high rolly, so that's why you're running the Serene Fire.
Mm-hmm.
So what if Sean bricks?
Yeah.
It's a possibility as well. So there's other things like that. One thing that Sean did tell me is back in SoCal Regionals when I was playing my Lorraine and he was playing his Rye, of course. He said, if you're facing Ryes, honestly, the strategy is deploy allies and do not sacrifice them to anything and just go for face. There's about 1 to 2 turns, maybe sometimes 3, where the Rye basically can't do much. Now, that's, of course, before FTC meta and before ALC meta, where we have things like Peaceful Reunion, we have things like Resolute Stand. These cards did not exist back in DOA, and that does change the field a lot.
Yeah, but as you saw during the round 1, every piece of interaction and or stall you add to your deck makes the combo slightly more inefficient.
Yeah.
And when you're such a combo deck that looks for that consistent like turn 3, turn 4 kills,
yeah,
any of those pieces can reduce your probability. And so suddenly it becomes a math equation of like how much am I kind of like diluting my combo potential in order to counter whatever matchups I come up against.
Exactly.
And the advantage that Merlin has compared to some other aggressive decks is that against a lot of those decks, if you do draw a lot of those interaction pieces, you can just keep stalling until you find the things. But Merlin eventually gets to the point where she'll just fireball, as we saw the result of the previous match where Caben ended up getting knocked out on Rye. The fireball to the face does a lot of damage, and there's little interaction to deal with that other than hoping to have the spell shield at the right time.
Yeah, and Glenn also is running Sun Steels. Those could be free if Merlin gets enough value. And of course, Merlin, like you said, just gains that gradual advantage all throughout the late game.
Right. Yeah, it feels sort of similar to the match that we just watched, right? Where the Luxem deck was trying to get to the end game and sort of snowball that advantage. And Merlin does that like much more directly. Because every 2 turns, she gets that actual palpable, burst of advantage that she wants to get as many times as she can until she can close out the game with, like something like a big fireball.
Yeah, and pretty key point, if I recall this correctly, Glenn does have Blanche in the sideboard as well.
I believe so, yeah.
So there are options there for Glenn, in addition to Safeguard Amulet, to kind of extend the game a little bit more and gain that gradual advantage.
Right.
Yeah. But as Dan had in podcast mentioned, kind of talk about who's the beatdown, right?
Yeah.
In this case, as a Merlin deck, you can kind of customize it as we saw during the Cayman match, where you go into a more aggro level 2 variant. You can kind of ignore your Crux package and see as like, well, Rye doesn't have as much health at level 2, at level 3 compared to Merlin or Tony or some of the other champions. So why not try and like shift towards like a less interactive, more direct damage focus to get under Rye, put him under pressure.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, got to show some respect to Flame Rune Swordsman. Getting in there for 2.
Real,
like,
no, 2-2 for 3, man. That's
not bad.
The trick.
Yeah, those are kind of the slat lines that a lot of ally decks are looking for, right? So, hey, and you have floating in case it gets removed. That's not bad.
Yeah, any piece of removal is 1 card from your hand that loses kind of like combo potential later on.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I think it's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting to see. No matter what happens, it might be a climactically epic finish with Rye, just like we had in the last match. It might be that kind of Glenn climbing out and pulling off the fireball at the right time or something. But it will be, as far as I understand, a best of 5.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's going to be quite an interesting match, which will really help, I think, reduce that variability a little bit more, get it a little more consistent, and hopefully get us a very clean, true champion of the first ever Grand Archive World Championships.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I'm actually kind of curious. Do you think Glenn is preparing right now? I wonder if the team is helping him.
I would think so, yeah. And they have a couple hours, like they have this lunch break. They have a little bit of time after that.
That's
so,
really
yeah, I assume both players are, getting with their team, getting with their friends, and saying, how can I prepare in these last final moments before the finals of the World Championship?
Yeah, that's going to be really fun to actually think about, too, as well, because the players do have a little bit of time. So, yeah.
Yeah, but best of 5 is such a test of endurance, right?
Right.
When it's best of 3, you can usually get through like an hour, 2-hour games if you really focus, and then you have your break. When you get to the best of 5s, it's not so much about the technicality, and then it becomes about like your mental endurance of like, how am I keeping up? How am I playing optimally? Am I comfortable enough with this deck to like naturally know the right lines, or do I have to actively think about and calculate every single decision I'm making?
Right.
And that can itself can become a very big detriment or drain if the challengers become stressed or like prepare too much in advance as well.
Yeah, especially in these untimed rounds and at the end of a very, very long weekend for these players. This match could be a 30-minute, explosive Rye game, or it could, we could be here all night and Dan could be casting well into the midnight hours.
And hopefully someone will bring me a drink if we do that.
I got you.
All right.
There'll be some breaks. Yes, don't worry. Well, full support for the casting booth. Yeah. Honestly, I fully expect a lot of people to be watching this final match. Speaking with Sean just a little bit earlier, he does think that it might go a little bit fast, but that's, of course, if he draws optimal, and he mentioned that too. If he draws well, should we go fast? But if he doesn't draw well, that opens up a lot of room for Glenn. The other thing also to think about is Glenn does actually have had quite a bit of rest between the first game of the day and now, and Sean's going to be pretty much going back-to-back into his final match. So there is a little bit difference there as well. Like you said, endurance comes in, almost like Sean's playing 8 games back-to-back.
Nah, true.
Yeah.
It's all about that attitude. Sean's like, it's going to be really quick. It's going to be a 30-minute game. But I'm sure if you ask Glenn, he's like, it'll take forever. I'm going to grind him out every game. It's going to go to turn 16.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
One thing too is I think the decks represent some different levels of sort of mental strength required to get through them. The Rye math can get quite complicated sometimes, and Merlin certainly not like an easy deck to play, but generally thought of as a little bit more of a forgiving deck. You're able to maybe make a blunder here or two there and can eventually draw you back some extra cards and get you into it. Whereas if Sean does end up, which I don't expect him to, but if he does end up getting a little mentally exhausted and blundering that can be costing the entire kill a
Yeah.
little more easily, I think, too.
Yeah, and then since Merlin's much more of like a control matchup where you're just grinding for incremental advantage until you have an overwhelming force. The Rai combo deck is much more about like, when am I pulling the trigger? What pieces can they potentially represent? Do I have enough math to go over that?
Yeah.
If not, when am I waiting until I pull the trigger until I run out of time? And so there's a lot of thought going into the pieces there of like, how am I following up? And then where am I executing my final?
Yeah, exactly.
So we did see beyond this set now, when we have the new metagame, we got a glimpse at the recollection decks and the full set spoiler for Mercurial Heart last week. I am really interested to hear everyone's thoughts on the new cards, especially Roger's inside information about Mercurial Heart and how this is going to start to shift our metagame going forward past the World Championships and into the next season of competitive play.
Yeah, I think looking at MRC from a company standpoint that we've gone through playtesting and involves, as you know, we've come from like a very indie background, and so each set release has been kind of like catching up the company and the team and the resources to see how can we best develop future sets going as fast as possible. And I think this is the first fully baked set that we've had resourcing to run both like playtesting, design, iteration, and templating and printing to make sure that this is like what we think the healthiest set of Will the Metagame will be going forward. And I think we see that initially with the starter decks, not starter decks, but the recollection sets, where out of the box are very playable, very fun, and very unique in the playstyle.
They're very good.
Very competitive, yeah.
And so much of what Spoil did within the set helps upgrade those decks as well. And so you can kind of choose and pick pieces, regalia, additional slimes from the main set to then build out your deck and customize them for other situations as well. Hopefully there won't be one optimal build. There's so many pieces to like choose how you want to build the slime. Like, am I an aggro erupting slime deck? Am I this like Terra arcane control combo slime deck? So it should be very exciting to see how that plays out.
I can say just from the slime perspective, I already have 3 deck lists ready to go, 3 basic elements that is so fun.
Yeah, I was absolutely blown away when we got to play that recollection event last night. Like the first game that I played, I was playing Tristan, and I found myself like turn after turn just being like legitimately surprised with like how good the cards were in this like starter deck, sealed tournament. It just felt so powerful, and I think if the set is reflective of that, of how powerful Tristan and Sylvie. We played a little bit against Dan's Sylvie like constructed deck that he made, which felt really, really strong.
Yeah.
So I'm super excited to see what MRC brings.
Yeah, I've had fun gunslinging my Win Sylvie a little bit here now that we have all the cards spoiled, and it's a something I've been toying with a little bit, and it's it is way too much fun.
Just to say, like the slimes don't have to go into a slime shell, right?
Right.
Yeah. I run this Farmer Tony deck where I create herbs to like generate a giant sword to swing with. I can pop that baby green slime into bounce my deployment beacon, get 2 tokens, convert those into 2 swords. Hey, it's a 2 cost, deal 6. It's not too bad.
It's not bad at all.
Yeah, a lot of options. Playing the tournament last night. So I was unfortunately not able to participate in the tournament last night, a little bit busy. But among the 2 decks from recollection, what would you say, like comment a little bit on, sounds like Dan, you were playing the Sylvie deck?
I did.
And then of course, Cam, you were on the Tristan deck.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of curious on the Tristan deck, what kind of thoughts do you have on that deck, and how does it perform? How does it run? What kind of combo are you looking for?
It feels super interactive. I think that's the best part about it. I think with playing against the Sylvie deck, which feels very like board based, and I think her ally quality feels a little bit higher, the interaction in the Tristan deck feels absurd. Yeah. Cards like Incapacitate, little like removal spells like Slice and Dice and stuff like that that allow you to like generate 2-for-1s very consistently. And I was the most surprised about agility, which is a keyword that I found really hard to sort of understand how powerful it was until I got to play with it last night. And agility feels just so good to be able to hold up stuff like Arrow Trap or Incapacitate or Zephyrs when we start to play constructed.
Yeah. Wow.
Cam, you're 100% right. So the general perception I got talking to people, I already had a little bit of experience playing with these because we got to put up, just today we got to release our videos just kind of going over, Ava from TalkGA and myself going over. Ava did the Sylvie deck, I did the Tristan deck, but I've been playing with these for a little bit, and right away, Main Deck Taylor and I, the 2 who were involved in this, identified that the Tristan deck is going to be the one that I think is going to be harder for people to get into right away, because any deck that is just based, your value is based on your ability to interact efficiently and appropriately with your opponent, more like a control style of gameplay, takes a little bit more to to start to figure out. So right away, the perception from everyone there, everyone's going, Sylvia's so strong. Oh my God, Sylvia's crazy. I get to the third round playing against Ivan from New Zealand, one of the players who actually just top 4'd the Path of Steel here as well. Incredible player who gave me my first loss yesterday playing Tristan. Incredible control of the board, just playing exactly the right things at the right time. Very, very good use of agility, like you're saying. Slice and Dice blew me out through a slime shield trying to protect my animal and beast because I kind of got greedy and wanted to get 2 cards off of Sylvia level 2. I was running that back through my head. The rest of the night I was like, I really think if I had just leveled the turn before and not gone for it, but I thought I had a slime shield. I thought I was safe. But Slice and Dice was just, he was so powerful, and he eventually just ground me out in the end. So it's a deck where, you're going to approach it, and you may think immediately, wow, this feels kind of tough. But the lines, once you figure them out, it's like, actually, this deck is kind of scary.
So, Dan, what about the slime deck?
The slime?
Are they just going to get Slice and Dice, or do they have a chance?
Oh, the slimes certainly have. I mean, when you're not getting fully controlled like that, the slimes, they're my perfect play style. It is a combat trick heavy deck. You're trying to put things on the board. Your opponent's going to try to control you, and you're trying to say no the whole time. Actually, instead of you controlling me, I'm going to retaliate and kill your thing or deal 4 damage to your champion or whatever. And I'm going to gain a level, and now my next turn, all my pride's turned on, and I'm attacking. The tricks are super, super powerful. That allow you to get into that late game. And then when you get there, everybody in the venue was commenting about how crazy powerful Sylvie's endgame felt. Things like doing Slime King, banishing 3 slimes underneath it, putting out a 4/5 taunter that now the opponent has to get through. But better yet, let's follow that up with the Storm Slime, who does damage based on the number of banished slimes. And guess what you just banished? 3 slimes underneath your Slime King. Where I did a Storm Slime for 9 damage. One game, and my opponent was like, okay, I put it down. He plays the trap card out of memory in Tristan to stifle my my on enter trigger. I'm like, you got me. Here's my other one for 9 more damage. It's also very powerful. Both decks, honestly, as a seasoned TCG player, played a lot of starter decks. This isn't a starter deck product, but I played a lot of precons in my day. One of the best precons I've ever played. Both of them. They flow so well, full play sets of everything. I can't say enough good things about these decks.
Were there any cool cards pulled during the event last night?
A lot, yeah. We got the privilege of seeing the entire set. By the end of the night, we were missing a couple, but we eventually filled those in, and so we've seen the whole set. Actually, obviously, you viewers at home can't see it, but we have the master set up on the wall here at the World Championship, and I'm just personally overwhelmed with information. I haven't had enough time to sort of process everything, but there's lots of cool stuff. The cool thing about MRC is that it's supporting all 7 classes in the game. So no matter what class you play, there's going to be something for you. Even if you're a cleric player, there's there's cards for you to enjoy. So I'm really excited to start brewing. It comes out in 5 days, which is blowing me away.
Earlier today, I was playing a Arizona player, just kind of while we're waiting for Path of Silver grading, we started playing. And the whole time, while he's playing Arizona, he's commenting on how excited he is to open MRC and all the support that Arizona is going to be getting as well. So that's what I'm excited for, to see a lot more support for people's, the people's choice champions, right? And having them finally see the light day, and hopefully maybe even at a Worlds final for next time.
Yeah, I think the great part is, obviously I make the joke about complaining about Cleric a lot. But aside from that, I feel like going into MRC, there's a couple of, classes and strategies that felt a little bit weaker than the curve. And I think especially looking at, the support that Sylvie's gotten, not only in the Recollection deck, but the additional stuff that she gets from MRC as well, makes her look, at least to me from the outside, very, very competitive. And I think that's a great place to be where, hopefully in MRC, all 7 classes are going to be equally, playable, and you can find a successful build, both casually, but also at a competitive level with what other class that you want to play.
Cam, I know you don't want this to turn into, well, maybe you do, but you're not going to try to turn this into an Arizona hour.
Yeah.
But did you look at all the Astra spoilers? Because I just looked at them a little bit ago.
There's a couple that are really insane.
Reflect the Skies
Yeah.
Oh, I'm bursting with excitement.
Reflect the Skies.
Meteor Strike.
Meteor Strike is the card that I feel like, and I know that Roger knows I've been asking for it. And I talked to Poro earlier today, one of our beautiful staff here at the event. That is basically exactly the card that I've been asking for, and I've gotten the impression that that is the case of other RE players as well. So they're really, listening to us, which is great. And they're also listening to our TO, and Roger has to run off to hopefully work on the slides for the presentation in just a couple of hours.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's unfortunate. I was going to ask Roger a question about designing for all 7 classes, but what do you guys think? What's your opinion now on how, with the release of Mercurial Heart, I know we don't, like you said, it's a lot to take in. We don't have everything kind of under our chins quite yet, but do you have any classes that you're eyeing now, maybe let's say other than Cleric, that you think are getting potentially a little boost here to become, more of a meta threat than they used to be?
I'm really curious about 2 things. The safe answer is Sylvie looks insane. I think that the boards that Sylvie can create are wild, like the biggest outlier boards that we've seen in the history of the game. But something that not a whole lot of people are talking about is the potential of some of the mage cards, where we've seen a lot of powerful Rai play this weekend, but Rai has always sort of been locked into that sort of arcane focus Rai deck, where we're seeing a lot of really cool water mage cards that lead to sort of something that the community calls battery acid Rai, making sort of a return and being a very interactive and more low to the ground mage deck.
How about you, Mark?
I'm looking at those Umbra cards.
Oh, I know.
There's a lot of really cool Umbra cards, and they're not just supporting, Tristan. There are some cards that are pretty good for Deanna as well. Now I have to look through all of them, of course, but there's one card in particular that looks like a pretty cool, basically one-hit kill, right?
Yeah.
You know me, I'm always into these like big hit turns type of things. So I don't remember the card's name, but it's the one where if the champion on hit, if the champion's over 20 HP, they're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, Kel got a chance to spoil that card, and it looks super good.
There's an assassin, the final strike, I think it's something like that. I think it's called Final Strike. There's also a ranger. Now remember, Umbra is going to be an assassin and ranger right now. So the set is full of Umbra cards because it's got a bunch for assassin, bunch for ranger, and then one wonderful slime as well, which big fan of. But there's a ranger one that causes them to all of the curses on their lineage now they take 1 unpreventable damage at the start of each recollection phase, which is like, oh man, like,
are you going to take damage, or are you going to take damage?
Yeah, just guaranteed you're going to be dying here pretty soon. So very exciting stuff.
Definitely didn't need Diana leveraging more creeping torments under me. But
no. Well, we only saw 1 Diana in the World Championship here, right? Limelight playing it. As we all said right away, we expected some pretty decent matchups across the board, but things didn't quite pan out. Even after an absolutely wild first round of the tournament, had the pleasure of casting that along with Kel and watching him double Dungeon Guide turn 2 each game to level 3 and then win was like pretty crazy.
And so crazy that was against Glenny Boy, who lost his first round on coverage, and made it all the way to the finals.
Yeah.
I remember at the end of day 1, at the train night, Glenny Boy just finishing his match came up and was so relieved that he made the cut.
Yeah.
It's, honestly, going into that too, like, we were talking about 4-3 was the cut, but due to some of the double losses, it was looking kind of risky, even for potentially some of the 4-3s.
4-3 all the way to finals.
Right.
Unbelievable. And now MRC is going to be adding a lot more stuff. You mentioned Water Mage Cam. Water Merlin is something I've been thinking about quite a bit. I've been very excited to see the potential of a deck. Water Merlin is a deck that I've seen. I know there are some diehard Water Merlin players out there who have made it into top 32 at several Ascents, Nationals. I've always seen those Water Merlins out there grinding it, trying to get there because it's so close. You have cards like Mind Freeze from Dawn of Ashes that are like, in Merlin, it is actually a free turn every time you get that. With some of the support, I am really looking forward to seeing what kind of grindy Water Merlin can exist.
Yeah. I think a lot of the MRC philosophy back in ALC, from FTC to ALC, it was around like, how do we increase champion diversity, right? I think there was a couple levers we weren't happy with the meta as far as like champion diversity, element diversity, but we were like, champion first. how do we improve that? Now going from ALZ to MRC is how do we improve element diversity, right? People default to fire a lot. It may not be maybe generally agreed upon to be best element, but there are tools that are comfortable and simple that people feel more comfortable on fire playing in. So how can we design cards to interact, and how can we shape kind of the identity of each element to be a little bit more specific and a little bit more differentiated so people have options playing all 3 elements across the classes.
So Roger, can you talk a little bit about how you tried to add some of that in from what we've seen so far in MRC for water and wind?
Yeah.
So I can't say maybe personally, but talking about the team's philosophy of design, as far as I go, I think there are cards around like how do we give unique interactions. So with wind, a lot of like graveyard interaction, a lot of effect stifling or interactions there that make wind ideal to play into certain metas, to certain interactive decks. Water, I think, was more around like, hey, there are pieces of this like self-mill or opponent mill strategies that are there, but it needs more of like a core engine piece. So there are a couple cards to design around like specifically generate and reward that playstyle for certain classes, but also that water can reward leveling to 3 a little bit better with those playstyles as well. Then looking at fire, it was less about improving fire's identity, but more like refining where we wanted fire to represent in the metagame. You've pointed out before, a lot of this like self-damage, deal damage kind of reciprocation is more about like how do we make fire more a little low to the ground, more aggro, kind of like really feel that burn type of playstyle rather than being more of like an all-encompassing I run fire, I run anything type of deck.
Right.
Very cool. And I think we can tell some of these pieces, like Icebound Slam is one that we've all been looking at, like the massive damage Guardian attack that mills 5 when it hits, and potentially has more damage after the fact too. Like those kinds of cards, talking to players, they are immediately latching on to those, going, okay, wait a second now, maybe I'm gonna put my Spirit of Fire aside for a little bit because I think there's something here that I like. So it's really nice to have that. And I like that understanding of, understanding the psychology of the players, not just like approaching a game design. You can, maybe in internal testing, wind's been the best element and water's number 2 and nobody plays fire, but when it gets out to the people, you have to work with not just the game design itself, but how are players going to react to those cards.
So Dan, are you telling me I should undust my Mistbound Cutthroats now?
There are some cards that are definitely better right now and some that I'm not sure are still totally playable, but maybe, no, I could be totally wrong. Maybe Mistbound Cutthroat's going to be the new meta. Water Assassin or something could be...
I think Mistbound Cutthroats, Relentless Hex Chasers with that Nullifying Lantern.
Yeah. Oh, the Hex Chaser.
Looking kind of spicy.
Yeah, it does.
I want to see a deck that's like, dump all of these random allies, and I put Lantern down, and I bring them all back.
Yeah. Exactly.
Love it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Like in other games, right? This self-mill kind of strategy is a strategy, and always, especially coming into even ALC, it never felt that good to do that to yourself in GA. Now, I'm just hoping to see that as another alternate win con. This is something that I do look forward into a lot of games, being viable, maybe more in MRC. Those kind of decks probably will take a little bit more time to test, but I'm looking forward to see what the community builds.
Hey, you know what counters self-mill? Nico.
True. Yes.
Some of these Nico cards I'm getting a little frightened by, actually. I'm serious. I'm looking at these and I'm thinking, one of these cards can like mill 30 cards from my deck without much effort. So it looks kind of good.
I think the ALC lineage breaks are like super underrepresented. I think like Nico and Polcock and Vanitas are like way better than people give them credit for.
Yeah.
I know, Mark, we saw in your spoiler video that a new Polcock card, Calamity Cannon, is really going to do
a lot
some
of damage.
Yeah, I mean, like I look at a card like Calamity Canyon and I think like, okay, when are people going to be brave enough to put a card like this and just say, you know what, here, let me show you how it wins. It's very similar to how Sean plays his ride, lays out the card down and say, hey, let me do the math here and see how we navigate this win turn.
Yeah, very true.
Again, it's just like, it doesn't even matter if the card's bad or it looks bad in the beginning. Honestly, just giving players more tools, more options that they can play with, that they can like try, that is the key. And a lot of times, players say things like, I really want to play a Arisana stop deck, but I just don't have enough counter spells. Or I really want to play this specific archetype, I don't have that card. Just giving more cards, even if on the surface they don't look that great, it doesn't know. We don't know. Maybe the next couple sets really change that.
Right.
Yeah.
And not everything has to be the most competitive, tier 1 deck. You just want to give more options to people to sort of navigate their own play style and find the deck that like speaks to them, right?
Yeah.
Like whatever, archetype they really identify with.
Yeah, I think one of those breakthroughs decks is, like, for example, Jimmy Lee's EK deck.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Something that I think a lot of people did not think was a possible deck. And he busted out and showed people, hey, look, you can do this. And it looks, it kills and it's fancy as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the best feedback I've gotten at the event is that people will come to me and be like, I went 0-3 and I had a blast.
Right. Yeah.
And it's like, even in the moments where you arguably are not the most competitive deck in the format, or you are losing repeatedly, but if you're still having fun playing your game plan, taking some games out and like executing on it, that's kind of the best moment for like a game to be in, I think.
So, Roger, I don't want to put you on the spot, but now that we're like winding down the ALC season, we have MRC right around the corner. Is there anything that you guys have seen, not even necessarily like at Worlds, but like that people have been playing that is a sort of like unexpected archetype, or is everything sort of in line with what you guys did in testing?
I think for the most part, everything is lining up to test pieces. I think there are variances of things we didn't expect to be as prevalent, or things that weren't as represented.
Right.
I think there are like some ally variants with certain pieces that were really strong in testing that we just haven't seen, and there are like deviations from that. And then there are certain pieces that we saw in testing, potentially, Arasana builds or Diana builds that either took a while to come to fruition. I think like Limelight's Diana deck was something we were like, people will play this immediately, but we actually saw Ally Diana come up first, turning then into this like Turbo Fire Diana instead. And so I think that's just more of like understanding the nature of player bases, where iteration is mainly the key for the majority of TCG players, right?
Yeah.
Where people will take what worked for them in a previous season and then iterate on it with the new pieces, rather than looking at the whole picture and being like, what can I do with all of these pieces now? And I think there's something to be said about designing card pieces and archetypes that are very kind of like flash bulby, very like, I want to build around this,
right?
Versus like sets that are like pretty wide open, right? Like you've given a lot of like jigsaw pieces and engines, but you now have to go into that and construct what might be viable. And there's some differences. I think what MRC does a lot really well with Calamity Cannon, Ravishing Finale, a lot of these finisher cards, is that it immediately puts you into like a game plan, and then you build pieces around it. And hopefully we see a little more like diversity with the meta, at least initially, from that reason.
Yeah, speaking of decks like that too, there's a whole automaton sub-theme, or not even sub-theme, just a theme. Like the whole set is just themed on. There's Mercurial Heart itself, our new Divine Relic. Automaton focus going to be the one to choose if you're building these automaton aggro decks. Roger, do you have any sage wisdom for the people as they start to look at the set and they start to figure out what the heck's going on? What am I supposed to play here with these automatons?
Yeah, I think for automaton strategy, honestly, you just take all the cards that say Power Cell or tag automaton, and then you pick the class you want and the element you want, and then see what those pieces are and what unique features each one has for each class and element, because certain classes will do a little bit different. I think like Cleric focus more on like herb generation and like interactions with herbs, with power cells that'll make differences there. And then I think Tamer has some really interesting elements with Automaton Beastkeeper, Machine Monstrosity, even Mechanical Air, that have a lot of interesting interactions with buff counters that can be its own archetype and shell. And so it's really like flavorful like ally strategy involved with a lot of those. But I think what I'm most excited about is if you ever read the flavor text for automatons, it kind of draws a little line around them. So if you ever have the chance, just check them out and see what's going on there with the world.
Very cool, very cool.
Wonderful.
I love that each class has its own kind of options for how to play that strategy too. Like it's not just a tribe that's kind of locked into, like slimes are basically the tamer tribe, but automatons, you can kind of pick your own flavor, like you said, and I think that's exciting.
Yeah, one of my favorite things in card games as a whole is that sort of like typal strategy, and we've seen, in GA's lifetime, these sort of allies decks that sort of transcend classes, right?
Yeah.
Like water allies, wind allies. You sort of flavor them to whatever class you want, but those are usually human decks. Yeah. That's what we've had, up until now. But it's great to see, like you said, slimes being their own type, and then now automatons being a type that can sort of transcend class restrictions, sort of like the allies decks of the past year.
Cam, I do have an ALC meta automaton typal cleric deck that I've been messing with.
Yeah.
That still has the star calling endgame. So it's like I'm going to attack you with Crimson Tear. I'm going to attack you with Inzali, and then by the way, just takes 2 of these Cosmic Bolts to finish you off now, which has been kind of a fun thing to play. I don't have a deck profile for that, and now I'm going to wait for MRC anyway to spice it up a little bit more. But it's another one of those decks I've had that's like it's not quite there, but with MRC now, there's a lot more on the table. So I'm excited.
Cool. So we just got word that we have our finals coming up at 4. So we have another 30 minutes to go and spend some time with you lovely folks.
I think Mark has some games planned for us.
I do have some games. I was trying to figure out, when we're done talking about automatons, so we can play some games.
We're never done talking about automatons.
That's true. Actually, I'm kind of curious before we move on from automatons.
Of course.
Is there any other typo coming up that might be of interest that you can share with us?
I'm sorry?
Is there any other typo things or creature types, that kind of things that might be coming up that you might be able to share with us?
Spoil everything for us, please, Roger.
Are you talking about?
I'm doing it for the community. You can
if
say
you
no.
look into set 4, I think before when we kind of teased, we're like, the ley lines within Azoth and the ley lines within Cambria are different, right? And so the Sylvie deck is, mainly based in like Cambria.
Yeah.
All the slimes are Arcane or Crux. For those of you who haven't seen, the MRC ley lines have elemental slimes of their own, and so feeding into some of the typo strategy of Vampiric Slime in Umbra, Convoking Slime in Neos, and with Twilight Slime and Astra, that each come with their own suite of unique elemental effects that now you can plug and play into your Sylvie deck as well. So within MRC, there's some additional typal features there. But if you're asking for set 5, then you might need to wait about 4 or 5 hours.
Oh, so we are going to get some good stuff in 4 to 5 hours at the unveiling, right?
Okay. Roger's such a trained showman. What
I don't leak. That's not my job.
He knows. I tried, guys. I tried. Hey. Okay, cool. So let's move on to a couple of mini games. I collected. So while I was playing in nationals in Southeast Asia, I found it really interesting that players who don't speak English they kind of have to play Grand Archive in English, right? So I find it kind of interesting, maybe that we can. I'm always kind of curious how they actually play the game because they don't. Some of the players, especially from Taiwan, don't actually speak English.
Mm-hmm.
So, how do they say things like Ace Protector and whatever other cards, that the cards that they see? So one of the funnest things I've discovered is as I was talking to these players, all the different alternate card names that the players have given to the cards. So for today's mini game, I'll be testing you all to see how many of these alternate card names you can guess.
Oh, no.
That is so fun. I love that.
Oh, man.
This is going to be hard.
It is different. I'll say that much so far, okay?
All right, try not look. I'm not trying to.
Try
No leaks, no leaks.
Some stuff that's already on the page, so
trying to mentally filter out what potentially might not be PC.
No.
I think it should be fine.
Roger, have you heard of some of these names?
I've heard internally us talk about it because I think we'll poke around on the Taiwanese Discords and see they're calling this that or this selling this. Okay.
All right. Let's start with a potentially easy one here. How about Big Bro? Big Bro.
Big Bro.
Big Bro.
Big Bro.
This is a very popular one. A lot of Taiwanese players love this card.
Lancelot.
Nope.
Tenoris.
No.
It's not Lancelot. It's not Tenoris.
No.
Oh no.
Very popular.
Big Bro. Very popular card.
I think about if it's popular, then the archetype's popuy. So Ace Protector potentially.
Ace Protector. And he bounces a little. He protects the little brother.
He protects the board. He's the big brother. He intercepts. Big Bro.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's basically all the Taiwanese player. Yeah, this is Big Bro. All right. Let's try another one. How about Fire Hat?
Fire
Hat.
Fire Hat.
Fire Hat.
So it's Beast Soul Visage.
Tyler guessed that card first.
Beast Soul Visage.
That's not it.
Yeah.
It's been a hot card this weekend. It's actually been a tech card in a few decks, so that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like Fire Regalia, but it's a hat.
It's a Merlin card potentially. Fire Merlin's very popular in Taiwan, so I'm thinking through.
I'm
actually just glad that I got
Fire Halo above someone or something.
Who's wearing a hat?
Oh, who's wearing a hat? That's a good question. Blitzmage wears a hat. She's not good.
Wear a hat. I don't think
nobody plays
She's
Blitzmage.
not good.
Flame Rune Swordsman doesn't have a hat.
No.
No.
Oh, this is so hard. My brain wasn't
Can
built
we
for
ask
this
questions? Is it?
Yeah, of course.
Is it like 20 questions? Is it an ally?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's all I'm gonna say now.
All right, so it's not an ally. Is it? It's so maybe it's a regalia, but I tried naming.
Not a regalia.
I don't think it's
Not
regalia.
Okay.
It's probably like an action or a spell.
And the funny thing is, when I say it, you're all gonna be like, "Of course."
I'm gonna go creative shot.
I was thinking there's a hood in the art.
yeah.
Locking that in.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Locking it in.
That sounds good.
Yeah. Creative shot.
Oh,
Yeah.
you got it.
nice.
There you go.
I guess hood
Yeah.
has a different translation, but it's
like
like
a
both
hat,
are like a
yeah.
hat covering.
Is
I
it
think
because of the artwork?
it's
I
because
assume so,
So is it 火猫?
Again, it's the火猫.
Okay.
Yeah, 火猫. But
Yeah.
but mostly because again, like, you know, a lot of these cards, as players play them, right? These are very popular cards. When they lay it down, how do you visually recognize which card it is?
Right.
It's the thing that comes to mind when you first see it. Oh yeah, the one that's with the hat on fire. Creative shock.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like an interesting balance of like how we philosophically name cards as well,
Right.
which can be its own entire podcast episode of like how do you take the art, the effect, and then come up with a name that will then match the, design, element, world, etc. for it.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't have called it Fire Hat, but
Yeah. How about this? What about 322 sneak?
Oh, it's Shimmer Cloak Assassin.
Yeah. Shimmer Clook.
Not
Has to
Shimmer
be
Cloak Assassin?
Wait, why?
It's a 3-cost 2/2 with stealth.
Yeah. That's right.
It is.
All right.
It is. Okay. On the
That's a
same-
really long name, though.
Yeah. On a similar note, what about 322 flow?
Flame Rune?
Flame
Yeah.
Rune. Flame Rune.
Okay, you guys are getting this
Yeah.
pretty quick. All right.
Yeah.
We got some good players over here. Okay.
Hey, it means their nicknames are accurate, right?
Yeah,
if we
it's
can pick
working.
it up,
It's
we're
Those
working.
ones are
They're
those are
doing a
stats on
great
them.
job.
They're doing a
That's
great
what
job.
it
Yeah.
is,
Jewel box.
Oh, a bubble of abundance.
Okay, maybe Roger needs to stop answering.
Yeah.
All right, I'm done. I'm cutting myself off.
No, you got it. Okay, cool. Let's try this one. Okay. How about like?
You're just making one up on the spot.
No, I'm translating this in my head too because some of these are like kind of like a saying in like a kung fu type of like
Yeah.
books.
Okay.
Treasured card descends from the sky. You
Say
see how
that
hard
one
it is?
more time?
That is
Okay.
really hard.
Yeah. Treasure card descends from the sky.
Grand Crusader's Ring.
No.
Treasured card.
But that's actually a really
That
good
was my guess. That was my guess.
That's a
Yeah.
great guess. That's a great guess.
Treasured card
Treasured card
descends from
descends
the sky.
Yeah. Like maybe like a with divine given. Yeah, but see that makes me feel also like
Yeah, like Divine Relics.
Yeah,
You know.
Yeah. This one might be like pretty hard.
This is
Sounds crux.
esoteric.
I'm glad that I got to lock in. my
Roger, you
answer
can
and be
help with
wrong.
this one.
Okay.
Well, Roger said he had my guess, so like
Yeah, that was my
Oh,
initial
Dan.
gut.
Oh. I mean, like, so there's other card games that show cards directly on the artwork, and the
It's like
problem
card
is I keep
destruction, right?
Yeah. I keep getting locked into things like that. I'm
We're
trying
gonna
to
get
think.
copyrighted.
I
by
say
it.
Yeah,
something
true.
that is it something that gets a card that you need for you. What can we
Like,
use?
so it has a-
Luxera's map.
Ooh, that's pretty good too.
That's also a good guess. That's not it though.
Oh.
Now again, like what I've also discovered, and this is the problem, right? A lot of these nicknames are also regional. So this could be the Taipei meta, which is not the same as maybe like what people were saying in Hong Kong, etc. So yeah.
Shoot.
Yeah, this one is gonna be a little tough. I'll just give it to you. It's gonna be Arcane Disposition.
Oh.
There was no way I was
Yeah.
ever guessing that.
That's what I said. That's what I thought. That one's a little tough. Okay. Okay. Something else. Let's try this one. How about Draw 3 book?
Draw 3 book.
Draw 3 book.
Draw 3 book.
Yeah.
Draw 3 book.
Draw 3 book.
The Tome of Sacred Lightning?
I was thinking Sacred Lightning. Yeah.
Sacred Lightning
sorta
draws
draws
you
three
one,
cards.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
you can
Is
crack
it Tithe
there's no
Proclamation?
sky any cards descending from in Arcane Disposition. I don't know. I mean, I guess there's a sky, but
Yeah.
Is it Tithe Proclamation?
It is Tithe Proclamation. Yeah.
Nice.
oh,
It's the book
Yeah.
that prevents you
It's
from-
the
well,
book.
I guess
Yeah.
the draw 3 is not like you're drawing 3, but it's like draw 3 is a very important part about
yeah.
the
may
book.
only
The
draw-
descriptive part of like
Exactly.
draw 3.
Well, when I play that with Ghost of Pendragon, I'm drawing 3.
Right.
How about balance person?
Oh.
Gildus.
Balanced person.
Yeah,
I mean, it's either Gildus or Lunette. but
That's how I refer to her. So
Gildus is the more popular.
Really?
Balance. No.
Balance outline?
Hey, remember when Gildus was a 1/4? Those are good days.
Does nobody play Lunette there, so there's no confusion?
Yeah. Imagine.
What about taming the dragon?
Is it one of the tarot cards that gets crawl out? Like call the pack or something.
Oh, how the pack? Yeah.
Because that'd be cool.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I can think of the art that has the dragon tamer on it.
Flamelash Subduer.
That one. Oh, that.
I knew that was the art you're
that's
thinking. I didn't think it was a guess because nobody plays that.
Yeah, that card's terrible.
But yeah, well,
sorry, Roger.
I just pulled, that was my foil pull in my first ed packs today. Don't say it's terrible.
It's sweet art.
It's sweet.
Yeah, that's my favorite art
Taming
from
the
first
Dragon.
ed. People asked me to sign like 3 of them today. I was like,
Taming.
What other card might you want to tame?
Oh, Incarnate Majesty.
Oh, Incarnate Majesty.
Is that it?
I've heard nicknames
That's
with
pretty good.
Sure.
with the deer.
Yeah, exactly.
I never think of it as a dragon.
That's cool.
It's the right
yeah.
one. It's the right
We think he's a deer. A dragon's way cooler.
The dragon is way cooler.
I mean, actually, the animal one is a little bit debatable too. Like, I mean, I think in our, I don't know. I'm actually kind of curious what other regions what they call them. But yeah, we're definitely deer is like what we call. In Taiwan, can you guess what in Taipei or Taiwan they call deer? So I'll reverse it a little bit. So I'm going to give you the card. Now you have to give me the nickname.
So it's not a dragon.
Not
was
a dragon.
different thing.
Yes.
Majestic deity descends from the sky.
Great guess. No.
I think I know this one because we've talked about it before internally.
Yeah.
We've seen it and we're like, oh, what the?
Well, I'm not familiar with the fauna of the region, unfortunately, so that's probably going to make it harder for me to guess what would immediately come to mind in that culture.
Yeah. I think I was when I gave this quiz to Tyler. I think I actually did the wrong kind of like translation. It's actually ram.
Oh,
a ram.
That's probably the right translation.
It's got like the horns.
I think a ram makes more sense.
Horns, yeah.
I've been saying that the whole time. I was saying it's more like a Baphomet type character than a deer. But Baphomet didn't catch on.
It's more of like a Kirin type thing. But unfortunately, my headcanon becomes like actual
lore. Yeah, that's lore.
So I have to be
right
a little
there.
careful about what I say.
Confirmed.
All right. What's a ghost dragon?
Ghost of Pendragon? I hope.
It is.
All right.
Yeah, we're trying to go for the easy one here. How about oh, I got it. What do you think Insole is called in Taiwan?
Oh.
Copyright.
Copyright?
Yeah.
Copyright. It's many swords.
Many swords, yep.
Yeah. Is that true?
No.
Oh, okay.
Come on.
You're
actually
nodding along.
This is probably going to be impossible to guess. How about like what think about like what anime references?
Oh,
Well, that's
why I said copyright.
Unlimited
I
blade.
don't know if we can talk about that on this podcast. If you can't talk
Is that
GA, you can do that.
Aniplex is going to hunt us down.
I didn't say that.
There's a lot of other. There's a lot. Well, another fun thing about Insole is that there's another name that is actually from a very famous, popular, like I guess like Chinese, Taiwanese movie. That is Insole as well. Apparently, one of the main characters can like send out a bunch of like swords from the hand, right? And that is another way to say Insole. So
It's a cool ability.
the problem, of course, is like if you're playing and you don't even have the cultural references, even if they directly translate it, it's like impossible.
It makes no sense.
Yeah. But I honestly, I think in the translations, it's like I think the direct translation will be like 10,000 sword send forth or like return to me or something.
Oh yeah, we could probably get
That's Insole. Sounds right.
All right.
I think this is a little cringe, but the funniest thing we've ever done at a locals. I think we were in LA. We were like, all right, we're gonna go like support this locals. We'll play with the starter decks. And Ken and I were like, we're gonna play as if we're embodying the character and shout every action that we do while we play.
That's really good.
No.
And it was so much fun. By the end of game 1, we could not stop laughing, and we did not have enough energy to play game 2.
Ready for another one?
Yeah.
Okay. Back Shadow.
Bat Shadow.
Is it a playable card?
Very.
Okay. It's like I was thinking of
Feels
conceal.
like an Umbra card,
It's
you know?
conceal. It's conceal not. Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's not conceal, or it is conceal.
Resolute Stand.
Oh.
That's kind of good.
Did I get one?
Dan's right.
Yeah.
Right.
that
I
one-
finally
was
got
like-
one.
Dan's right. Yeah. Resolute Stand. Again, it's like one of these things where you look at the artwork, you're like, yeah. He's like, yeah. Showing his back. Yeah. There's a shadow over there too. How about a you are ground? You are ground.
You are ground.
Yeah.
Guy's Blessing.
That's a pretty good one.
No.
Terra. I was thinking like, you know, maybe that's a translation thing or something.
Yeah.
I would have said Tempest Downfall because it's like on the ground, but
new card. The Eternal Kingdom.
Yes.
Whoa.
EK. EK. Yeah. That's it.
It's a domain.
That's the domain.
Oh.
See, I got on that train of thought.
Very
I got
descriptive.
there.
Yeah.
Okay. How about this? Reverse the meter. Reverse the electrical meter.
Reverse electrical meter.
This is like
reckless convert.
Reckless. Yeah.
What the? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I did not.
Because it's like you reverse. You pick up everything you put down. Yeah.
And electrical, arcane is it?
Yeah, I guess the arcane is the electrical part. Yeah, that's
pretty
a
good.
great guess. That's
You're doing a great job.
It's kind of funny. I thought like that would have been banned by the time before Type A really blew off.
Yeah, I actually don't. That one was offered to me. I didn't even ask for that one. It was like, oh, by the way, this one we say this. I'm like, okay, great. What about a reality ball?
Reality ball.
Yeah.
Reality bar.
Reality bar?
What did you say?
Reality ball.
I have something else on the brain, I guess.
Okay.
Reality
Some
ball.
sort of
like reality marble.
Yeah. Stop it. We can't do this.
Sorry, I'm a fan. Big fan.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Is it a
I was thinking
bauble?
like some sort of bauble, maybe like Orb of Hubris, but they all look the same. Orb of Regret, Orb of Hubris, are all
Orb of
Orb of
Regret.
Regret.
Yeah,
Orb of
glitter.
Regret. I like Orb of Regret.
Orb of Glitter, yeah. Yeah, we'll go with Regret. I like Dan. All right, well, we won't go with Dan. I lied. I didn't mean that.
Yeah. I mean, I have gotten a couple lately, but I'm still not that trustworthy.
Are we on the right train? Is it an orb? Are we in the orb sphere? Is it a sphere?
Voltaic sphere.
Ooh, that's a good one.
No.
Smoke
Yes.
bombs.
Similar area. No.
There's so many orbs.
With smoke bomb almost does the opposite of what this wants to do.
Ooh.
Oh, Eye of Argus?
Yes.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah.
I needed the hint there, though.
This is a funny side story, but I don't know if everyone's seen it before. We've played Codenames GA before.
Yeah.
I think we did it on the anniversary stream. The first time we played it was after Ontario. I think we were having like a team debrief, and we were like, we're just bored, like what kind of games we play. Someone was like Codenames, and I was like, oh, what if we just like flip GA cards instead? And I think one of the hints that Alan gave me, our team, was like Sphere 2. And I was like, do you see how many circles are on these cards?
Yeah.
What do you mean Sphere 2? And then the next hint immediately Tin gave was Hair 3. And I was like, there are 8 allies on this board.
hair.
What is happening?
So what did they turn out to be? What was your?
It was just 3 circles on the board that did not account for the other
I
circles.
see.
Ouch.
I thought it was some like super high level, like super deep.
Yeah, they were just like, oh, I just didn't see the others.
Yeah.
The Codenames is like the most fun and yet most tilting game with your team. You're just like, what do you mean?
Okay. 11.
Arcane Blast.
Arcane Blast. Yeah.
Arcane.
That's reasonable. That makes 11,
That one's easy.
Twice on
11
that
for
card.
Make a wish.
Yeah.
That would be good. Make a wish. That's so deep.
11 you?
11. Yeah.
I like that.
11 again. 11. One more 11.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see that in 20 minutes.
Yeah, we're gonna see a lot of those. Yeah.
Singing songs. Singing.
Song of Nurturing.
Nope.
Erupting Rhapsody.
Ooh.
Yeah.
They're playing a violin. They're not singing.
Yeah.
That's why I went with Nurturing first, but there are only so many playable
Hey, Song of Frost.
I thought of Wilderness
Song of
Harp,
Frost.
which
Yeah.
is just the worst.
So how did you get to Erupting Rhapsody? It's playable? Is that?
This is the man's erupting.
Because you're going over cards that are meta playable. So
Yeah.
I mean, like I was just going down my list of Song of Frost was next.
Yeah, if we were getting
Ember
into
Song.
the weeds, it would be much worse.
We gotta go something not.
A Tune with Winds is like now the surprising meta melody
true.
card.
Oh, yeah.
Harmony.
Put hand into memory.
Put hand into memory.
Oh,
No,
what's
he's
that?
got it.
What's it called?
He's got it.
I
know he's got it
I can
'cause-
picture it. I can picture it. I can't think of the
Tell
name.
me what the artwork looks.
It's like it's got a wizard doing a little
Uh-huh.
little magic-y thing.
That was a great description. Yeah.
It's like put as many hands into
That could
memory
have been
as
any card.
Yeah.
No. It's specifically got a full body wizard who's doing like a magic spell, kind of dragging it across. I think something like that. And it's just not a playable
You're not getting any help from us. The
really-
description is terrible. So.
I mean, Lost
You're
in
gonna
Thought
pull
lets
up
you
a
put your
picture of
hand
this
in
card
memory.
and you're gonna be like, no wait, Dan, that actually was an excellent description. Wow, I am. Does it have mana in the name? Mana something mana?
Oh, it's Harness Mana.
Harness mana. Harness mana.
Mana.
That's it.
All right, who's the angel?
Oh, I can see it.
Yeah, see?
but
okay.
it's a girl. Yeah, no, he's right. Once he said,
Is that a full body wizard? I didn't say a guy.
True. Once Dan said, like, hey, I know which card. I knew who's on it. I just need to hear the name. Angel.
Trisket.
None.
None?
N-U-N.
Blanche.
Ooh.
All right, cool.
Which is drawn by
I'm
our
starting to feel like I
could
could sit down with the Taiwanese players and maybe understand.
I mean, I think you're there. I mean, at this point, like, I think you know all the cards.
Dan's too smart.
That's all the playable Grand Archive cards.
Every single one
Yep.
covered right now.
So, do they for champions?
Yeah.
Is it just the champion's name typically?
Yeah, usually it's the champion's name and then like a little bit like I want to say Romanization, but you know the opposite of Romanization. Yeah. Like for example, Merlin is just Meilin.
Sure.
For example, yeah. So very understandable. I don't know about things like I guess Tony just becomes Tony because nobody says Tenoris.
Nobody says
right.
Tenoris.
Sylvie, but again, like if it's not as playable, usually I'm not hearing about their names either. So yeah.
But Sylvie's very popular. Nico was very popular when I saw locals too.
Yeah.
Those players are going to be eating so well. So excited for that.
Yeah.
Roger, I had a question about Tenoris.
Of course.
Before the release, before people started to call him Tony, was he called Tony internally too, or did you all was that surprising that people latched on to the nickname Tony?
I don't remember. I think in playtest, because we don't verbalize it as much, so when people type it out, it's fairly consistent to like just type out Tenoris and keep it up. I think it was just like on release, people were like, my Tony deck, Tony. And I was like, okay. It's fun to see how names kind of evolve and shorten, and like sometimes it's fun, sometimes I'm sad, but you know, we mostly get over it.
Yeah.
When are you sad? Do you have any examples of sad, of names evolving into a place you don't like so that we can police the community?
I think Geldis was unfortunate with the initial reaction.
Geldis? Like people don't like Geldis?
Geldis. They were like immediately latched onto like the root of the word and then went back, but it was like,
oh.
Yeah. Then there was the whole announcement stream where Silidar was like reading card names and
provoke obstinance.
Yeah, there was a couple of them. Yeah.
That one was
It was a bit of a meme. I was like, and I was like, man, I should just name these cards completely different.
I'm curious, Roger. What is your most favorite or card you're most excited about in MRC?
In MRC?
MRC.
I think mine is Cordelia, Aura's Kaiser. Simply nothing because of meta reasons or playability reasons. When I saw the art, and as often like the best lore goes, I was like, this art is too epic for me not to weave some sort of story into the world with. And so that's where the name came from. That's where like the story article for Azoth introduces where like she lies and how she relates to Dormagia and the current like political landscape. Of course, there's a lot that is not published and should eventually come out.
Yeah.
But that's where like I set the stage for like why she exists, why is she the name the way she is, and how does that impact other cards in the set and the art direction and like comes with this. Because it's interesting the process with like lore and art sometimes, in that sometimes like, you know, design has to be first and the art reacts to design, and then we adjust lore based off of the final art and design that comes down the pipeline for us to make a cohesive and like interesting story around it, for us to like then like compile, recount, and then retell. We're still on like the compile and retell part, but you know, we were building up resources. That's why we brought on Bell, for instance, and so ideally we get into a stage where we can start like, at least from a lore standpoint, then dictating art and design and be a little more top down than bottom up.
Sweet. Cordelia is super cool.
CSR looks great.
Oh. Leaks? We got leaks after all?
Leaks.
We didn't know that.
Yeah.
That makes sense though. She's awesome. She deserves it.
If you're here, you could see a massive 3-foot canvas of her in all her glory.
We saw her before we knew what she was, and you know, people were pointing at her and be like, "Ooh, who's that?"
Dan's bolster rank spoiler is of her.
Yeah, that's Cordelia. Yeah.
Yep. Cam, did you have a card that you're most excited about in MRC after seeing everything?
I think, unfortunately, the cop-out is my own spoiler card. Is Prima Materia. I'm really excited to play with. I really like Meteor Strike. I think that's the card that I've asked for, but that's like I think it's like an uncommon or something, so it's not like big and exciting. I like I like Meteor Strike. There's an Astra Regalia that maybe you know the name of. Off the top
Lunar
of your head.
Conduit.
Yeah, that card's really cool.
Yeah.
I like Lunar Conduit a lot.
Oh, that card seemed pretty
Super sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about you, Mark?
I have not looked at a lot of MRC cards, of course, but I am really, really, really interested in the new Tristan at level 3. I think it has a lot of viability. I think the fact that it's like, very. As a kid, I was really into like anime or some of the animes like Naruto mainline stuff, right? So it's like a Kagebushi no Jutsu type of thing, right? Get your Bushins out there, and then like they're very. I mean, the clones basically stick on the board and they don't leave.
Yeah,
right?
They're really hard to get rid of.
Built-in resolute stand. It's kind of nice. So I'm really looking forward to trying out Tristan.
Hey, but then you have Blades of Creation and you sweep them all away.
Nice.
Did you guys see the UR Umbra Dagger? By the way, speaking of shadows,
Shadow's Claw.
Yeah, it lets you activate it if you have 4 or more prep counters out of your deck, and your shadows can use it. And when they do, they get a durability back.
This is a material deck card, right?
Yeah.
So it only attacks for 1, but it basically doubles all the power of your shadows because they all get to attack with it for free.
You know how cool it is when you're playing Assassin, you activate a Poison Dagger, and you're like, wow, everything does 1 more damage this turn. This is really awesome.
Right.
How about that just forever for your shadows?
Yeah.
Might as well add the Poison Dagger
And
on top
add the
of it
Poison
anyway.
Dagger right on. Yeah. It's very exciting. It's very scary, actually. Very scary.
So a lot of these cards do require quite a bit more prep counters to kind of go. Is that somewhat easy to do in MRC? Get more prep counters?
But you just look at the list of cards there. It's not that hard to accumulate. I mean, Ivan, when he destroyed me last night, I was telling that story earlier. At one point he had 11 prep counters on, I think, or something. He was really.
I was
really
stunned when I was playing the Tristan deck. The first game that I played, it was like maybe turn 4 that I went to level 3, and I played a Shadow Strike prep 8.
Yep.
And it felt like I didn't really work for those at all. So I think it's a lot easier to get those prep counters now.
So Dan, what about you? What's your favorite card going into MRC?
Every other day I've had a different new favorite card. So I'm just going to go with the one that I got most hyped seeing yesterday that I mentioned earlier, which is Vampiric Slime.
Yeah.
It is a UR in the set as well, so I'm going to be chasing these bad boys down. But the Vampiric Slime gets to recover damage equal to the damage it deals. It's a 2/2 normally. But, of course, from Sylvie, as a 2-cost slime itself, you level to 3, you play it for free. It's a 4/4. You swing, take care of whatever ally they have threatening them, heal 4 right back, or deal 4 to their face and heal. Seems really exciting to me.
Yeah, cool. Great. By the way, I'm just getting data, too, that we will be going to, I think, the main match within, 10 minutes or so?
Yeah, just a couple of minutes.
3
minutes.
minutes. Oh, 3 minutes. We'll be going to the main match. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
3 minutes, and then we'll be going to a 15-minute break.
10-minute
break. Okay, the data's changing like every second. So about 15 minutes or so, we'll be going into the final match. So any other final thoughts before we end our podcast today, our ad hoc podcast?
Sure.
Piece all the podcasters together into
Podcast at home, podcast at Worlds.
podcast at Worlds. Yeah.
I think this is really fun, and this should be a tradition, actually.
Yeah.
Because I
All
really,
right, every year?
really like doing this.
Sounds
Let's
good.
do it.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I mean the venue has been great. It's amazing. Like right behind us is hundreds of people playing Grand Archive, enjoying Grand Archive. So it's just been awesome to see the entire community come together for I think to date the biggest event for Grand
definitely.
Archive is amazing.
The energy yesterday, I mean the whole thing,
day,
but the energy last night at the MRC reveal was just it was. I mean, it's a overused term, but it was electric there. It was crazy. It was like everyone was just having the time of their lives. Super, super fun. Grand Archive, just an incredible experience.
Yeah, and I'm so sad I missed it, but I can tell you the energy of us building the silver list also very exciting. Yeah. I mean, actually, a little quick update on the silver. I believe at this point for total points, I believe Caben has taken it. By the way, crazy submission for silver. Am I right that there were 6 ties?
6-way tie.
Yeah,
I believe
ties,
so.
Right.
Yep.
And so it's pretty insane. But I think Caben does take number 1 on the tiebreaker, and then Lee from NorCal is number 2. And unfortunately, I don't really know the list after that. But yeah,
Lamb.
Oh yeah, that
number
group.
3.
Yeah, it's again everybody bring out their optimal decks list, and just the competition even for silver is amazing.
Yeah, a lot of repeat winners from last year.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
We're going to be cutting off the podcast, so we're going to be transitioning over to a break.
All right. But yeah,
Thank you guys for watching.
Thank you guys for
I'm
watching.
sure we'll see us more
you
on other podcasts after.
Sure.
Yeah.
We'll on follow-ups.
Cool. All right. Bye-bye, guys.
How's it going, everyone? And welcome back to the Grand Archive World Championship here in sunny Las Vegas. My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and I am joined once again in the coverage booth with Dan.
What's
how's
up,
it going, Dan?
everyone? It's Dan from Main Deck, and I'm super, super excited here for the Grand Finals. Kel, the Grand Finals of our very first World Championship for the Grand Archive TCG. We are going to crown the first world champion ever, who is going to also receive a very exclusive Apotheosis Right version of Grand Crusader's Ring, plus the 14 karat
an actual Grand Crusader's
ring, as well as all the other wonderful prizes.
There's like a medal over there too.
There's a medal, yeah.
There's
I
like
forgot about the
money
medal.
and stuff. There's the bragging rights. Like this is the obviously the pinnacle event for any Grand Archive player out there, and we are down to the finals. Like Dan said, the finals. They're actually going to have a little bit of a different structure than what we have been used to in the previous rounds, right, Dan?
Yeah, this is an extremely serious competitive event because we're not only doing a best of 3, we're doing a best of 5 today. There are going to be 5 rounds these players will ultimately be able to play up to. The first to 3 wins in this is going to be the grand champion of the Grand Archive.
Right.
So, Kel, why don't you tell us a little bit about what we can expect to see when we get this matchup on the screen?
Yeah, so we have, of course, 2 players. One of them is Glenn Williams, Glenny Boy. We have seen him a couple times this weekend. He is piloting what you could call a hybrid Merlin style deck. He's representing the Oceania region out of New Zealand.
Yes.
I think it's going to be pretty interesting because his opponent is
Sean Zhang, who is an incredible U.S. representative player who is playing, as we've seen, if you've been watching, the very, very explosive Serene Fire Rye deck that has been really catching a lot of opponents, well, not off guard. All these players are well aware, but really just showing the true power of these arcane combos that Rye is able to do. Now, this is a really cool matchup because this is actually not the first time we've had a Merlin versus Rye matchup on the stream so far this weekend.
Yep.
But as we've seen throughout the weekend, you can never count anyone out here. This has been a weekend full of absolute upsets. And while the previous round with Sean did show a victory over Merlin, now we will see if Glenn's hybrid list with the Lorraine side of things might tweak the odds in his favor, or if cards just don't go the way that either player is looking for.
Yeah, I actually really like his list because of how flexible it is. Like you said, you can either go for that level 3 Merlin route, or you can go for that level 3 Lorraine route, depending on the situation. And I think it's that flexibility is going to be a really important factor into this match. Whereas Rye, I don't want to say it's straightforward, right? But Rye has a game plan, and he wants to enact that game plan, right?
Yes, and Sean is obviously quite skilled at enacting that game plan.
To say the least.
Yeah, to say the least, even under the greatest duress. So Glenn, of course, comes from an interesting perspective in this fight because he started our very first round, you and I, Kel, that we got to cast in the event. Very first round was Glenn versus teammate Limelight, who's playing Fire Diana. And this was the match where Diana went to level 3 on turn 2 twice using a double dungeon guide.
That feels like ages ago at this point, by the way.
Weekend.
Two days ago. And actually, Limelight took that match, right?
Limelight took the match, putting Glenn off on the back foot from the start of the event with a loss, putting him into a lower bracket, but then Glenn is able to climb out, makes day 2, and then climbs through day 2 all the way to day 3, the finals, with Sean as his final opponent for the day. Glenn also having an interesting match previously today against an ally list, against Alex Wintenoris, where an unfortunate issue in the first round resulted in a game loss that Glenn was then able to move past and clutch the match in the next 2 games.
Yeah, I actually talked to Glenn a little bit after that match, and he's such a good sport about it. He was like, yeah, it was the right call, and he just kind of took it in stride and was able to not only bounce back from that, but succeed. And I think that is very admirable, and it's something that can really separate your pro players from your world championship winning players.
Yes. So what the way I like to frame this, the way that we're ultimately going to be looking at this is going to be Glenn, the player from New Zealand who climbed from sort of the bottom of the ranks right at the beginning, has worked through a lot of adversity. And is honestly in a matchup that I think many players would consider as a slightly unfavorable one as well, going into Rai.
Agreed.
Versus Sean, who is a player who has proving the other Rais wrong so far. Many of the other two Rais, there were 3 Rais in top 8. The other 2 Rais got knocked out, but Sean has managed to win matchup over matchup to ultimately get to this position, showing the power of an underrated champion. So it's going to be exciting, very exciting to see Glenn's Merlin versus Sean's Rai very soon, and I can't wait to see the result of this.
Yeah.
So we are, in short order, we're going to be having these players walk in, which is going to be a very exciting, hype moment as the players get ready to enter their final match. Kel, do you have any last thoughts on their decks or the players before we do get to that stage?
I mean, like, at this point, I think it's pretty easy to say that these are 2 of the best, if not the best players in the world. And I think we are about to see some of the highest level Grand Archive absolutely possible. And I wouldn't have it any other way. I've spoken with both Sean, I've spoken with both Glenn. They're both incredibly nice individuals. And I can't take any sides here. I'm ready for some Grand Archive action. How about you?
Yeah, I cannot wait because this is, again, best of 5. 3 wins takes it over untimed rounds. So these players are certainly going to be taking their time, thinking through everything. Hopefully, we see very clean play. Hopefully, the players have moved past some of those mistakes and are able to just play a nice, clean, fun game of Grand Archive, or 5 of them,
right.
to determine the final champion.
Yeah. So we're going to have that feature match up for you just in a little bit here. Stay tuned. I also want to mention a couple other things. So we mentioned we have best of 5, right? After the winner has been announced, after this round is over, we are actually going to have a separate live stream, separate from what you are currently watching, that is going to be essentially the award ceremony as well as a kind of like a keynote address as well. So that's going to be on a separate stream after this, so definitely stay tuned for that. You're definitely going to want to see it.
You're going to want to see that because in case you haven't ever seen any of these before, usually at these Ascent events, when they do their final speech, they're not only announcing those prizes, but they're going to be announcing some of the upcoming events that haven't been announced yet, things you might want to go to or at least be ready to watch. And often there are little teasers about other things related to the game. We don't know quite what to see yet.
Yeah,
but
I was going to say, like, we actually don't know what they're going to say. But I know I want to see it. So.
Yeah, I'm hyped for that as well. So this is going to be an incredible conclusion to what has been an extremely exciting weekend of Grand Archive. Not only with this World Championship, but we had the Path of Steel side event that has finally concluded. We have the Path of Silver side event that is concluded as well, and the full world premiere of the entire Mercurial Heart set has spoiled yesterday, all in one go last night.
Yeah, Dan and I actually got to play in the Recollection event, and it was incredibly fun.
It was incredibly fun, and I'm happy to say Sylvie is finally here. If you are a Sylvie fan, make sure you check out these Recollection decks.
Yeah. So let's actually go and look to introduce our world finalists here. We have Glenn, who's going to be showcased first here, coming on in. All right, so here is Glenny Boy from New Zealand. Like I said, he is such like a joyous individual.
Incredibly kind, very fun to talk to. Super excited. He had a smile on his face the whole way as he's walking through. Obviously, I'm sure some nerves picking up as any person would be in that scenario, but smiling through it all, ready to play an incredible game. And I believe we'll be seeing Sean here shortly as well.
Yeah. So Sean is going to be coming on in. Let's see Sean here as well. Once again, an excellent dude.
Sean Zhang, incredible player, looking serious, looking ready to game. And I'm sure these two are going to have hopefully a clean and excellent game, sharing deck lists, ready to just take another look over. These are not the first time that these deck lists have been seen by these players, certainly, because they've been open deck lists for multiple days now. But they're going to sit down, get shuffled up, and I am excited to get this match underway.
Yeah, I mean, like, these players at this point are incredibly intimate with their opponent's deck lists, right?
They could. I would bet these players could simply list their opponent's deck list off by memory at this point.
Yeah, I think that's right. You know, they've been pouring over the lists over the last, like, you know, day or so, memorizing all the ins and outs. Like, at this point in time, they're probably, like, you know, just double checking, triple checking, checking for the fourth time, you know, making sure everything is in order, just so they don't want to miss anything, right? This is for all the marbles, as it were.
So let's just talk really quick about what we can kind of expect this match to start like from these players. There's obviously going to be a die roll here, and the die roll is certainly an impactful die roll in this game. Either player getting that first materialize phase can mean a bit of an advantage going into that match. Of course, Rai, as we've seen plenty of times in the stream so far, getting to a higher level faster just means the 75 damage turn or whatever it was that we saw earlier is just that much faster. Whereas Merlin getting that advantage, of course, Merlin wants to get to level 3. Kel, you know Merlin well. What happens once you get there?
Merlin is the kind of champion that really excels at accruing value over time, right? Every other turn, you get that extra card draw, you get that extra little power boost, and you get that extra level. And you just, you know, can build up this value over time to the point where you have this sense of inevitability. So both players kind of, you know, want to get to the late game. These are both like what I would call level 3 decks. They really start enacting their plan at level 3, and it's going to be kind of a race to level 3, and you know that's where they can start to really pop off.
Yeah, and interestingly, both players, too, opting to use some different methods of sort of managing their card advantage as they try to get there. So Sean, you know, the big tech that we saw this weekend from Sean was the inclusion of 4 Gloamspire Black Market, which really acts as additional copies of Increasing Danger in the deck, just a way to generate card advantage.
Yeah, I know you're a big fan of Gloamspire, Dan. We've talked about it before. And for those of you out there who don't really know, Dan, why is Gloamspire, like, just so good in this?
Gloamspire is an incredible card in this matchup because Sean is actually taking a couple of options in his deck list to allow him to be able to consistently generate advantage from this card. It's a card you pay 3 reserve for, put it into play, and then every single turn you can rest it in order to add a card to memory for each player who has less than 7 influence. And by using the Spirit of Serene Fire as well as putting the Gloamspire in play, which reduces your influence, he's able to really keep his influence under, so he continues to keep getting cards into memory exactly where Rai wants them, especially when he's finding arcane cards that he wants to banish so that he can get to those higher levels.
Yeah, and we see both players here on the first turns, you know, pulling their spirits out. Different spirits, though, right? And that's going to be a little bit, you know, pretty relevant going into the late game. Glenn's spirit gives him just a solid 7, whereas Sean's kind of lets him craft his opening hand, but also has this late game ability to gain some life.
Yes, and the Serene Spirit, too, I always like to remind people, it's a different damage threshold you're looking for. It can be popped at any time, lineage released in order to recover 6 life. So when Glenn is looking for lethal lines, you do have to keep in mind, until that spirit is popped, there is a little buffer of 6 life that may be available. Interesting play around that lineage release 2 Kel that you can do where if in response to the lineage release, you can actually respond to something like a fast speed fireball, which might be a fun thing to see here as well. So looking at the first turn of the game now, Glenn has taken his first turn and played 2 Hasty Messengers and started attacking, accruing value. This is the way that Glenn's deck accrues value, which is by pitching Floating Memory into the yard using cards like Hasty Messenger and Cremation Ritual, and immediately getting to that aggressive start that he needs against Rai, just pushing damage as soon as possible. And then as we go into Rai's second turn, Rai materializing, Rai level 1, of course, which is going to be something you're going to see from Sean an awful lot because leveling right away is all he's really interested in doing.
Yep, and I really feel like Glenn's first turn is somewhat an ideal turn, right? You, like you said, you established those aggressors, but you also were able to discard 2 floating memory cards, and that feels kind of like the ideal start. You're setting yourself up for future success, and as you said, like Sean is very happy to just kind of like, you know, level up my Rai and play that Gloamspire that you were just talking about.
Yeah, exactly. This is for both players a great start. Getting that Gloamspire in play, allowing Sean to start to develop his cards. And as long as Glenn is succeeding at using the fire tricks to gain card advantage, that Gloamspire may be just a one-sided add a card to memory every single turn.
Drawing an extra card every single turn is pretty good.
It turns out that is, in fact, pretty good. So on Glenn's second turn, moves right to Lorraine level 1, materializes Sword of Seeking as well. Still has both Hasty Messengers in play, which is actually the position that against Hasty Messengers, you're really not looking for this to be the case, because the more of these exist, the more advantage Glenn is able to gain. Keep in mind, every time you discard a floating memory card and draw a card, and then use that floating memory card later in order to level it, is an effectively +2 value to your hand, and not just 1.
Yeah, just makes those level ups so smooth. Though we did see him discard a Fractal for the second loot there, which he does not have floating memory.
Interestingly, in the earlier match, we did see him using the Fractal we did see the other Merlin player, I should say, using Fractal to try and get a little card advantage on board and try and get underneath that threshold to gain cards from Gloamspire. But here, Glenn goes, I have 3 Hasties. I don't need this. I can just put these in play and attack.
It's a pretty aggressive start, right?
And look at that, a Savage Slash as well with the Sword of Seeking, pushing even more damage. So we've had 5 damage so far accrued from the Hasty Messengers, +3 from the Savage Slash and Sword of Seeking. 8 damage already on Rai on turn 2, and a handful of cards for Glenn, plus a yard full of floating memory.
Right.
So Glenn, honestly, this is I would say this is the dream start. This is what Glenn is looking for, because now he can level up effectively for free to level 2, while he continues to put pressure on the opponent. As long as he keeps drawing into more floating memory to discard, he'll eventually find his kill cards. He'll be at Merlin level 3. He'll have that life buffer and make it just a little bit harder. Sean playing Rai, knowing that Rai typically can't do a lot to interact with the board until he gets to the higher levels.
Yep, at the higher levels, you gain access to your 2-for-1, 3-for-1, your board rights,
Anger the skies.
essentially. Yeah. And Glenn, wants to be the aggressor in this situation. He wants to put so much pressure on Rai that it's going to make him really have a hard time actually getting to that point, right?
Yes, and so Sean has leveled to Rai level 2, as well as activated Gloamspire, played Scry the Skies, followed by another Scry the Skies, digging, knowing, I think Sean knowing at this point, okay, there is actually a lot of pressure on the board, and I am going to need to enact this combo as quickly as possible. Scry the Skies sometimes being held for a later turn in Rai, because once you get to representing level 8, 9, 10, 25, you use Scry the Skies.
25, right?
It happened earlier.
Yeah, that's true.
You can dig through basically your entire deck to find the cards that you need to get the kill, but right now, Sean going, I don't know if I'm going to have time for anything like that. I'm just going to have to start digging and making sure that I am leveling as efficiently as my opponent is right now, and it's tough to beat an efficient start like Glenn has.
And here we have Glenn going from Lorraine into Merlin.
Yep.
This is Merlin level 2. That has the ability to eat his opponent's floating memory and kind of gain a nice little level advantage.
Now, you're unlikely to see any floating memory from Sean in this case, so it is possible that Merlin could be used to rest to remove Glenn's own floating memory if he wants to get a tempo level advantage. Usually being done to not only get those levels ticking up faster so his fireballs can be more lethal, but also to be able to set up to immediately get the card draw the turn he levels to Merlin level 3 by having 2 level counters on him.
I think that's the crucial one there, right?
Yeah.
Like being able to immediately get that extra card draw and get that extra little 2+ attack.
The damage buff.
That's definitely what you really want to do.
That might sound pretty absurd depending on your board state, but with a triple Hasty Messenger board, Glenn is able to find everything. You even see him to the point here where he just pitched a dungeon guide to his Hasty Messenger.
Yeah.
So it's been hard to kind of see Glenn's hand based on the angle, but I do believe if I'm pitching a dungeon guide, at least for me, that means there's another one in hand ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
So
redundant guide, I would say.
Redundant
guide, exactly.
That's good. Yeah, so we'll see. We've got one more Hasty Messenger potential swing to happen here as well. And there it is, eating his own floating memory. So Glenn is getting ready. He's going, yep, I need this tempo advantage right now. I'm not going to need this to level. I do see fireballs in hand. Glenn is really going for the throat this game and is getting set up to try and deal as much damage as possible, as fast as possible.
I mean, that's exactly right, Dan, and that's exactly what you want to do, right? Against Rai, you have to do this. Otherwise, Rai can just kind of kill you out of nowhere, like we've seen many times on stream this weekend. You mentioned like the level 25 or whatever it was.
I think it was like 35 or
something.
Yeah,
something absurd.
It gets truly absurd for Rai if you let him get to that stage. There is the dungeon guide. guide, so the redungeon guide as we saw, ready to get Glenn leveled up, meaning at the start of the next recollection phase, Glenn is going to get a second level counter from Merlin level 3, and will immediately draw a card, get an attack buff on whatever attack he uses that turn. Glenn's deck, of course, has plenty of ways to deal a ton of damage on the next turn. Not only likely still having those hasty messengers in play, unless Sean has found one of his few Anger the Skies in his deck, but wait, does he even have it? Actually, I just remember we have different ones. Sean's deck has no Anger the Skies in it. Looking at it again, so Sean is unlikely to clear this board in the following turn.
I think one of the biggest strengths of Merlin, other than the fact that you get to draw an extra card every other turn to get that attack buff, is a lot of these decks attack on different axes, right? You can actually push a lot of damage with your allies, especially once you have Crux activated, you have your Ghosts of Pendragon, you have your Incarnate Majesty, then you also have stuff like your Fireball, so you have like this two-pronged attack.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, and I believe Glenn's going to be really looking for that angle here with the potential to do something like a Sudden Steal for 1, 2, 3, oh boy, like 8 damage next
Sudden
turn.
Steal is a big one as well, yeah.
And hit with the Hasty Messengers and follow up with a Fireball, which is plenty lethal, potentially even through that Serene Fire Spirit.
Yeah, you can never count out that Serene Fire Spirit, even though it's kind of like tucked safely behind Rai. You always got to have, keep that in mind. So Rai has, virtually at 6 health, right?
Yes. So on Sean's turn, he did level to 3, of course, lost 3 more arcane cards. It looks like we're showing level 8 for Rai right now, going for a Careful Study, 8 being the magic number to make Careful Study free, gains 6 enlightenment counters, and is able to immediately start drawing some more cards. Sean might be thinking, I might need to go off this turn. I don't know if he sees the writing on the wall here, but Sean might be requiring a bit of an aggressive push himself in order to close the game here, or at least find a way to stifle the damage. Spell Shield Arcane, potentially a clutch card for him to find here if he does not already have it in hand.
Yeah, keep in mind, everyone, if you're new to Grand Archive, the Enlightenment counters do have like this intrinsic ability of being able to remove 3 of them from your champion to draw a card, and it's going to be kind of a crucial thing into this late game.
Speaking of crucial things in this late game, Gloamspire activation showed a card of some kind for Sean, but we did see Glenn's card very briefly as revealed, a Ghost of Pendragon, thought of as one of the strongest Crux cards, or strongest cards in the game.
It turns out like a 3/4 that draws you 2 cards is pretty good.
That is the kind of card that Glenn is looking for to push massive damage next turn. Now, he unfortunately only has this one sword in play, but he has a free Materialize that he is able to use on whatever he needs to. So we may be looking at some very, very aggressive play from Glenn next turn. If Sean does not have the Spell Shield Arcane or is not able to string together a kill from 0 to 28 right now, then there is certainly danger in his future.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Sean is definitely under an incredible amount of pressure.
We see 2 Power Overwhelming.
Yes.
See a Creative Shock. There is a Spell Shield in there. There is a Spell Shield in hand. So Sean is sitting on the Spell Shield, probably feeling a little okay about that right now because it will take an awful lot to deal with that. Glenn, of course, expecting, all right, he has 5 cards in hand, then 6 cards in hand, so Spell Shield or 2 possibly likely here. Sean goes for the Drawn Blade using a Floating Memory. Again, those Hasty Messengers.
Just so powerful,
goodness.
Right? And Drawn Blade is one of the ideal cards when you have a Ghosts in hand.
And another Fireball in Sean's hand, Glenn's hand as well. So Glenn has a lot of fast speed response to the Spell Shield Arcane as well, which may make a huge difference here depending on how things play out on Sean's turn. Sean, a very skilled player at playing into these sorts of boards and setting up a trap, but Glenn, with all the card advantage that Merlin is able to offer him right now, may be able to play around Spell Shield Arcane as well, which is
like I mentioned, like Merlin attacks on multiple axes, right? You can do your actual attacks. You have Fireball options. The Ghost of Pendragon being a 3/4 is like it's a big body, right?
Yeah, it indeed is a big body. We're going for a Recollection phase Fireball now. Okay,
just firing it right off.
Fireball in Recollection phase, saying this is the most damage I'm going to deal this turn. I'm going to force him to Creative Shock.
Okay. He's gonna maybe dig for potential extra answers.
This
options.
does give him the 3rd Enlightenment counter, so he's going to be able to draw a card off of that as well, and should be able to activate his Spell Shield Arcane afterwards.
Yeah, and the real question is do you treat this as bait or do you respect it?
Do you Spell Shield right now Sean's sitting with this Fireball in response as well if he needs to, and then he gets a full recollection and is able to swing with everything, including whatever else is in his hand afterwards. Glenn,
does he have 2 more Fireballs in hand?
I think Glenn has 2 more Fireballs.
He's got 2 more Fireballs.
I think Glenn has
in
2
hand.
more Fireballs.
Is it 2 more Fireballs and Ghosts? Like he has Ghosts in
He has Ghosts
in
yeah,
memory.
there it is. It is in fact 2 more Fireballs.
Yeah.
A Ghost is in his memory. 3 Hasties, a Dungeon Guide on board with a 3 damage Merlin swing in the wings as well. He goes for the spell
respects
shield.
it. Yeah,
he has
he
to respect
respects
it. Now this is going to give him a large amount of Enlightenment counters as well. He'll be able to draw a few more cards. Has the potential to find another Spell Shield Arcane off the top. Fireball in response to the Spell Shield Arcane, so dealing 6 damage right now.
Yeah, taking him up to 18. And keep in mind, the breakpoint for those Enlightenment counters is 3, right? You can draw a card for every 3 Enlightenment counters.
Every 3, yes. And he's sitting at 9 Enlightenment counters, so he has 3 cards, which is exactly the amount he needs. He's going to draw them right now. Like, let me find the Spell Shield Arcane before you recollect.
I love how he's like, draw, nope, draw, nope.
He needs to do it right now because if Glenn recollects, then Glenn can Fireball in response again to whatever Spell Shield gets played, so he wants to make sure he gets it. Looking at his hand, it does not look like Sean has found a Spell Shield Arcane, so Glenn has to decide now if he's going to just go for the attacks this turn, or if he's going to try and respect his opponent's potential Spell Shield Arcane.
Yeah, and keep in a reminder to the audience here that Sean is playing Serene Spirit, so he does have that at the ready as well.
Yes.
Life being a little bit more cushion than it.
Sean, you can tell Sean's on the back foot when he uses Arcane Sight on his opponent's turn to draw a card.
Right, yeah.
Dungeon
if
Guide
you're
attack.
Glenn, you like seeing that.
Yeah, you definitely do. The Dungeon Guide attack is in. We have the Hasty Messengers potentially next. He's going to pop the Serene Spirit
There's the
right
Spirit.
now. Is he? Popping the Serene Spirit right now does allow him to not get got by a Fireball at a future turn. If Sean takes 1 more damage, he's at 19. At 19, a 6 damage Fireball is lethal, which means he could respond to, I mentioned this right away actually, could respond to the Lineage release of the Serene Spirit of Fire to recover 6 by just straight killing Sean in response.
Hey, that's a very good call, and it looks like Glenn is just going to let it resolve.
They full respect. Well, yeah, at that point, the 6 damage doesn't actually get the kill because he's only at 18 now. You're going to go ahead and attack with Hasty, dig, finding more cards, pitching a Flame Sweep, not a useful card.
Creative Shock off of that.
Pitching a Library Witch, nobody cares right now about that. Finding another Ghost of Pendragon. Oh my goodness, okay.
Double Ghost turn potentially.
3 Hasty Messengers, Kel. I mean, have you
Hasty
ever...
Messengers like unchecked is like... The world's your oyster, right?
Have you ever lost a game with 3 Hasties in play? I can't say I have.
I'm not even sure I've ever had a game with 3 Hasties in play, to be completely honest.
Tucking the Drawn Blade, drawing 2 more cards. There's the Ghosts. We're going to...
Yeah, I mean, Ghost being like a 3/4 body.
Glenn's only worry, do you have another Spell Shield Arcane, Sean? Do you have it? Because now he is at lethal range with that Fireball. But instead, he's going to go for the Sudden Steal. Using
Sudden
that attack.
Steal.
Only costs 1 due to efficiency. Being at 5 level, Sudden Steal, using the Sword of Seeking, scoops it up. Glenn takes game 1 with an extremely fast, aggressive push using 3 Hasty Messengers. Look at Glenn. I cannot believe that happened that way is exactly what's going through his mind right now.
Absolute flurry of blows. And that's exactly what you have to do against Rai. You have to pressure them so much that they can't just blow you up.
It is extremely difficult to not get blown up by Rai, actually. Getting that pressure together, and we've seen players throughout the weekend try to get the pressure together against Rai and struggle to find it, but Hasty Messenger not only being that one damage doesn't seem like a lot, but over the course of that game, those Hasty Messengers added up to a whole lot of damage.
An absurd amount of value, too.
Well, also just putting constant flow of floating memory into the discard pile, and not only that, just filtering out. You saw Glenn multiple times pitching the cards that he just didn't need to see that game. Library Witch is the useless card against Rai. Flame Sweep, not going to be useful here, and just allowing him to find all 3 of those copies of Fireball so that he is able to secure the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, we are at the World Finals of Grand Archive here. These are absolute masterclass examples of these respective decks, and currently the players are doing their sideboard here. They do actually have some pretty good options looking at the sideboard lists here. So like Glenn, for example, can board in Blanche, right, which is a really good option to help prevent a lot of the damage that Rai can output.
Yeah, Blanche a card that Glenn is hoping to see Aside from when he gets a start just as aggressive as that.
Right, yeah. I mean,
But
Blanche can attack for one, I guess.
Blanche sure can attack as well. On Sean's side, Sean could board into a more explosive game with Peer into Mana if he wants to. Peer into Mana being the clutch card that allowed that insane 35 damage turn, 35 damage fireballs turn in the previous match. Outside of that, though, Disintegrate...
I was going to ask, do you think he respects the allies enough to bring in the Disintegrate?
The Disintegrate will answer Glenn's Incarnate Majesty, which could be something that if Glenn managed to accrue as much value as he did that game, that Incarnate Majesty could have easily come down for fairly cheap there as well, which would have put a pretty large roadblock in Sean's way. Now, not the kind of roadblock that 35 damage fireballs are going to care too much about, but you can see both players potentially shifting in. Sean going, okay, he's going to shift in. He might be more defensive. These Peer into Manas and Disintegrates might allow me to get through a defense like that if he doesn't get the 3 hasty start again.
Right. I mean, like, 3 hasty starts, like, unchecked is kind of insane.
It is. It's one of those sides of variance that you don't get to see very often, but when you do, it just makes you very glad that card exists for yourself.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And so, yeah, once again, we're going to be going into Game 2 here. As we mentioned, going into Game 1, both of these decks want to go first. Both of these decks want to have the first materialization so they can, essentially get to level 3 as fast as possible.
Yep. Yeah, they absolutely do. Players are shuffling up now after boarding in, and Sean is most certainly taking the first turn in this game and is going to see if this time it can treat him a little better. Glenn actually won on the draw that game, didn't he? Because he got to attack with his hasty messengers immediately. So
he did.
Yeah, so Sean already losing game 1 on the play, but this time could be totally different if Glenn doesn't have such a fast start and if Sean's able to string things together or maybe perhaps find that second Spell Shield Arcane at the moment he needed it, then this could totally be Sean's game instead. So let's...
I mean, honestly, it's one of the things I really love about Grand Archive, right? Whether you have a match that's favored or not, you can never count either deck out, and it just makes it so exciting to watch, so exciting to play, to be completely honest.
It has been evident throughout the weekend that Grand Archive is not the kind of game where you can sit down, look at the matchup, and go, that player is going to win.
Exactly, 100%.
Yep. In this case, we had players remarking about how fast this finals might be if Rye goes off. Well, what if Merlin goes off? Did anyone consider that?
What if Merlin just kills you with a bunch of dudes? Like a bunch of dudes and then attack for 5 here and there.
Yep. Yeah. Sean had so many fireballs in his hand still to activate too. Glenn.
That is true, yeah.
So Sean off with the Spirit of Serene Fire start, of course, doing his glimpse initially. The other advantage of Spirit of Serene Fire, other than the Recover 6, is his ability to control the opening hand that he has. He only puts 2 cards back, noting that, put 3 cards back, noting that he had a pretty solid start, half of his hand looking pretty okay.
Yeah, he kept Creative Shock and some Spell Shields at least.
Yeah, keeping the Spell Shields, a sign of a lot of respect for what Glenn is going
he just saw a lot of fireballs.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, three Spell Shields in hand now, so... The weird thing about Rye, a quirk that you have to work around playing Rye is that these arcane cards also have to get banished. Sean has to not only have his best arcane cards in hand when he gets to that level, but also banish them to level. And wow, okay, so
another
Glenn,
really aggressive start.
Remarkably
from Berlin,
aggressive start. An 8-card hand on the draw allows you to double play 3-drop allies. So 2/2/2 Flame Rune Swordsman coming in and attacking immediately for 4 damage. So these aren't going to be accruing the same kind of value that Glenn was able to get last game, but instead they are going to be just pushing more damage right from the start.
Yep, exactly. Flame Rune Swordsman, pretty innocuous card, but whether on board or in the bin, still going to accrue a lot of value here, and 4 damage a turn is quite the clock.
Yeah, 4 damage a turn is an incredible clock. We did see Sean on his turn this time banishing the Spell Shield Arcane in order to level to Arcane level, or Rye at level 1.
Yep.
Sean is shuffling up his hand, still seeing he has a Resolute Stand this time and 2 Spell Shield Arcanes kept. He's going to certainly be trying to sandbag at least one of those Spell Shield Arcanes for the late game with that Resolute Stand. Another card that it looks like, given that he chose not to play anything this turn, Rye does need to put cards into memory to level. So I would say telegraphing a little bit to Glenn that I'm going to be doing something on your turn. Glenn's going to decide, is that going to be a Creative Shock or is it going to be a Resolute Stand right now? Glenn respecting Rye, though, and saying, you know what? Okay, if you're going to be trying to draw a lot of cards, I'm going to put this Tithe Proclamation out right now instead of leveling to Lorraine level 1.
Yeah, I really like this. You know, it's a way to kind of essentially like cycle a card because it draws, but it also puts a really, really nasty hamper on Rye. It's not an entirely irrelevant effect for Merlin as well, but it's going to, you know, be quite oppressive against Rye.
Merlin having the distinct advantage of being able to Ghost of Pendragon the Tithe back in before drawing from that, able to basically say it's this is not going to hurt me, but it is going to hurt you. On Glenn's draw, he does see the Hasty Messenger that he is certainly hoping to see. An attack with a Flame Ruined Swordsman reveals the Resolute Stand. Now, damage is going to largely be prevented from Glenn this turn unless he has some sort of a large sudden steel swing or something. But being that Glenn is at level 0 still, and keep in mind, only 15 life.
Yeah, that's true.
If Glenn is leveling a little slower, the health threshold that Sean needs to reach in order to take him out continues to be lower.
Yeah, that's a really, really relevant point, especially when Rye can do like absurd amounts of damage, even from like, you know, level 2, you know.
So Glenn is really debating here, going to put 1 down, potentially playing the Hasty Messenger, even through the Resolute Stand. The damage isn't as important as being able to get the card advantage here. So let's see, he puts 2 cards down. There's the Hasty. Hasty is going to certainly swing in for no damage, doesn't matter, just going to pitch this Purge in Flames, which is not going to be a useful card in this matchup. And find looked like a Fast Cure to me. So
I think so.
Fast Cure would have, of course, been nice to have when you went to that discard in order to get the value off of the Hasty, but a card that could be played as well just to get the floating memory in the graveyard if desired.
Yep, 100%. And it could also just be a card that he discards on a future turn to that Hasty Messenger.
Yep. Glenn certainly thinking, though, on the next turn, he's going to need to level because he can't stay level 0 forever and hope to live against Rye.
I mean, Rye's 2 already. He's 2 ahead.
Yep. Rye going for a Scry the Skies this turn. Debating.
Little mini Scry the Skies here.
Interesting. Puts 0 on top, all on bottom, and draws the top card into memory. A little bit of a risky gamble because Sean, of course, wants to see only arcane cards in the memory.
Yeah, you know, if you're Glenn, you kind of like that, right? When you see the double bottom and the blind off the top, you're like, okay.
You are okay with that result. Absolutely.
All right.
We do have Tithe Proclamation. So Scry the Skies did draw 1 card, drew 1 card for turn, and we drew a 3rd card off of the. Oh, we're backing up. Okay, so it looks like there's a potential rules quirk here. See what we're doing here. I'm just trying to figure out. We're doing the Fast Cure at end of turn.
Yeah, I'm also trying to figure out what's kind of going on here. Okay.
This is a little bit. I mean, Sean did draw exactly 3 cards that turn. Drew for turn, drew from Scry the Skies, and drew from the lane counter. So there was no issue. I did see the point at the Tithe Proclamation, so trying to figure that out. But it looks like end of turn, Glenn just goes for the Fast Cure and then banishes it to level to Lorraine level 1, sort of seeking Materialized as well.
Yep, and I think we're just using this this dice to kind of keep track of the number of cards drawn.
Yep, important to do. Tithe Proclamation, a notorious card, an easy card to misplay. Kel, I can say, I don't know about you, I don't think I'm the only player who has creative shocked with the Tithe Proclamation in play for the worst play of my life.
Yeah, you know, it happens to the best of us.
So Glenn going for the attack with the Hasty Messenger, discarding a Disintegrate, and then going for the aggressive play. Let's go. Okay, Sudden Steal.
Coming on in. He's going to use the sword, so 6 damage here.
Pushing that damage in and saying, you better kill me fast.
Yep. Kill me fast or I'm going to kill you fast.
Yep.
Either way, one of us is going to be out.
Sean going, okay, so typically in this Rye matchup, the Quicksilver can be a lot of things. It's hard to predict exactly what these players are going to do with it. Of course, these are very high-level players. However, often Quicksilver is used in this Rye matchup as a sort of a proactive play. Often when the Quicksilver is being materialized, it's because we're going to be doing something like a Dungeon Guide this turn, and we want to have that Tome of Knowledge in play, but perhaps there's some respect as well. Sean also running things like Terrafring in the deck that he could surprise the opponent with, although in this case, I don't believe there's any fast speed spells Glenn could play to deal with the Terrafring, so I don't think that's quite as likely, but just want to get the audience around, some of the things you can expect under Quicksilver Grail, but Tome of Knowledge being the sort of the proactive play.
And looking, kind of taking a peek at Sean's hand, I saw like I think a Fireball and a Careful Study. Both of those aren't. Careful Study could be relevant.
No Dungeon Guide. No Dungeon Guide this turn. So I would say then Sean must not have had the arcane cards he wanted to banish ready to go. That Scry the Skies last turn, of course, we noted it was a card off top. Sean might have noted, I don't want to banish this. It's not an arcane card, or it's a crucial card to have in this matchup, and just says, okay, well, let's just set up Quicksilver Grail with something underneath. Sets up Gloamspire, starts drawing some more cards, but
Gloamspire is kind of somewhere where you want to be, right? It's going to help you accrue advantage, help you dig for those crucial cards.
Passes turn to Glenn. Glenn is thinking about the Materialize now. Glenn is just going to go straight to Merlin level 2. Let's just do it. At this point, the Gloamspire is in play, so if Sean needs to dig out of this, he's going to help Glenn as well.
We could potentially see a play like we saw last game, right, where you eat your own floating memory so you can have that really, really nice level 3 Merlin.
Yes, we saw a banish of a Ghost of Pendragon and one other card, I think a Norm element card perhaps, but it's difficult to see, on the level to Merlin level 2.
Yeah,
Merlin level 2 does shut off his warrior class bonuses. It's just a thing to note here. It's a tricky thing that happens when you play this hybrid list.
It's kind of like this weird dead zone, right? Where it's like this is the one time where you don't have the warrior class bonus, and then you get it back when you go into Merlin 3.
Yep. But it does turn on your mage class bonuses, and fireballs, especially at the amount of damage that has already been dealt to Sean, start to become looking like they're a little more lethal.
I mean, yeah, that is true.
Okay, Glenn definitely posturing a little bit right now, saying, I'm not going to need this Incarnate Majesty. I am punching your face right now.
Right, yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of aggression. We mentioned it at the start, we're up to 5 damage a turn just from your allies, and 5 damage a turn counts to 25 pretty quickly.
It sure does. Glenn has a Dungeon Guide in play. I think he's thinking right now, should I level to 3? If he levels to 3, he'll be down significantly in cards. And he does. He's playing the Dungeon Guide.
Yeah.
Dungeon Guide down, 3 cards down, left with going to be left with just an influence of 2 after this Dungeon Guide resolves.
But, I mean, the advantage here is that Merlin will start drawing you cards every other turn. It kind of makes up for it in a little bit of a longer game, but you also get that extra 2 damage as well.
Notably, too, Glenn knowing that Sean has no Anger the Skies in his board says, well, okay, my board here is safe. Like, you're not dealing with this board. They're just going to keep hitting you. If I am lower on cards, it's okay. It's a lot like the Diana thing. It's like, I can go low on cards because all my damage is elsewhere.
And he's cashing in that sword, too. Just all aggro. Just
straight aggro, yeah.
Happy to just, attack with that immediately.
Well, now that he's leveled to 3, he does have a Materialize phase open each turn, and he can certainly start bringing in his powerful swords if he needs to. Sean going, of course, the level to 3. It's time. We have hit another Spell Shield Arcane, so there still should be one, actually... That might have been all the Spell Shield Arcanes, because that first card, I believe, is a Spell Shield Arcane as well.
I think there are 3 currently in banishment.
So there's one more Spell Shield Arcane in Sean's deck. If it is in his hand, then he's ready to go. I do see Fireball.
Yeah, I see that Fireball kind of
and a Gloamspire.
Flashing real quick as he flicks the cards.
Yep. But I don't know if Sean is seeing his Arcane cards that he needs right now.
Yeah, I think that's essentially what he's basically trying to dig for here.
So this Tithe Proclamation is doing a little bit of work right now. It has hit the 3-card limit for Sean on this turn, which means his Gloamspire is not going to be able to help him. Quicksilver, if that is a Tome of Knowledge, is not going to get a card draw. Okay, so we can see a little bit better glimpse at it. He does have an Erratic Bolt, another Dungeon Guide, which isn't doing a lot. Sean's seeing not quite the cards he needs right now to really go off, especially with Merlin at level 3 now with that 28 health threshold to break.
Yep, 28 health, and he's staring down on board, 6 damage just from allies alone, not even counting whatever else that Glenn may have in hand.
31 is the number to beat with these allies on board. Glenn is sitting here thinking about his Materialize. What do I need to do? There are some interesting options here. Grand Crusader's Ring looks like the Forerunner right now.
Yeah, just an extra little card here.
An extra card certainly wouldn't hurt.
And of course, as Dan mentioned, 31. That includes the Serene Spirit from Sean.
Yes. Really a debate over this. There are some interesting routes that Glenn could take here. Things like materializing I'm just going to make sure I'm not going to lie here. I believe it's not there. Drawn Blade, is there materializing Drawn Blade to dig for different cards is something that is often done in this stage of the game.
Yeah.
When you're not finding the cards you need.
You mentioned it last turn, but his influence is pretty low at this point, right?
Yeah.
And so maybe just a GCR here to preserve your influence, not have to get rid of anything, and it's just a free card draw.
The advantage to the Drawn Blade, giving Glenn another attack this turn, but an attack better served probably on the next turn when Merlin hits that even level counter and gets the damage buff.
Yep, gets the +2 to the attacks.
Glenn, of course, trying to actively play around his own Tithe Proclamation. Having lost his Ghost of Pendragon earlier to that level up might be hurting him a little bit here.
And we have his allies just doing what they do best, just coming in for some damage.
Allies swinging in, saving the hasty swing.
Yeah, the hasty is like the very important attack here, right? This is the one where it's potentially could draw you into some game-winning cards.
It's going to be the third card, but unless it's a Ghost of Pendragon, no more card draw for Glenn on his turn. Glenn is looking at a Fireball and a Blanch in hand. So Blanch, of course, a good way to stifle the damage, but at a 4-card influence, not able to hit a lot of prevention. Blanch only prevents damage equal to the number of cards in your memory.
Yeah, but Glenn does have a pretty healthy life buffer.
Yes.
So even a couple points of damage prevention from Blanch could be relevant, depending on if Sean draws into some gas.
Glenn really considering whether he needs to do anything right now. I think he passed turn. And
I think so.
I think Sean is now looking at his materialized phase. Glenn just respecting Sean, going, okay, well, like you're saying, Cal, this Blanch may be the difference here. 28 damage can certainly be reached, but can my opponent reach 30, 32, 34?
Exactly. And, Sean has been struggling just a little bit to find those like really powerful cards, as you mentioned in the previous turn.
Okay, so here we go. Sean pushing this turn with a Storm Tyrant's Eye and then going for an Erratic Bolt right now.
Oh, in response.
Okay, Glenn in response going for not the Blanch, but the Fireball.
Yeah, so Fireball, what is Glenn's current level? It's just 4, right?
Glenn's current level is just 4, so it's a 5 damage Fireball. And the Serene Spirit was not already popped as far as I was aware. I don't recall the Serene Spirit healing happening.
I don't remember that either, to be completely honest. Maybe he just scooped because he knew he couldn't deal with the allies on the crackback?
Yeah, but he put everything down for that Erratic Bolt. He showed the Fireball in I think that's what happened. He showed the Fireball in response, said, okay, well, that Erratic Bolt's obviously not going to kill me. And the Storm Tyrant's Eye will get you a card in hand, but you can't do anything with it.
Yeah.
Because it was all in memory, right? So
like the Fireball plus the allies.
Yeah, and then just saying,
well,
that's the damage. That's game. That's all I need to show you.
All right, we're going to be moving on to game 3.
I will tell you, Kel, this is not what players were predicting from what I was hearing.
We said it at the start of the match. You cannot discount either deck, whether or not they have a supposed advantage over the other. It's anyone's game.
It is absolutely anyone's game. Merlin really showing that it is the premium hybrid deck in the format.
Yeah.
It is the deck that it can go long, it can go short.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. That's the first time I played Merlin. I was like, wait a minute, this is what it feels like. Every other turn you get to draw that extra card. You get that attack.
I remember you telling me this too. You've been playing a lot of Fire Assassin before Assassin had really built up.
Yep.
And then you said, oh Dan, I built this Fire Merlin, and wow, this feels good.
It feels busted. You have the powerful allies, you have Fireball, you have your Incarnate Majesty. It's just feels really good if you're a card game player.
Of course, this weekend we've seen plenty of effective strategies. Grand Archive is absolutely packed with effective strategies. We saw actually quite a diverse top 8 with 3 Rise that made it through the weekend.
You have Tenoris. We saw
Tenoris,
Water allies.
Lorraine. There's a Diana that was in World Championship as well. Didn't make the top 8, but players playing very skilled players playing very effective strategies. Glenn being the only Merlin that made it this far, of course, and Sean being the only Rye that made it into top 8.
Yeah, I mean,
made it through top 8.
Just going to Worlds, I would not have guessed Rye making it into the top 8, let alone into
3 of them into the top
finals,
8, and then one making it all the way to finals. Certainly impressive. Now, this is going to be a different game, perhaps for Sean, as he's going to take the first turn here, and if things go his way on his Materialize of his Spirit and his glimpsing of his cards, he may be looking at a faster game. Glenn, both games starting with 2 of the same ally on turn 1, being able to push damage immediately. Certainly impactful. The players go a little show of good sport, bumping fists before the game starts, saying, "Good luck, man. Let's have a good game."
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned it when we were talking about the players. The players just are really, really good sports. I've personally talked to both of them this weekend, and just really, really positive individuals, and it was love the camaraderie in Grand Archive just in general.
So Sean's start this time, I want to talk about this a little bit. This is a little interesting. When we saw his glimpse, he put away his Resolute Stand and 3 arcane cards. Which signals to me something, a big shift in how Sean is planning on playing this game. Last game, he was planning on using things like Resolute Stand to try and stay alive against the allies. This game, I believe Sean was just looking for action. Sean wants nothing more than to say, okay, well, you know what? I don't know if I can actually withstand your aggro the way I want to. So instead, I'm going to try to build way more cards than you, because if there's one thing Rai can do with more cards than his opponent, it is just go way over the top and destroy him through any interaction he can have.
Yeah, so essentially you're saying that he's like, I'm going to try to kill you before you kill me, and I'm not going to try to do the whole prevention thing. I'm just going to go all in.
Yep.
We're in Vegas, going all in.
We are going all in Vegas, absolutely. Sean, so Glenn's first turn actually showing just a Savage Slash. Glenn did not have the aggressive start he had in the previous matches. Sean probably a sigh of relief as that happens.
Didn't play 2 allies on turn 1.
Exactly.
It did attack for a little bit, and it does have floating memory at some point. But
at some point, yeah, class bonus floating memory.
Yeah.
Sean goes to a Materialize to Rai level 1. And has a large hand thanks to increasing danger. Now looking to find what is my optimal line here. Of course, with Rai, the thing you're often doing is you're not just going to dump your whole hand. You're instead going to try and put he's got 3 of his arcane cards in hand, and those are the cards he wants to specifically banish. I think I see Creative Shock as well. So Sean likely just going to say, well, fine, I'll just Creative Shock on your turn, draw some cards, and see what happens.
Yep, and Glenn's going to be able to, utilize that floating memory to get a pretty easy level up here into Lorraine 1.
Yep, Glenn, instead of having the aggressive start, instead is going to gain a little bit of his advantage by using the Creative Shock to pitch the Stalwart Shieldmate, and then using that to level to Lorraine level 1, then materializing the Sword of Seeking.
Yeah, that Shieldmate is literally just floating memory in this deck.
Is pure,
this matchup.
Pure floating memory fodder in this case.
All right, let's see what how Glenn's going to follow this up, because as we mentioned, not the aggressive start that we saw the last 2 games. Though we do see an ally coming on in. This is a 2 attack every single turn.
Creative Shock, not the aggressive start that Glenn wants, but is a way to dig and find the exact cards he needs, and perhaps that Flame Rune Swordsman was not available, or perhaps Glenn prioritized playing the Creative Shock on turn 1 instead. But now it is time. Flame Rune Swordsman is dropping and swinging in, and Sean's actually going to go ahead and do the Creative Shock as well.
Yeah.
Pitching a fire card, which is going to allow him to deal 2 damage, and he's going to choose to face.
Right, doesn't want to give him that extra floating memory.
That's an interesting thing to talk about, too, because I think a lot of Rai players, again, are going to play a little more defensively there, and will go, in response to the attack, I'm going to Creative Shock and then deal 2 damage to your Flame Rune Swordsman, potentially knocking it out. But in this case, knocking at the Flame Rune Swordsman not only is going to give a floating memory to Glenn, but is actually going to make it so that while the pressure might be reduced, Sean's hope is that the pressure is never high enough where it matters. going back to this increasing danger turn 1, like I'm just going to draw cards. Sean say, fine, you can deal the 2 damage. You can deal the 2 damage. I'm going to go over you.
Yeah, it's the classic, trading card game adage, using your life as a resource, right?
Yep.
And he's like, I'm just going to put the pressure on you. I'm going to make the kill window that much smaller so, I can kill you as fast as I possibly can before you can kill me.
Exactly.
And I really like how, we're at the World Finals here, but both players are still playing, they know the lines, right? They're playing very, very fast.
This has been rapid play, absolutely. The players rarely taking a break. This is, right now, one of the rare breaks the players have had in thinking and considering what they're going to do, because often these lines are very clear. Glenn knows damage, damage, damage. I see red, I just attack.
Right, yeah.
Sean, at this point, taking the play of, I'm just going to accrue my value as much as possible, get to level 3, because I just need to burst onto you.
Yep, exactly.
Looking at Glenn's hand, I do see a Fireball, and I do see a Ghost of Pendragon, so Glenn potentially looking like a pretty good situation. He's got that Savage Slash floating memory in his graveyard right now as well, considering how fast do I need to level.
Yep. I mean, getting access to that Ghost of Pendragon sooner rather than later is... definitely an enticing proposition.
Ghost of Pendragon putting pressure and gaining resources. Pretty incredible card.
Yeah.
Glenn says, yep, it's time to level. Let's do it. We're going to get rid of the Savage Slash because it will not have floating memory for long once we go to a mage level.
Yep, that's a very good point, actually.
And then banishes a random card. It is Disintegrate. Glenn is probably just fine seeing that there.
I would probably think he's quite elated, actually.
Attacks right away with Flame Rune Swordsman, pushing that damage in.
And as we mentioned, these players know the lines, and they're just kind of jamming in. Ooh, we have a dungeon guide going immediately into
Notably,
Merlin 3.
3 games in a row. Having the dungeon guide in hand, Kel, I don't know when you play again, but like those dungeon guides not always in my hand like they are with Glenn here.
Frequently not. Frequently not. Dungeon guide coming on in. It provides a little bit of extra damage here, but more importantly, we have access to the ghost that we just mentioned, and he just happens to have this sword that's kind of like waiting to be thrown back into the material deck and get that extra card draw.
Draw 2.
And this is like a situation where the draw 2 helps you set up for future turns, or it could give you even more aggressive cards that you can play now, depending on what you draw into.
It's kind of remarkable that Glenn's damage right now is still not reaching the levels his damage was in the previous
right,
games.
That's true.
Even if he's attacking with the Ghost of Pendragon right now.
He's only got 3 allies on the board, not like 5.
Yeah, exactly. Hits with the Ghost, passes turn. We didn't quite get to see the cards in his hand. He might be holding up some sort of defense now to work with.
Got a double Arcane Banish, which is going to be super, super relevant going into this turn here.
But we did hit a Gloamspire, which I would imagine was not Sean's preference.
Yeah, I mean, Gloamspire, like you mentioned before, is kind of a really cool new include, right? This card that just gives you this advantage over time. I personally really like it.
Despite that, we did hit that level 8 threshold with 5 Arcane and Banishment now, allowing him to play the free Careful Study, accruing 6 Enlightenment counters. And Kel, as you mentioned a few times, those Enlightenment counters, why don't you remind the audience what those are for?
Yeah, you just basically cash in 3 of them and you get a draw card. It's like an intrinsic ability of Enlightenment counters. So when you're just kind of looking at it, you want to count in groups of 3. Every 3 gives you a card draw.
And notably, too, this game, Glenn did not have the kind of the opportunity, I guess, to go to Tithe Proclamation. I imagine he was thinking about it on the previous turn, but decided Merlin level 2 was better.
I mean, he went from 2 into 3, right?
Yeah. We had the Dungeon Guide handy. Well, yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty good. Get my ghosts down. But Tithe Proclamation not being down right now, it does allow Sean to kind of do whatever he wants to based on what his hand is showing him. Draw as many cards as he needs to try and get completely set up. Basically saying to Glenn right now, oh, there it is, the Arcane Disposition. Yeah, so Sean absolutely saying to Glenn right now, okay, you have 1 turn, my friend, if that, in order to take me out.
So tell the audience why Arcane Disposition is so good, because if you look at it, you're like, well, it makes me discard my hand, but really...
The way Arcane Disposition works, it is 3-cost, draw 3. It does say discard your hand at the end of turn. However, all you have to do is play all those cards,
exactly.
put them, either play them or put them into memory, and now you don't have to discard anything. So Sean is going to be finding ways right now to get around that.
Yeah, don't have to discard your hand if you don't have a hand to discard.
Exactly. We did talk earlier about Scry the Skies at level 3 being a potentially extremely strong card. Sean seeing it here, very happy. He's going to see exactly what he needs. Okay, so looking now, Kel, have you played a lot of Rye? Have you done these? Have you done any of these huge Scry the Skies? Because it's quite a battle to try and figure out the cards.
It is. It's tough, right? It's been a little while since I've personally played Rye, but it's all about like the sequencing here, right? Because you can draw extra cards from your various effects. You're going to be drawing your next turn, so it's all about like the right order that you put on the top. And here we have just jamming out a Fireball.
Yep. Yeah, well, yeah. Again, it's use it or lose it with Arcane Disposition.
Might as well.
So Sean says, okay, I'm going to start with my Fireball for 9. And then we're going to see a Crux Sight happening from Glenn at end of turn.
Drawing into a Dungeon Guide, not what he wants to see. And now Glenn is under quite a bit of pressure, right? When you're facing the Rye and they do their disposition and they just have like a billion cards in their memory, you are under a lot of pressure because the counter's ticking down, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Merlin also didn't get a chance, unlike game 1, did not get a chance to gain a level counter while at level 2. So
this is the slow turn. I like to think of it as.
This is Merlin has 2 speeds, slow and fast.
Slow and very fast. Yeah.
This is a slow one. So Merlin's going to gain a level counter, but no triggers from having an even level count.
Yeah. And so
players are.
Glenn he needs a lot of damage this turn.
Glenn needs to string a lot of damage together. As we said, 31 is the magic number due to that Spirit of Serene Fire being able to lineage release to recover 6. So Glenn trying to figure out, okay, is there a 20 damage line here? Because I cannot trust that I'm going to live another turn against Sean.
Yeah, I mean, both players under an extreme amount of pressure at this point. We see Glenn grabbing that GCR. Like we mentioned in the last game, this is just a nice little, draw card here. And Tithe Proclamation isn't in play, so he can, draw to his heart's content.
Drawing into another Dungeon Guide.
Ouch,
well,
that's a little rough.
Live by the guide, die by the guide is what I like to say.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately for me, sometimes more often than not, die by the guide.
Yeah, Guide's such a powerful card early in the game, but does clog your hand a little later in the game. It's just not very useful. A 3-drop, 1/3 ally, not quite pushing it.
Yeah, agreed. So let's see what he draws off the top here.
Looked like a fast cure to me.
Is that a fast cure?
Yep, looked like one of the promo fast cures. Goes for attacks, 3, 4, 5, and 6 damage being pushed
6 damage, all right.
But not quite enough there. We still need to string together another 14 damage to secure the kill. We have a Fireball. Fireball dealing 5 damage for Glenn right now, which is good. But does his hand get there?
You need a little bit more than a Fireball here, I think.
Yeah. The disadvantage of Arcane Disposition is it does force Sean to put everything down, which means this is the open turn.
Yeah. Shields are literally down.
Yep. Spell shields are literally down
yeah,
if
exactly.
they're there. Yeah,
if you have them,
absolutely.
they're down. And I think are we seeing just a kind of a pass back here?
A pass back going, yep. Okay, so here we have, I mentioned that proactive play, Quicksilver Grail likely with the Tome of Knowledge underneath it. And the reason, of course, for doing that is it allows Sean to do a controlled banishment with the Tome of Knowledge on his turn. He can put down a single card to do something like play a Scry the Skies. Scry the Skies being the biggest play with this. You Scry the Skies for 1 arcane card in memory, then you set up exactly what you want to draw on top. You banish the Tome of Knowledge, draw the card you want on top. Instead, we're going, Sean's starting with a careful study.
He's going to carefully study. He's going to stroke his very, very long, wizened beard and study a little bit.
Looking at his hand, we see Fireball, we see Arcane Blast.
I mean, those are some of the cards you definitely want to see.
Arcane Sight, going to give him another level for the turn and draw another card.
Yeah, and that level's getting pretty high.
Still hasn't had to put anything into memory yet. Just playing for free, doing Rye things. Goes to the Power Overwhelming. Okay.
Things can get out of control here.
Things are actually currently getting out of control.
Yes. We have, 7 Enlightened counters currently. So Enlightened counters can draw you cards, but they can also do other things when you play Power Overwhelming.
This is the Rye combo turn, and we have the Tether in Flames. The Tether in Flames?
This is another card that
this was in his sideboard.
This is another card you've talked to me about this weekend, right? I know you're a huge fan of this, Dan. Dan, tell me why you love Tether in Flames so much.
Tether in Flames is a card that will negate the play of the card unless he decides to take the unblockable damage equal to level +1. So Glenn goes for the Tether in Flames to say, all right, well, if you're going to try and kill me, I'm gonna deal you 5 instead. Now, often a little better when you are securing the kill with it here, instead setting Sean to 22 and saying, all right, fine, you can go off now.
Yeah, and immediately follows it up with an Advent of the Stormcaller, an absolutely massive Stormcaller. Yes, and let's see, he's got a lot of hits in this, right?
Glenn, still with cards in hand, though, can respond to whatever Sean is doing to potentially try and push some more damage on him.
Each of these representing 2 damage, if he so desires.
Yeah, he's letting that resolve 5/8 arcane cards, so a potential of 16 damage.
16 damage is close.
Close, but no cigar.
It's 1 off.
And there's Fireball, showing you my hand as well.
Yeah, yep. Here's everything.
The players, we've seen this before, kind of Sean just going like, yeah, I think you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, when Rye pops off, this is what you see. Here's a ton of cards, right? And this is going to add up to just you being more or less dead.
Pushes him to 27, and Glenn
Very
goes,
close.
okay, play it out. I think Glenn making him play it out right now, so.
Yeah, I mean, yep.
See what you got.
And then,
so
is that just an Arcane Blast?
That did, by the way, Advent also banished all those arcane cards, setting Sean to an absolutely enormous level.
Yeah, there's just massive dice
and
here.
In response, Tether in Flames.
And Fireball in
response, Fireball.
All right.
Okay, there it is.
Yep.
But Glenn respecting it, but making him play it out, just making sure, hey, you got to respect my tethers too.
He had the tether, he
had
it.
If Sean taking that win, of course, but if Sean not having quite as explosive of a turn, Glenn actually did have the tools.
Yeah, he did.
To get the damage in.
That was very, very close.
That was a surprisingly close match, but Sean able to push it over with the right arcane cards there, making the match now 2-1 in favor of Glenn.
2-1 in favor of Glenn. Like we mentioned at the start, we are playing a best of 5, so Glenn just needs 1 more victory, whereas
Sean needs to pick up 2.
Sean needs 2. So,
Players are now opting to take a little break. Makes sense going into Game 4. Don't often play best of 5 rounds. It's nice. Yeah. It's nice to take a little break.
A little bit of a marathon match here while Glenn shuffles up.
As a reminder to the audience, it's a great time to take a little water break. Why don't you have a drink?
Agreed. Go get some coffee, go get some tea, settle on in. We have a lot more Grand Archive for you.
Hydrate yourself.
Hydration is good.
There's the win. There's the audience here in the arena now responding to the win with the applause.
Right. Yeah.
Excited to see another game. You know, as fun as it is to watch Glenn absolutely pop off on aggro, I do appreciate going to the deeper game here.
You know, I got to say here, just as a quick personal note, if you've never been to a Grand Archive event in person, I highly, highly recommend it. The atmosphere is just electric, and just having like the audience here cheering on the competitors is like a whole other level. So if you can manage to make it to a future Ascent or any other event, it's a wonderful experience.
Grand Archive events are some of the most fun I've had in the hobby, and I never ever
Agreed.
regret going to them.
Agreed. Hey, you're kind of like me, Dan. You've been around for a little while. We've been through a lot of card games, and I think that says a lot coming from you or I, who've been to a lot of events. And Worlds here is one of my. I mentioned it earlier today to some folks, and even on my social media. But this is one of the best events that I've been to, just in not only recent memory, but that I can just think of. And it's something that's pretty remarkable for a game that's just celebrated its 1-year anniversary.
You get to see some incredible things when you're at these Ascent events. You see some of the most competitive, but still some of the kindest players in the world.
Agreed.
Players fighting, knowing that there's a lot on the line, but at the end of the game, having fun, giving you bumping knuckles with you and saying, good game, like chatting about the game. We see the collectors surrounding the Path of Silver events, all sharing the joy of collecting beautiful, beautiful cards, beautiful artwork, gorgeous foilings, and just and honestly, Kel, I saw some of these collectors who were competing against each other, who were saying, "Oh, hey, did you need a CSR here? Why don't you borrow this for the event?"
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. That's the level of camaraderie that you have in the Grand Archive community. Like, even though you're competing against each other, you still kind of help each other out, right?
Yeah.
It's like we're all here together. We're all here to have a good time.
Absolutely.
And it's just it's absolutely wonderful.
And incredible events too, like this Mercurial Heart we mentioned. The world premiere of Set 4 Mercurial Heart did happen this weekend. So many players, 300 players at least, who were there picking up recollection boxes and then playing games with their new Mercurial Heart cards and the new Tristan and Sylvie recollection deck boxes.
Very fun.
So much excitement, joy, laughter I was hearing as people were realizing, yes,
dude.
Sylvie is not only playable, Sylvie is now good.
It's one of those experiences too, where like you're at an event, it's like a world premiere event, and then you just hear over somewhere a crowd of people are yelling, and you're just like, well, they pulled something really cool.
They pulled something good. Yeah, we saw some incredible pulls last night too.
Yeah.
Multiple CSRs from event packs from Mercurial Heart.
We saw the Slime King. I think someone pulled a Tristan that I'm not jealous at all.
Not jealous at all. I'm not jealous at all either of the Sylvie level 3 CSR that was pulled.
Yep.
And Kel, I'm sure you're not jealous of the ominous Shadow token CSR, which nobody expected.
That's wild. It's like
well.
alternate art. It's beautiful, and I kind of want like multiple. Multiple
well, see,
copies.
that's the thing. You're playing the Tristan deck, and you start with two Shadows is only the baseline. Kel, but you
gotta have more.
List.
I played in the event. I had like 6 at one point.
Yeah, they really had shadow clones everywhere, diving in and attacking with everything.
Exactly.
Both those decks representing extremely fun and novel new ways to play Grand Archive, and showing the power of their system and how, as we can see here, of course, with Sean and Glenn, distinct champions, both mage champions, right?
Yeah.
But mage champions that play in very different ways.
Yeah, for sure. Like we mentioned, in case you're coming in a little bit later, the Merlin deck, can do fireball stuff, but it can also like sudden steal you in the face,
Yep. And Glenn, interestingly too, in this matchup, we've of course seen each game Glenn going to Lorraine, Merlin 2, Merlin 3, but if you look at his deck list, that's not the only champion lineage that Glenn can play, and if you watch the earlier semifinal match, Merlin was never touched. It was Glenn going Lorraine, all the way up.
He's running Spirit Ruler in his main deck.
Yep. The full hybridization being the effective thing that you get to do in these Merlin decks, where you take up a little bit more of your material deck space, so you have fewer things to toy around with, but in every match you can decide, do I want to go Lorraine or do I want to go Merlin? Now, speaking of
this is a classic play, right?
Yeah,
this is a classic Grand Archive play.
Glenn is starting the game this time, which of course is a nice thing for him. He's going to start at Spirit of Fire, and then he goes and he plays his Library Witch into a Cremation Ritual for a draw 3.
And that Cremation Ritual, one of the alt art promos, one of my favorite arts, honest. That's one with like all the little otters and stuff. It's so cute.
That is an adorable artwork as well.
But yeah, you throw the witch into the fire and you draw 3 cards.
Exactly.
That's as classic Grand Archive as it can get. And now we have Sean's materialization. We have that all-important serene spirit, being able to sculpt his hand and draw or gain some life in the late game when you really need it.
Glenn, right now looking at Sean, like how many cards are you putting back? Like how good is your opening hand? He's putting 3 back.
Half?
Yep,
Okay.
Yep, halfway. That's not good, not bad. Obviously when you see Sean put none back, you go, oh, okay,
Right.
this is bad.
It's like literally like the middle of the road, the average there. So if you're Glenn, you're like, okay, sure, yeah.
I think increasing danger again. Sean going, you know what? It works so well. Let me try it again.
Yeah, the danger increases.
But this time, Glenn start a little more card advantage for him. Going to have a lot of resources to work with.
Yeah, Glenn a little bit less aggressive here. Didn't do any damage. Didn't play any allies.
Double increasing danger. The danger is increasing at an alarming rate for Sean and Glenn.
Yep. The danger is we'll call that an 8. I'm gonna call that an 8.
Danger level 8. Kel has declared danger level 8 for this current game. Glenn opting to go to a Lorraine level 1, saying I have a lot of cards in hand, just pick one.
Yeah, here you go. Yep.
Incarnate Majesty, Glenn probably is perfectly fine with that because he knows he wants to go fast to win this game.
Yep, and that's just going to be a dead card in his hand. All right,
Draw for turn. What do we have here? We have a lot of fast cures, Incarnate, a Creative Shock.
2 Blanches, I think I counted.
2 Blanches.
Which is quite interesting. Those are the 2 Blanches, if I'm looking at his deck list properly. Yeah, I think there's only running 2.
Cremation Ritual as well. We have Glenn starting to put down 2 cards for the... Okay, Glenn's like, all right, I like this. Let's go. Hasty Messenger. Attack, pitch a fast cure, draw a card, finds his Dungeon Guide.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Okay, okay.
I mean, that's a great play, right? You have a floating memory now in your graveyard, and now you also have a dungeon guide, so you can help facilitate this level up process.
Glenn likely passing, saving Creative Shock to be able to interact a little bit on his opponent's turn, draw a few more cards, pitch another fast cure, and for a safe level up, as you said, Kel, to level 2, followed by a dungeon guide next turn. Glenn, I think here, really showing the advantage of being able to be on the play when everything goes exactly your way like this, and when your opponent increasing dangers you a couple more cards, that can't be discounted.
Gives you 2 extra cards. Sean did banish a arcane card, that Spell Shield, which is something that he would very much like.
Scry the Skies early on. Does he want the card?
Little baby Scry.
Debate says, let me think about it.
Yep. So
let me think.
Those are always like the most interesting ones, right? Where your opponent has to look at their hand and it's like, okay, do they really want it or not?
Yep. Puts it on the bottom, takes a random card from the top, and passes turn. Glenn now getting ready. Okay, what do I put down? Time for the Creative Shock.
Yep, end of turn Creative Shock.
Creative Shock, draw 2.
Hopefully discarding something with floating memory.
I believe he had another floating memory, but maybe I might have seen a card wrong. So let's.
I think he's got another fast cure.
I think he found another fast cure. So in fact, I did not lie to the audience. I did lie at the time, but ultimately it did not end up being a lie.
Hey, if the end result is not a lie, it's not a lie.
That's how I like to think too. Thank you, Cal.
I got your back. Don't worry. But yeah, no, getting the extra floating memory is really, really important here.
This was actually extremely relevant for Glenn. Glenn now finding that fast cure off the top is able to go ahead and level for free to Merlin level 2 with the Dungeon Guide in hand.
Yeah, this is a pretty efficient level turn, right? Level to 2 and then 3 if you so desire.
I think there was a debate there to keep a floating memory in the yard as well to potentially banish with Merlin. We saw the effectiveness of that, but not worth risking some of the cards that he has in hand, I believe.
Yeah,
I
think so.
He does have another Incarnate Majesty here, Cal.
Oh,
and he has
interesting.
a huge hand thanks to those increasing dangers. I do think there's a world here where it's very, very, very unlikely Sean can really threaten him on the next turn. I would say almost a 0% chance, even with the Dungeon Guide, to be able to quite get to a threatening position. So Glenn might be thinking, am I Incarnate Majestying this game?
Yeah. Could we actually see a Majestic Spirit here in the finals?
Yeah.
A lot of people like to call it the deer.
The deer.
Yeah. It's big. It's a 4 attack. It's really hard to kill. Yeah.
We got to talk in our podcast previously, if you've been watching all day, that in the Taiwanese metagame, they like to call it a translation of the ram.
Oh, interesting.
It's got a horns kind of like that, so I can see it.
He did end up discarding it though.
But no, yep. So I think there was a big debate, but Glenn decided, all right, nope, Incarnate is not going to be the well. Actually, he does it the Crux Sight. So
he can get it back.
So
of
no,
course.
it was actually a great choice because you can Crux Sight back that Incarnate Majesty as well.
And we do have that Dungeon Guide play, like we mentioned. I mean, going up to Merlin 3. As we mentioned at the start, both of these decks want to get to level 3 as fast as possible, and Merlin's done a great job of getting there.
Banishing a Disintegrate and something else that does not matter.
I think it's like a Library Witch, potentially.
Oh yeah, that could be.
I see a little hint of a hat.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think a little Library Witch there.
And Glenn's turn is not over.
Not even close. We're going to actually go ahead and a classic play. Cremation Ritual, the Dungeon Guide. Get a couple more cards in hand. Has Blanche in hand as well. Finds a Ghost of Pendragon.
Ooh, that's a
and
real
another
nice
Incarnate.
One. So we're gonna have an attack here to kind of make use of your sword here before you ghost it.
Every time I've seen an attack for 1 off of the Sword of Seeking on level 3, I'm like, yeah, okay, I know what's happening.
Yeah, you're like, oh no.
Ghost of Pendragon. Tucking that away, drawing 2 more cards with, I assume, Blanche kept in hand as well to be playing it safe.
Ghost is such a powerful card.
I think I saw a Fireball there too. Glenn really finding the cards he needs.
Yeah, now he's gotten aggressive, 4 damage a turn just from his allies. He has his Merlin value that he's going to start accruing. You mentioned he's got some potential gas in hand. You mentioned Fireballs.
Yep.
He even has Blanche backup.
Blanche backup. In the previous game, we mentioned Blanche not really going to prevent a lot of damage, but Glenn's board right now...
He's got a lot of stuff in his memory.
His memory is huge. Blanche able to prevent up to 8 damage on everything not named Blanche.
Right, exactly. She protects everything but herself.
Yes, yeah, she's very selfless that way.
Yeah. Well, I see your Dungeon Guide. I raise you a Dungeon Guide of my own. Once again, we are in Vegas, so... I like the little back and forth here.
Yep, Dungeon Guide to Dungeon Guide. It's only fair. Now, Sean has to have an impressive turn here, but that's the thing about increasing danger. It makes the game impressive for both players.
I called it danger level 8.
Danger level 8. I would agree. I would agree with that, Kel. I would agree. Sitting on Rye level 3 now, level 8 again, and that is the perfect level for Careful Study. Oh, 2 Careful Studies in hand for Sean, actually.
Representing quite a lot of cards. Enlightened counters.
Careful Study, Careful Study. Just get him out of here. Now, Scry the Skies actually can set up exactly what he needs to, and he can use all those Enlightened counters to draw the exact setup that he needs. Last card, Scry the Skies, but... that will not be the last card he has in hand when the turn ends.
This is when Scries is at its most powerful, right? You're able to stack the deck to the optimal degree, and then you also have all of your Enlightened counters, so you can draw the exact cards that you need, and you have the rest stacked as you would like.
Exactly. He looks at, of course, looking at the purple cards. This is the important part here. There's a Resolute Stand in there. There's a Creative Shock, Disintegrate, and a Gloam Spire.
Yeah, he's got some decisions here. Obviously, he's pulling the arcane cards to the side.
We have. I'm really trying to see what these purple cards are right now.
I'm also trying to parse the arcane cards. A lot of the arcane cards are there's some lightning here and there, a lot of flashy effects.
We can start by putting the fire on the bottom. We're not going to be needing those right now.
Yeah, I like this. Taking it one step at a time.
I believe I see a Voltaic Sphere.
Great damaging spell.
Also a great spell with the Creative Shock if you wanted to, but he kept everything else on top there.
All right, so cards on top. Gonna crack some Enlightened counters. Or so draw into memory first.
Yep, draw into memory. Now Sean will start popping his Enlightened counters and drawing exactly the cards he set up to draw.
Exactly.
Which will
so yeah, you put the card on top that you want to go in your memory, and then the ones you actually want in hand are the ones subsequent.
4 cards looking at a disposition. I was about to say this. Looking at 4 cards into a disposition into knowing again exactly what I'm drawing, to then go ahead and Voltaic Sphere, push a little bit of damage on, empty the hand, and once again saying, you're going to have to kill me or you're going to have to be able to stop me.
Yep, and doing 5 damage to the ghosts.
Taking the ghost out, probably pretty critical there.
Yeah, respecting the damage that it can deal. And, ending his turn with an absolute grip in his memory.
Managed to get to a high level of influence with a high level on Rye, and just basically ready to pop off.
Yeah, I mean, level 8 is like you mentioned, kind of like that crucial breakpoint where you can play those Careful Studies for free, and then it kind of has this cascading effect.
And keep in mind, too, the Voltaic Sphere is in the graveyard.
Yes.
Which is going to be able to be banished at some point to not only reduce the cost of his next arcane spell by 1, but by going to the banishment, increasing his level by 1 as well.
Yeah.
So it's
Such
got
a double whammy.
Cascading value, exactly.
Yeah, cascading value is the more elegant way of putting it. I'm just
or
like,
a double wham. Well, I mean, you're in
whammy.
Vegas, so we're going to use some fun terms
exactly.
like that. That's
Yeah,
fine. That's fine.
But yeah, no, the Voltaic Sphere is a very, very sweet card for sure.
Okay, Glenn debating the Materialize now.
I mean, Glenn also has quite a few cards in his influence.
It's these double increasing danger games. They're something else.
I like it. I like pedal to the metal. Let's go. That's what I'm all about.
Yep, that's what we want to see here. Honestly, in the world stage, I am happy to see a lot of sparks flying with a lot of cards being played.
Quite literally, in the case of Rye.
Yes.
In many cases.
Sparks literally flying. The sparks are a light.
Yeah, yes.
Glenn could be thinking right now, is a Tithe Proclamation going to do anything? Am I looking to risk anything that is in play right now? Do I need a sword? Do I need a sword at any point?
Ooh, I saw him pull a Safeguard into the front.
Safeguard Amulet is definitely the respectful play right now.
Because like Safeguard plus Blanche could mean a lot of damage prevention.
Doing the math on this, going to level 4, let's see, where do we get our Incarnate Majesty to cost? 8. No sword in banishment. So I'm trying to figure out with a 10-card influence, the Incarnate, so we can't Incarnate and Blanche necessarily. Incarnate Safeguard might be a play, or doing some aggressive things and holding a Blanche Safeguard is I would guess likely the play Glenn is going to go with. But we'll see.
Yeah, seeing a Fireball and a Purge in Flames, which isn't going to do a whole lot here.
Purge in Flames is, no, you can defeat a...
Your dungeon
guide if you want to. That's exciting, but we're gonna put 2 cards down here. Is that a hasty? Are we gonna do another hasty?
I think so. Ooh.
Oh no. Okay.
I see Crux.
So we
here.
do have the Crux Sight. Crux Sight getting back the Ghost of Pendragon is certainly a play to think about too. You can put 2 down for the Crux Sight in order to get that Ghost of Pendragon. Start with the hasty. Okay, I like to start with the hasty attack. Find out what else we have.
Yeah,
we have a
get that show
Disintegrate.
made out here.
Disintegrate for Dungeon Guide, also unlikely to be the play you're going to see right now.
Right. You don't care about that Dungeon Guide all that much here. You really care about everything else in Sean's memory.
So Glenn knowing right now, 8 to 31, that's not going to happen. But
oh, here, we do see that Crux Sight come into play.
Crux Sight taking back the Ghost of Pendragon.
Yeah, just as you said.
I think Glenn is doing math right now, figuring out what can I do this turn while maintaining the cards I need to live.
Right. I mean, and that's really what it comes down to. You have to respect Rye's ability to just kill you out of nowhere. Even though you only take 1 damage, you can't discount it. Like you mentioned earlier, we saw like massive, like 30+ damage turns.
Something that Safeguard Amulet does right now that would have been very helpful for Glenn in the previous game is that it completely blanks Advent of the Stormcaller's damage. Advent of the Stormcaller deals damage equal to the number of arcane cards found, but it is actually in packets of damage. It's 2 damage. For each one, it's 2 damage, meaning that the Safeguard Amulet preventing 4 non-attack damage throughout the turn is going to prevent all of that damage easily. Another Crux Sight taking back the Incarnate Majesty this time.
That's a little spicy.
So maybe Glenn fancies his chances on the Incarnate Majesty, or maybe Glenn is just thinking, I'm just going to make sure I accrue 2 cards with this.
Yeah.
And it looks like that is the route. Glenn's hand is very set up to go Fireball Blanche, which is a reasonable way to get a lot of cards into memory to prevent a lot of damage from what Sean is going to do. Now, Kel, are we going to see the kind of 35 level game that we saw close the game previously?
I don't know, but I also wouldn't discount it, right? Sean is an exceptional player, to say the least, right? One of the best players in the world, if not the best player in the world. A lot of folks have, we've talked about it this weekend. Sean is just an incredible player. I would never discount his ability to get to absurd levels and just kind of like pop off.
Once you get to that level, Blanche, it doesn't matter how many cards you have in memory, basically. Blanche is not going to help you get out of that.
Yeah, she's going to try her best.
Yeah, she does her best.
Bless her, but
she does her best. Arcane Sight early in the turn here just to get that extra level and find what we need.
Yeah, it's the nice start to your turn, right? Get that card draw, get that extra level, and it kind of is the you're starting to push on the gas a little bit.
Exactly. And we did have a Quicksilver materialize, which very, very likely is holding another Tome of Knowledge.
Oh, is this another
Voltaic Sphere? Yep,
yeah.
another Voltaic Sphere, this time to potentially to face.
I would guess probably to face. Well, it does a little bit less damage to face, but at this point, I'm not sure how much Sean cares about that Hasty Messenger.
I can't imagine that damage is better pushed at the Hasty Messenger, but Glenn's going to begin right now with the Blanche.
Yeah.
Puts the Blanche into play, which will blank the damage from the Voltaic Sphere.
Yep, no need to put any more cards into memory right yet.
Blanche preventing 6 damage right now, thanks to that. Sean goes to...
We got a book underneath that Grail.
There's that Tome of Knowledge.
That's going to give him a static +1 level, and he can cash it in to draw a card, but most likely he wants to use it for his Arcane Tome.
Exactly. What Sean really needs here to really go off is going to be the Power Overwhelming. After potentially appearing to mana, that will put him above Blanche. Of course, there are plenty of other cards in the Rye deck that can deal with the Blanche right now. The Blanche is vulnerable to some sort of removal.
And we have that Tome of Sacred Lightning coming on in from the material deck with its ability here.
Speaking of some sort of removal.
Yeah, I mean, Creative Shock, if you're a mage, it actually does damage.
Going to draw 2. He's looking to pitch a fire card, which he is hopefully held on to. Yep, he's got plenty of options.
Yeah,
Discard Gloamspire.
Yep.
2 damage onto Blanche. Blanche is gone, so we've worked through the Blanche as well.
Yep, shield down on Blanche.
Glenn, interestingly, Glenn opting to start with the Blanche rather than the Safeguard Amulet. Potentially saving the Safeguard, hopefully not having to use it this turn after Sean has to spend resources dealing with the Blanche.
Yeah, you got to make him go through the motions to actually remove the Blanche. It takes away resources, takes away,
Okay, I see Power Overwhelming in hand as well.
Ooh.
So we do have a Power Overwhelming, but only a Fireball and an Increasing Danger left. So Sean not looking like he has the explosive turn he needs quite yet.
Yeah, a single Fireball is not going to quite cut it here. Especially when, Glenn has his Safeguard on board. Kind of taking a gander at what has been placed into the graveyard, just to see what's there, see what's left in the deck.
And Sean passes turn. Glenn readies everything and then wakes everything up and then goes for a, I would guess a sword here, taking advantage of Merlin's level.
Yep, sword, nice little drawn blade.
Get our drawn blade. He does have a floating memory that he set up in the previous turn, so banish the Stalwart Shieldmate for the drawn blade.
Yep, this is essentially like, for all intents and purposes, a GCR that you can attack with right here.
Yes, exactly what he wants to see. Then draws for turn as well. That Incarnate Majesty after attacking with the Drawn Blade could be cheaper. Alternatively, the Drawn Blade could be tucked away for the Ghost of Pendragon. The kind of awkward thing here is that it's only got the 1 durability.
It does, yeah. You can't do both, right? You have to pick and choose. Do you want the Ghost? Do you want to attack with it?
I would say using Safeguard Amulet to fuel Ghosts is probably not in the cards for Glenn. I think that card is going to be doing too much work right now.
I would call that risky,
I would
to
call
say
it risky.
the least.
If Glenn decides he has it with the math there, he'll do it.
Yes, it's risky until it's guaranteed, I suppose.
Yep. Sean, with 4 cards in hand, could be representing a Spell Shield Arcane now. It does not look like he has one here. He has a Dungeon Guide and only the Power Overwhelming, Increasing Danger, and Fireball. Fireball could be used defensively as well to deal with the Ghost of Pendragon if things get risky. So Glenn's route to taking Sean out this turn is pretty far away, but Glenn's route to potentially establishing a huge defense this turn is looking good.
So this is still during materialization.
This is still in Recollection phase.
Recollection, yes.
Yep, still in Recollection phase. Glenn is going for a Fireball right now, which is got to be a little bit alarming for Sean.
Yeah, he's like, basically this is saying, hey, I'm going to shoot some damage at you now, and I want maximum resources for my turn. So Fireball looks like it is resolving.
Glenn might have found the route with the Ghosts, but it is, if Glenn found this route.
Second Fireball?
Yeah.
Second Fireball?
Second Fireball is on the table, too.
Second
there it is.
Fireball,
okay,
there you go.
Okay, that's a lot of cards. That's 2 Fireballs. I did not see the second Fireball in there, so that is...
in response Fireball.
Fireball in response to get the Enlighten counter to potentially draw a card.
Yeah.
But that is not enough to Spell Shield Arcane. So Glenn...
Well, he does have those spheres in the graveyard.
He does have the spheres. You're
he
right.
does.
The spheres could let him get an Arcane off, but he does not have a Spell Shield Arcane
Doesn't look
in
like
hand.
it. Yeah, that was just a valiant effort to kind of.
He's going to banish the tome to draw a card as well. Finding the.
If you're Glenn, you love seeing that tome getting
It's
banished.
all purple, but it's not Spell Shield. Fireball resolves. We recollect.
I think this sends a very, very clear message to Sean.
The message is clear. The message is clear. The damage is on board. The Ghost with the Safeguard is now likely the play. The Hasty Messenger attacks to pitch something as well. Glenn putting 2 down.
All right, what's his first play here? Oh,
Savage Slash.
You have a slash.
Pushing even more damage on.
And he's indicating that he's using the sword.
A 5 damage attack means we have to pop the Spirit right now.
Yep, so Spirit has now been used, which is...
Sword is gone.
Yep, so he is using the sword as well. Up to 19 damage.
I think it's here. I think the lethal turn is happening. Glenn playing carefully though. Glenn doesn't want to put the card ahead of the ghosts.
Everything is incredibly deliberate. He does have the ghosts at the ready, and like you mentioned before, we can kind of cash that safeguard in. Because, if he's got the win here, he doesn't need the protection.
Very careful play, very careful play. Got to put down exactly the right cards. Ghost of Pendragon. This is it, saying, I think I have it.
Yep.
I'm going to put the Safeguard away. Draw 2.
Yep, put my shields down. Put my swords
up.
up.
3.
Coming on in.
It takes it. Attack for 1. He takes it. Here it comes. Here it comes. Disintegrate for free.
All right, what else does he have?
Pitching. Ace.
Fireball.
There it is. There's the Fireball.
Third Fireball.
Fireball for
that
game.
Is game.
Your world champion is determined.
Glenny Boy Williams.
There it is.
Wow. Absolutely insane.
Unbelievable.
Dan, can you believe
I know.
this?
No, that is unbelievable.
Triple Fireball turn.
That is absolutely
tucking
unbelievable.
the safeguard.
This match was by all accounts not supposed to go Glenn's way, but he found the line each time.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. Like we mentioned in Grand Archive, you can never count anyone out.
You can't. You absolutely can't. Your world champion, Glenny Boy Williams from New Zealand.
All the way from New Zealand. Just I personally could not be happier for him.
Absolutely incredible job. Coming again, Kel. Coming from the first round that we got to cast when the team kill seemed like a team kill at the time. Lime taking out Glenny Boy on Fire Diana, and then Glenn coming all the way to day 2, all the way to finals, all the way to Worlds. World champion Glenny Boy Williams
the
with
very
Fire
first
Hybrid
world champion
Merlin Lorraine. And there is our world champion walking into the arena right now. The hug from Glenn and Limelight.
You
unbelievable.
absolutely love to see it.
Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible Grand Archive play. More excitement than you can possibly imagine here.
Glenn, absolutely well-deserved.
Team Creative Shock proving that they continue to have the strength to manage this, the strength to get through an entire gauntlet of the greatest players in the world. And of course, not discounting Sean Zhang.
Dude, Sean is a master.
Showed so many masterclass games this weekend, but Glenny Boy was able to just string it together.
He was able to, crush with allies, crush with many, many fireballs, and at the end of the day, he is our world champion.
Your world champion, Glenny Boy Williams. Absolutely amazing.
Incredible.
Absolutely amazing play from Glenn. Found the line. The danger level, Kel, was a little too high.
Yeah, it had increased to critical levels.
Everyone currently yelling for a speech. Is this thing on? I'm not sure if the speech is coming through on the feed.
I'm not sure either. But in any case, look at that, man. You absolutely love to see it. Also one of the most humble players I've ever met.
So humble. So look at him. He can hardly believe it. He can hardly believe he's the first ever Grand Archive World Champion. Unbelievable. Absolutely incredible play. Now, I think the audience will have a fun reaction to the Grand Archive community to Merlin winning, of course, the World Championship.
Merlin did win. I mean, it was either Rye or Merlin, to be honest. And either way, I think some people would, be happy. And some people would be less happy.
Glenn on the left, Limelight on the right coming in, and then and congratulating, of course, his teammate. Team Creative Shock, one of the first teams established for Grand Archive TCG. Limelight very quickly taking his position as a premium member of the community, moderator in the Discord, moderator on Facebook as well. Congratulating his teammate after almost taking him out at the beginning of the top 16. Managed to make his way all the way to the finals and then the victory over Sean Zhang. So absolutely incredible play. Cannot believe it.
Yeah, and I do want to mention to everyone watching here on stream, we will have a second stream after this with the award ceremony as well as the keynote. That is going to be at 8 p.m. So come back at 8 p.m.
Yes.
PST, and we'll have more Grand Archive for you, including some, maybe potential announcements, some awesome award ceremonies, and everything in between.
I think the big thing to note is that it won't just be an award ceremony stream. There will be some information given, whether that be on events or sets. We're not sure. We have no idea, but every keynote speech of these tends to give us some new things to look forward to in the world of Grand Archive. So it is not going to be something you're going to want to miss. It will be a different stream that'll pop up then at 8 p.m. So make sure you swing on back for that. You're not going to want to miss that. And here we have Sean coming in as well. Sean coming in through the door.
Yeah, as you mentioned, just another absolutely incredible player.
Sean Zhang, you cannot the player you cannot discount, winning games that he's not supposed to throughout the event
right.
with incredible flair as well. The runner-up, second place Grand Archive World Champion in 2024.
Both players, going down in Grand Archive history as some of the most talented in the entire game.
No doubt at all. We have Sean's crew, Mark from Solar Games, giving him a hug as well. Sean from the California area as well, of course, plays with some of the greatest players in the world there. Him himself being obviously and provenly one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, Dan, how? I know I am feeling absolutely elated. That was some of the most exciting Grand Archive I've ever seen. I know I personally am going to go and want to watch back all of those games. How are you feeling right now?
I could hardly believe it at the end. I saw the line as the line started to materialize for Glenn. I thought going to the turn, I thought I don't really see if the line is here because I don't know if he has the pieces to deal the damages in hand. We're not seeing the sudden steals. I didn't see the second fireball. Then when he played the fireball from hand, man, that was during recollection phase,
first fireball.
The first fireball,
yeah.
You go, oh no, there's something here. Glenn has done the math. He's done it twice, I assume, 3 times. He goes, I think this is it. Even through, I assume he had to predict the spell shield, even through the spell shield that never even materialized itself.
Right.
Glenn knows this is unless he really draws the absolute nuts. I got this. And it was so just the excitement building, so incredible to see on our 4th game.
Absolutely incredible. So from everyone here in the coverage booth, from me, Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, from
Dan from main deck.
Thank you so much for joining us for the Grand Archive World Championship. What an absolutely incredible event. We do still have that second stream later tonight at 8 p.m. PST. It is a closing ceremony and keynotes award ceremony. The award ceremony is going to go over not just Worlds, but we have Silver, we have Steel, we have a lot of stuff to showcase a lot of incredible people who put in a lot of effort this weekend. And, some announcements as well.
Yes, it'll be an incredible closing to the weekend, so make sure you swing back for that 8 p.m., that separate stream. I am going to be waiting and watching as well. I cannot wait.
Yeah. We'll see you there.